Nope. Nope. That's not. I mean, that's what we thought could potentially happen, but seemingly no. But in this situation, it's like, even if you literally have like congresspersons, oh,
Clinton
it's on
cut
CNN
ties
now.
with Epstein before his arrest. On
Even if you have
federal
congresspersons
charges
pushing,
in
it's like it's the DOJ that's
2019.
hiding it.
Now,
So
Wah,
the
wah.
I
DOJ
just
is
want
going
to
to
give
sue
you
itself.
a sense
I don't know.
Testing
as we are
testing
going
volume.
through
It's
these
a real.
files,
We
you know,
are asking the investigators to investigate themselves and find wrongdoing moment.
making in the coming hours. We are, of course, going to be interested in
Check, check,
anything
check.
that is
Check,
new,
check, check.
anything that might be revelatory about high-profile names, big people in public life. Again, though, it is incredibly challenging
Test.
to
Okay,
try to
I think.
report
Oh no.
on
I'm still
some of
too
these
quiet.
images and documents because there is so much context that is missing. But again,
mic is
here we have
quiet.
what appear to be never-before-seen photos of Jeffrey Epstein in both of Bill Clinton, in Jeffrey Epstein's presence and Ghislaine Maxwell's presence. Again, we don't know the context around these photos when they were even taken.
Check.
All right,
check.
MJ, thanks so much. Please flag us down when you have more. Let's bring back Julie K. Brown
Test.
of the land.
Is that better? Oh, the God, that's loud.
What's
Okay.
your take on these
What?
Clinton
Too far from my
photos that
face.
have been released?
Like it's just hard to
Turn
know. We don't know
this
when they were
video
taken or
down.
where
What the
they were
fuck?
taken, under what circumstances. But of course, the more that we see photos of him, the more questions with Epstein and in Epstein's houses were, we don't know where they are. And I think it just raises more questions about how close he was with Epstein and the fact that, at some point he had to have known what Epstein's, crimes were. I mean, he had been accused for a long time, and it was known he was accused of molesting underage girls. So I think that, these raise more questions that I think he probably will be asked about
Balls.
these photos.
Julie K. Brown, thank you so much. We're going to sneak in a quick break. We'll be right back with more on this developing story, the Epstein.
Fuck you, Jake Tapper.
Apparently, while we were having this conversation, or while the dumps were coming in, earlier today, U.S. forces commenced Operation Hawkeye Strike in Syria to eliminate ISIS fighters' infrastructure and weapon sites in direct response to the attack on U.S. forces that occurred on December 13th in Palmyra, Syria. As you recall, 2 U.S. troops in Syria were killed by ISIS fighters. This is not the beginning of a war. It's a declaration of vengeance. The United States of America under President Trump's leadership will never hesitate and never relent
Oh my God.
to defend our people. As we said directly following the savage attack, if you target Americans anywhere in the world, you will spend the rest of your brief, anxious life knowing the United States will haunt you, find you, and ruthlessly kill you. Today, we hunted and killed our enemies, lots of them. We will continue. Yeah, except of course, if you are an international pedophile hurting American girls alongside very famous, financial criminals and whatnot, then we won't do anything about it.
Of course my bit rate's low. Why wouldn't it be?
Why didn't they do this when Israel killed American soldiers? I mean, I think you know why. This one looks strange. What? I don't even understand. This is doodles from Epstein? Is that what it is?
Frickin' heartburn.
Seems like a bunch of Epstein doodles. Maybe ISIS should have avoided being killed by doing pedophilia instead. I mean, they were. They were just not doing it the right way. The Epstein way, I guess. Picture 991 box of hard drives. Yes, we saw, chatter. I saw. God damn. I saw, dude. I don't know why you want me to look at a fucking box of hard drives. Yes, I know. He documented everything extensively. There are photos of him with fucking floppy disks and shit, too. Also, Kevin Spacey and Bill Clinton here.
Oh, no surprise there. Unstable.
Oh yeah, the smiley art is also unique, because Steeplechase Face was the mascot of the historic Steeplechase Park, the first of 3 amusement parks in Coney Island, Brooklyn. This was in Jeffrey Epstein's home, okay? This was in Jeffrey Epstein's home in one of the photos. This weird face that you see every now and then. An exaggerated smile, which has 44 visible teeth. The image conveys simple fun, but it was also observed by cultural critics to have an undercurrent of Victorian-era repressed sexuality. There's a veneer of hidden sexuality.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Okay. Now, the reason why this is crazy is because in 1966, real estate developer Fred Trump, Donald Trump's father, destroyed the park in an unsuccessful attempt to create condos on the site. During the demolition, Trump handed out bricks to the public, encouraging visitors to throw them at the glass steeplechase face. And I think this face might be recovered from the park. So maybe Donald Trump gave the steeplechase face to Jeffrey Epstein as a gift from the time when his dad actually demolished the park. But I don't know. Epstein threatening to burn someone's house down if they revealed the stolen photos of young girls and sold them and had other photos taken.
Uh-oh.
Click alt
Okay,
text if you
Discord's
can't
working.
read. How do you click
Thought it
alt
wasn't
text on desktop? I don't know how to do that.
Noise suppression powered by Crisp.
Complainant staged that she is a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters 12 and 14 years
Oh, man.
for her own
I haven't even decided what I'm playing
personal
today.
artwork. Epstein stole the photos.
Oh, who am I
and
talking to? I'm the only one in here.
negatives and is believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. Epstein, at one time, requested Bleep to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening Bleep that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down.
And I'll watch the rest of that later. Oh, am I in it? Yay. Oh, wait, no. Camera. Hey! It worked. Earthquake test. Good. Man, I am tired already. No. No, I can't. Must stream.
Good morning, everyone. We are together
gross.
today on Staten Island, a borough that is too often forgotten by those in power. And
Too
we're standing
often.
on the site of Hillside Grove,
Every
a
single
sanitation
time he
garage in
speaks,
the
he says
process
too
of
often.
being reborn as more than 200 units of affordable housing. The ground we stand on is a physical testament to government's power to transform the lives of those it serves when it dares to tackle challenges with ambition, imagination, and competence. That power does not arrive automatically. It is the product of sweeping visions of what government can be, driven by leaders who make decisions governed by a love of every person who calls this city home, no matter how much they earn or how much influence they carry. As I continue to build out my administration and appoint senior-level positions, those are the leaders I am seeking to elevate.
The heck?
The approach to governance that I want to
No.
define City Hall. Our administration will remember New Yorkers that have otherwise been forgotten. It
No.
will solve issues that have
No.
otherwise been forgotten. And so today, I'm so proud to appoint 2 deputy mayors who will not only work to deliver the affordability agenda that resonated with so many New Yorkers, but will lead the implementation of that new, more expansive approach to governance. First, I'm delighted to announce Layla Bozarg as
Whoa!
my deputy
Hey, what's up?
mayor for housing.
Welcome back.
When most New Yorkers
Thank
think
you for
about
being
what causes
patient.
them the most anxiety, what chips
I
away
know I
most
missed
at
last
their
week,
savings,
but I
what
had
makes
finals.
life in our city feel most impossible. Housing is so often the answer. We don't have enough of it, and what we do have
How are you
far
doing?
too much. In Layla,
Oh,
New
I'm
Yorkers will
off.
be
I'm
able
off
to
school
place their trust
until
in a public
January
servant
20th, I
with
think.
a proven record of achievement, who has confronted the housing crisis with the urgency it demands. She
Tuesday. Let
boasts
me think.
15 years
Earlier,
of shaping
earlier in the
housing
day,
policy at
I think
senior
I can.
levels of both city and federal
But in the
government.
evening, I won't be
She
able to.
currently serves as New York Executive Director for Housing, where she directs the $25 billion housing capital budget and oversees housing and land use strategies across HPD, HDC, NYCHA,
What am
HRO,
I playing?
and
What am I
DCP.
playing?
More important than her resume, though,
10:30 a.m.
is who she has fought
I
for.
will do my best to get up
Since
at that
she
time.
assumed her role nearly 2 years ago, she has worked on behalf of tenants, low-income families,
It's like
the local behind, public
I either
housing
sleep
developments
like
so
3
frequently
hours
deemed
and wake
secondary,
up at like
and migrant
2 or 3 in the
communities whose
morning,
welfare is often cruelly and pointedly
or
forgotten.
I don't fall
I'm so
asleep
eager
until
to
like
work with her to
3 or 4 in the
overhaul
morning,
the
and then I
housing
sleep
landscape
until like
across our
noon.
city,
That's
provide
usually one of
lower
those two
costs
things
for
ends
New
up
Yorkers,
happening.
and make this city somewhere that many are able to call home again. In this work, she will have an
So what I'll
exemplary
do
partner
is
in our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice.
since I'll be off
This
these
is
next
a
few
new
weeks, I'll
position
keep
with a vast remit
Discord open.
to tackle the inequality that too often permeates across
So
our
if
city, to go after unfair
because
labor
I
practices
close it when like
and
during the
corporate
school
abuses,
week,
and above
because
all,
it's pretty
to build
distracting
a city that
leaving it
puts
open while I'm trying to do
workers and
homework.
consumers before profit. This is a powerful role, and it demands
But yeah,
a
Tuesday
leader
rolls
who has
around, just shoot me a
extensive
message,
experience
and if
fighting
I don't
and
if I
winning
don't respond
on the
within a couple
largest
minutes,
stakes.
you know that I'm not at my
That is
computer.
why I'm thrilled to announce that Julie Su will serve as New York's
I will do my
inaugural
best
Deputy Mayor
to
for Economic
plan for
Justice.
10:30.
Julie
I will
served
set
as
a
President
reminder,
Biden's acting Secretary of
but I want
Labor
to
until this
caveat that
January, and was Deputy Secretary of Labor before
my
that.
sleep is my
Her
highest
history of
priority.
fighting for working people is well known to anyone in labor.
That's not true. If I got
As
like family
California
stuff to
Labor
do, that'll be
Commissioner,
more
she took
important,
on
but I don't
wage
think I
theft
do.
and those who sought to exploit immigrant
But like I said,
workers.
it just
Work
determines
she
how
only deepened in our nation's
my
capital.
sleep goes the night
Her
before.
work as a public servant is built atop her long legacy of tireless
But I will definitely try.
advocacy
I can
on
promise that I
behalf
will
of
try.
those subjected to unimaginable exploitation. When she fought for Thai workers held in inhumane
Oh
conditions
man, do I
in
want
a
to play
makestill garment factory
Elite
in El
Dangerous?
Monte,
Yeah,
California,
I still want to
she
build my
wasn't just
ships.
defending the vulnerable.
Let me exit
She was
this game.
championing the otherwise forgotten. I turn to her to continue this work as she oversees the Taxi and Limousine Commission, Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, the Commission on Human Rights, Small Business Services, and several other agencies that will focus on New Yorkers' everyday economic realities. And I will ask her, as well as Deputy Mayor Bozarth,
If you don't go back to the 20th, we got time. Yeah, this is true.
Few working people
This is true.
expect from their leaders. A creativity that too few New Yorkers expect from public service.
I
A boldness
intend
that is too rare.
to stream
Together, I am eager to
at
measure
least
our
4
success
hours
by
every day
one simple
during
metric.
this month that
How
I'm
many
off.
forgotten New Yorkers
I intend to,
feel themselves now represented
but
in
again,
City
shit
Hall?
happens,
And
and
how many
it's
people
no
across the
guarantees.
city feel their lives measurably improved by those fortunate enough to serve? Thank you so much, and we will now hear from our new Deputy Mayor for Housing.
Thank you, Mayor-elect. Good morning. I'm incredibly honored to have the opportunity to continue to serve the people of New York in this new role, and to join an administration with a remarkable clarity of purpose.
If
Like
these
so many
chatbots
New
count as
Yorkers, I
viewers,
watched over the past year as Mayor-elect Mamdani shared his vision for a more equitable,
I need to start
affordable
adding a
New
bunch of
York.
chatbots.
And like so many New Yorkers, his message really spoke to me, and it spoke directly to the work I care so deeply about and have been doing for 2 decades. When New Yorkers hear the word affordability, I know it means something different to each person. For some, it speaks to high medical bills. For others, grocery costs. And for many young families, it's a reminder of the exorbitant cost of childcare. And yet, I know that for most, for so many, the cost of housing is the #1 issue that comes to mind. When you can't afford a home, so many of our neighbors cannot, you can't fathom a life of dignity and security. Everything depends on stable
It's so
housing.
weird how sometimes it says I have like
For the last
3
20
people in the
years, I've
chat, 4
dedicated
people in
my
the chat,
career
and like
to
it's just me and
rewriting
one
that
other person,
equation,
so I don't know what's
to
going on.
expanding our supply of mixed income, affordable, and public housing, building and preserving housing, affordable housing across our city, and standing up for affordable housing tenants. Every day that I have gone to work whether it was at the Department of Housing and Urban Development under President Obama, the city's Department of Housing Preservation and Development,
If you don't respond
or more
Tuesday, I'll just call.
recently as the executive
I don't have
director for
Discord on my
housing
phone, but like I said, if I'm at my computer, it'll go off because I'll keep it open since I'm not in school.
rather than something that causes them anguish and distress.
Pretty much the
Face
only
next
thing
challenges before
I'll
us.
really be doing at my computer
But
these
every
next few weeks is
challenge is
either
an
streaming or playing
There
some
are
sort of game.
hundreds of thousands of homes that we can be building. Look no further than the site we're in today. It's proof. We can turn city-owned sites into deeply affordable housing. We can get creative and innovative.
Oh, and
This
the
site is ready
invite
for
that
massive
I had sent
infrastructure
you,
and housing
I thought it
investments.
was for
We're
the
gonna turn
it's
it
for
into
a
homes for hundreds of New Yorkers with
it was
various
for
needs.
a voice chat. Like you have to have
Those ready for
either an
homeownership,
invite or I have to like
those coming
move you in there
out of the
myself.
shelters, and those with low and extremely low incomes. I, like
Oh,
our
how many
mayor-elect,
more years?
relish the
I
chance
don't
to
have
prove that we can
any
do
years.
much
I have
more
one
with
semester.
and
One
that
semester
so
left,
many
and that's
deem
it, and I'll
impossible
graduate.
is indeed very possible. In Mayor-elect Mamdani, I see a bold leader with a comprehensive vision to transform the landscape of housing across New York that we need to deliver to truly achieve truly lasting and meaningful change. I'm humbled by the trust you put in me to assume this role and to fulfill its awesome responsibilities. And I look forward to
I think it's
continuing to
freaking
serve the
hilarious
city
that
I love
Mamdani's picking like
and the millions who call it home.
almost every single person that
Finally,
he's
I'm proud
appointed
to
except
join
for
a
like
team
one
that leads
person
with
has been
drive
a
and
woman. It's
determination and
freaking
works
hilarious.
tirelessly to include every New Yorker in this equation and everyone who deserves dignity and power, including my new colleague, Julie. Because people's ability to find and keep housing has much more to do than with just the housing. It's also about their ability to find and keep good jobs and dignified work
Then you'll have
so that they
more
can
free
pay their rent
time.
and mortgages.
Well, I don't
I'm
know.
grateful to
It
every
depends
person that has
on
helped me get to this point.
what kind of
I wanna
yeah, after I
mention a
graduate,
couple
it
mentors,
depends
Maria
on
Springer, Alicia
what kind of
Gentile,
job I
Vicky
get.
Bean, Eric Enderlin.
I'm trying to
I want to thank my parents.
like I'm
who
already
were not able
applying to
be
like
here today, whose
nonprofits.
personal
I'm reaching out
sacrifices
to
in coming to this country 44
candidates
years
in the
ago
area.
gave
I've
me
gotten
and
one
my siblings a
response
chance
from
to
a
be who
congressional
we
candidate
are
nearby.
and to live out our own dreams.
He
And
asked
I
for
wanna
my
thank my
resume,
wife, Molly,
but I
who
haven't
supports
heard
me in
back,
my
so I don't
ability
know.
to show up as the best version of myself
But yeah,
every
I'm
day.
gonna try to work on like
Most of all,
campaigns
I
or
wanna thank the people of New
work
York
at
for placing their trust in me. I will
like
get to work,
nonprofit
and I will
doing
work to,
research.
fulfill
You know
that
what I mean?
trust every single day. Thank you.
I'd really like to see you join my D&D campaign if maybe possible. Once I graduate, I'll definitely give it a
Now, our deputy mayor for
toss it
economic
around the old
justice,
noodle.
Julie Su.
I've only played
Thank
twice.
you so much, Mayor-elect, for this extraordinary
But believe it or
honor
not,
and
I
the
actually do
opportunity
like
to serve.
playing a
The very creation of this role, a deputy
Uh,
mayor
uh,
for economic justice,
not a
speaks
paladin.
volumes
Is it a
about
priest? No, not
this
a. Is it a priest?
administration's vision, innovation, and
Cleric.
priorities.
Yeah, cleric. I
It
actually like
reflects
playing a
a clear
cleric.
understanding that economic justice, not just
I
economic
played
growth
good
or
guys
economic
actually.
strength, but justice
I'm like,
matters.
I'm the
And it is
dude
not a side issue,
that like
but a core responsibility of
anytime
city
there's
government.
a
And this focus
anytime
could
there's a
not come at a
game
more
with like a
critical
good
moment.
path or a bad path,
Working people
I
across
cannot
the
bring
5
myself to
boroughs
go
and
down
across
the
our
bad path. I
nation
can't even in a
are
video
being
game. I
crushed
cannot do
by
it.
a cost of living crisis. They are laboring under unfair conditions, watching their pay stagnate,
You're good at
and
being a
living
spin
with the
doctor.
daily reality of widening inequality.
I do like playing
Even as New York's
sneaky
economy
characters.
has
This is
recovered
true,
from the
but
depths
not
of the
like evil
pandemic,
sneaky
that
characters.
recovery has
I'd
not
say
been widely shared.
I think the
Wage growth for the highest earners has outpaced that
the
of the lowest
in terms
paid
of
workers by 3 to 1.
like not class but
Half of working age
neutrality.
workers struggle to
I think the
afford
most
their
evil
basic
I could
needs.
go
And
would
1
be like
in 4
a
lives in poverty, double the national rate.
what's not chaotic good,
Mayor-elect
but what's the good
Mamdani
where the
ran
version of
a
good character
transformative
where
campaign focused
they
on
don't not
affordability,
lawful good,
and
not
I'm
lawful,
honored
not
to help
chaotic.
him
What's the other
deliver
one?
on that promise.
There's like 3 of them,
That
isn't there?
means a relentless focus on lowering the costs
Yeah, I think you
that
know
are
what I'm
pushing
talking about.
so many families into poverty and so many
No,
out of
not
the city
chaotic
that they
neutral.
love. But affordability is not just about
Like basically, I
bringing
like
down
playing the.
costs. It's also about
Have you
bringing
ever
up
read the
wages.
Salvatore books?
That's why we have to make sure that jobs pay enough, that every worker gets a just day's
You know, with
pay
the
for a
the
hard
Dark
day's
Elf
work,
Drizzt and all that.
and workers can
Have you read those
organize
books? If you like
and
D&D,
bargain
I'm sure you've heard of it.
collectively for their rights on the job.
Not sure I have. Oh wow.
As the mayor-elect
So,
constantly
if you like
reminds
D&D,
us, in the battle against
there's an author.
inequality, one of our strongest tools is
His
union
name is
density.
R.A. Salvatore.
I know that truth personally.
Yeah, he's
When
got
my
like,
parents
I don't know,
first
like
immigrated to the
30-something
United
books.
States,
They're
they
not bad
worked minimum
reads.
wage jobs until my mom was hired by
But
Los
anyway,
Angeles
there's
County.
a character in there. He like
That's a
starts off as like
unionized
an evil
job,
assassin, but
and
he
it
turns out to
changed
just
our
be like a
lives.
no-nonsense.
It
Like
allowed her to be home by 5:30
over the
and
course
let
of
us
like
go to the
many
doctor
many
when we were
books, he
sick,
slowly
and now that she's retired, she
starts
has
to
a
change.
promotion. And it
But
brought
like,
stability,
he's
dignity,
not necessarily a
and
bad
the
guy.
freedom
Like
to
he's not an
dream.
assassin anymore,
So it
but he
made the
doesn't put up
American
with
dream more
bullshit.
tangible
You know what I
for
mean?
my family, and it
Like
put me on a
if
path to
you're
law school.
a douche nozzle,
The
he won't
power of a
hesitate
good
to stab you
job
in the neck.
and
You know what I mean?
responsibility of government to
Those are the
guarantee
characters I like to
basic
play.
standards of dignity and respect has guided my entire career. It drove my work as I fought for
Like I
corporate
don't
accountability
I don't
against
typically
those
go
who
out of my
exploit
way
workers, and it
to
shaped my
like
tenure as California Labor Commissioner, where we
violate
took on wage
laws. You know what I
theft and
mean?
stood up for immigrant workers. And it informed my work as acting U.S.
That's the
Labor
kind of character I
Secretary,
like to play.
where we work to build power for workers across the entire country. So these are the experiences and the perspectives
You
that
consider
I will
playing
bring
the
to
evil
this role.
Dark Emperor.
And here is the promise that I believe local
Man,
government
what like
can
as a
make and must keep. That
as
in
like
the
as a
richest
DM, like a
city
dungeon master?
in the richest country in
Dude,
the
I've only
world,
played like
no one should be
already got the
treated
appearance.
as disposable.
Dude, I've only played like actual
That dignity
D&D
on
like
the job
twice.
is not a privilege,
You know what I
but
mean?
a right.
I've never even built my
That
own
justice
character.
is not
Like there's no
abstract,
way
but
I
it's
would
felt
be
in a paycheck that you can live on,
ready
on a
for any
schedule
type of
that you can build your life
PC admin
around,
role.
a workplace where your voice
Oh,
matters,
like a
and a
like an
city
advisor,
that has your back.
a collaborator.
Local government is where ideas become real. It is where policy meets people's lives. And under the Mamdani administration, New York City
Oh,
will
gotcha.
once
Oh,
again
yeah, that'd be
show
cool.
what it looks like when government chooses workers. When it delivers not just growth, but fairness. Not just opportunity, but security. Not just prosperity for some, but dignity and justice for all. I'm so grateful for this privilege to serve
Do you play the
alongside
did you
amazing
play
colleagues
the
and
Legend
under
of Zelda
this
games?
history-making mayor-elect to deliver on this vision.
In the most patronizing, ridiculous, frivolous move I've ever seen, the Democratic National Committee paid tons of money for an autopsy as to why the Democrats lost the 2024 election to an absolute
wrong screen.
moron. And now the report
Dude, The
is
Legend of Zelda
released
is not a PC
as
game.
complete, and they have decided not
It's
to release
it's
it
Nintendo.
to
It's like
the
solely
public
Nintendo.
and to the members of the DNC.
Like the first Legend of Zelda game came out in like the mid '80s on the original NES.
Autopsy. DNC
It had like the
Chairman
gold.
Ken
It was the gold
Martin
cartridge.
has decided not to publish.
Oh, I
a
don't use that
public
either.
report,
Gotcha.
believing that a
So,
backward
but you don't even like.
looking
You don't even know what I'm
document
talking
would be
about. You've never heard
counterproductive
of the Legend
as
of
the
Zelda.
party has started winning. This is exactly why the Democrats lose. This is just so incredible.
Oh, I've heard of it for sure. Oh, okay. I got a I had a presentation for one of my finals. Let's see if I can get it pulled up here. I got a 95 on it. But I just want to show you the first slide real quick. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I remember talking about this. I don't know if you were in the on the stream at the time, but I remember talking about this concept. Oh, of course. No, I don't want presenter view. Okay, there we go. Now, let's see. So you'll finish in like June? Yeah. Where is... Oh, is this it? Oh yeah, there we go. See, boop. Haha. Oh wait a second. I need to click on it. Oh come on. Maybe I have to full screen it. See, now I can't tell if it's oh it is. Haha. Yeah, I had a I was able to install a GIF onto my my PowerPoint slide. I was proud of myself. It's the small things. Oh, but that was it. I just wanted to brag a little bit. Dude, if you could join with us as politically savvy as you are, that would be such a pleasure. So, I am politically knowledgeable when it comes to U.S. politics. I am not politically savvy. You know what I mean? I intend to get there. But I would not say that I'm savvy.
Patronizing. This is so incredibly dangerous. This makes me question, who are you servicing?
I appreciate your confidence, but I know my limits.
Donors? Is that who you're servicing?
I
while
definitely
taking
appreciate
advantage
the
of the
confidence.
working class yet again? This is a completely horrific move, but it also makes me think, what in that is so bad that they made the calculation to not release it, knowing
I haven't been in any
so many Dems would be
like political environments.
Is it Gaza?
To test
what's in there?
Like
is it
to test my
Democrats being
political
too beholden
abilities.
to
You know what I mean?
corporation? What is in there? This is why the Democrats suck. They're playing two different games. They have no interest, none, in starting a 50-state strategy and going to the American public and saying, we did an autopsy. Here's what we've been doing wrong. We're getting rid of
I need a better footrest.
all of the people that had any part of this strategy. We're getting new people in here, and we are going to be the party of the people, by the people, for the people. Because here's the fundamental difference in MAGA, should be the fundamental difference between MAGA and the Democrats. MAGA is intentionally making America a weak country on purpose.
I didn't see the volume
it's
coming
the
up.
purpose of what they're doing. You think, well, why would they do that? Why would these
All right,
patriots
what
want America
was I
to
working
become
on?
weaker? And I'll tell you why. Because America places the power of its country in the people.
Oh yeah, I was leveling
The
stuff up.
Republican Party doesn't want that. The Democratic Party, to an extent, doesn't want that because they give so much power to corporations. And this report just may expose that duplicity and how much the voters hate it, how much they cannot stand the duplicity from the Democratic Party.
I also think that these Democrats, the establishment Democrats, they don't want to change. They don't want to lose their job. They want to continue doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result.
System
and the
focused.
only
That's the
reason
shields. Yeah.
the Democrats are winning, their popularity is in the shitter. The only reason they're winning is because Trump and his policies are so wildly unpopular. People hate these policies and they're sending that message through their votes. It's not because the Democrats have had a come to Jesus aha moment. It's because the alternative is so fucking terrible.
All right. And then let's look at, in the throes of while they make this decision, this patronizing decision, and I can only conclude that this is about exploiting desperate voters like blue dots in red states, like the queer kid that lives in Oklahoma who is governed by a Christian nationalist with a bunch of mean white evangelicals that want to beat up on poor people and make the state as shitty as possible. They cling on to the idea that they need a Democrat in charge of the federal government to protect their state from their state's worst impulses. And so they decide to do all this. And I would think they're servicing donors by doing this, because they're not servicing as Democrats. We can handle the truth. Tell us. We want to know. We want to be a party of transparency, a party of evolution, a party of growth. So the only logical explanation is in them keeping this and spiking this report is that they are servicing donors. And they're doing it with this approval rating. Pop this up. 18% approve of the Democratic Party. 73% disapprove. They are underwater minus 55. This is outrageous. It is utterly outrageous. I will never understand why they don't get the donors together and sit them down and say, listen, we've serviced you. We serviced you in 2016. We serviced you in 2024. We can't do it anymore. You make plenty of money. You're either going to be with us helping the working class and getting our party back and trying to get a FDR style reign again, FDR style growth again for this country, or you can go join MAGA. And if you go join MAGA, we're playing different now. Our hands are dirty, and we'll tell them. We'll tell everybody. We'll do a press conference. Company ABC, or not ABC News, but just an example. Company A was going to give us X million dollars. We told them we would not curry favor with them, that we were going full chips in on their customers. We were going to support their customers. And would they join us in supporting their customers, or are they going to only want benefits for the corporations? And they jumped ship and they went over to a fascist party. And that's how the Democrats should govern, and that's how they should run the DNC. This is outrageous. This is so disgusting. And the more and more the Democrats are exposed for being corporate shills and servicing corporate donors, the worse it's getting for them. And to Pump's point, the only reason they're winning right now is because Trump is such an abject failure, and the incompetence is so obvious.
It's stunning to me that Donald Trump has a higher popularity rating than the Democratic Party, and that they're sitting around doing the same thing over and over. It's stunning. You would think the repudiation of 16 and 24 to this nutball and those kind of numbers would make you scratch the whole thing.
Oh God, that's what I gotta
scrapping the whole thing, and we are starting over. But then I look. They thought about it when they put David Hogg in a position of power, and he said, I want robust primaries. Let's go. He was out. They don't want to change. They want to continue to do the same thing over and over, expect a different result, and what we all know, that is insanity.
So you just brought up David Hogg, and he had a lot to say about a lot of this. So let's put up a tweet from David Hogg. He says the Democratic Party is guided less by its stated values than by fear of angering lobbyists, special interests, consultants, and major donors. And yet, the fear that should matter most, losing voters, is the one most consistently ignored. And this should be politics 101. Mm-hmm. I believe that Kamala lost because she did not listen to the base. We have these consultants in the Beltway that have no clue what it's like in flyover states in middle America. This is the party that abandoned a 50-state strategy. And when you abandon a 50-state strategy, let me tell you what happens
goal is to
in a state like
run
Oklahoma,
for
where Pumps and I are from. The Democrats
state or a local office in the 2028
And so
election.
The only
that is
message the electorate hears is a Republican message. And it gets crazier and crazier and crazier. And these people get more and more and more radicalized. Even though they might not win, they should have money and headquarters and candidates in there that keep people from getting so incredibly radicalized. But I would argue the following, because Democrats have never done this in a red state. Go in to Oklahoma and have a candidate that is a populist, that tells these rural voters, you have been lied to. And here are the examples. Here's the last time you had a Democratic governor, and let me show you what your state ranked. Let me show you how your state does now. After almost 20 years of a Republican supermajority, you've gone from education ranked 17th to 50th. And all the while, these people want to tell you that the teachers' unions are the problems. No, Republican policies are the problem. The reason you don't have PTO, the reason your wages don't go up, is because this Republican Party has lied to you with the Bible in their hand. And that is so insidious and so diabolical, because if you look at polling issue by issue, if you ask people in Oklahoma, are you for gun control? The majority say yes. Believe it or not, the state of Oklahoma, they took it to the ballot and the people voted to legalize marijuana. Issue by issue by issue, you have a consensus that believes in a singular progressive cause. But the Republicans, because the Democrats jumped ship from the state, and it's many, many, many red states that they've done this, control all narrative. And so they just buy it and they buy into it. The Democrats have an opportunity here. Yeah, you're winning right now, but you have an opportunity to make systemic, fundamental change that could put the Democrats in control for decades. And you know who knows that? The Republicans know that. They know their policies aren't popular. They know it. But the best thing you can do for the MAGA movement is what you're doing right now, because it's just incremental shit change. Just, oh yeah, we won't throw the gays under the bus. And yeah, okay, to the black people, we'll kind of help you a little bit. And one thing's proven to be true. One thing that Trump said, the Democratic Party takes advantage of black voters. They fucking do. It's 1,000,000% true. The Democratic Party wouldn't listen to younger voters about how passionately they felt about the war in the Middle East and have a robust conversation about it. So I just think now more than ever, this completely needs to be released. I agree with you, Pumps. David Hogg, they didn't want anything to do with that. But as voters, we can certainly show them the type of candidates we want. But the head of the DNC, are you kidding me? I mean, do you think we're stupid?
They think we're MAGA. They think we're so dumb we'll just believe whatever they say. I think something that you say is super important, and I do not think the establishment nor the East-West Coast understand how indoctrinated in the Bible Belt states religion is and how it's connected to being a Christian. And so all of the things that MAGA is doing, which is contrary to the message from Jesus, I think they should take Democrats in there with the message like Andy Beshear of Kentucky. My faith won't let me throw people under the bus. My faith won't let me throw trans people under the bus, poor people, those kind of things. Because in these super religious communities and rural communities, church is all they have. That's it. That's the list. The Democrats need to stop being scared to tell voters in these areas they have manipulated your faith to make it something that is antithetical to what Jesus's role was in the Bible.
Listener, it's essential in moments like this when each media outlet tells a different narrative of the exact same story. In case you want to follow along at home, go ahead and scan the QR code on the screen or go to groundnews.com/ihip. Here's a prime example. A right-leaning publication has the following headline. Trump admits he's not sure GOP will hold on to House next year. I can't tell you. Real news now. I know from my Ground News Vantage Plan, this is a far-right publication with a low factuality. Conversely, here's a left-leaning publication. Trump admits Republican defeat at midterms. And I know that this is a left-leaning publication. I know it has a very high factuality. So listener, join us by going to groundnews.com/IHIP to get 40% off the Ground News Vantage Plan that we use every single day. They're subscriber funded. My favorite part, they're female founded. By subscribing, you're not only getting a tool we all need today, you're also supporting our work here at iHip News. That's Ground, GROUND news.com/IHIP. We've linked it right below in the show notes for your convenience. And then let's move along and take a gander at what the Democrats are doing in the Senate. 16 Democratic senators joined Republicans in confirming a close ally of Elon Musk as head of NASA. We have Baldwin, Cantwell, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego,
Oh my God, if I was
Gillibrand,
president,
Hassan, Heinrich, Kane,
I would
Kelly,
confiscate
Kim, King,
all of these
Schiff,
billionaires' funds.
Shaheen, Slotkin, and Warner. This is the resistance. These are the resistant Dems. These are
These
the
wealthy
people that probably
shit stains think it's cool to just like
agree.
loot the
Oh,
Treasury
no.
Department.
Don't send out the autopsy report. That
See.
could make us look bad. Every single one of
I'll make them
these
repay
16 are
every
corporate
single
shills.
dollar in
They are
subsidies they've taken
controlled
from
opposition.
taxpayers.
They are being controlled by the corporations that control MAGA,
Like,
that would
with
prefer
interest.
MAGA be at the point position.
Time for you
because
assholes
it
to
is
pay
a
that shit back.
pro-corporation, pro-oligarchy government. And these people right here, these 16 Democrats, are not for the people. They are not for moral clarity. These are morally duplicitous Democrats. This is a horrific example of any form of resistance. They should be banded together, loaded and locked in, and every single one of his nominees, if anybody will go to work for a man that tried to overthrow the federal government and have his vice president hung, and then pardons people that beat cops, if anybody will go to work for a man that is cankles deep in the middle of the Epstein files and covering up for pedophiles, they are morally disqualified. Therefore, those 16 senators that will vote for a person who will go work for a man like that are morally disqualified. The Democratic
I go
Party
all day. I don't even
is
realize I'm hungry, and then I start
completely
streaming, and all
out
of a
to
sudden I
lunch.
just want
No
to eat.
wonder we
eat
lost in
something.
2016. No wonder we lost in
Oh, it's
2024.
just me
It's
again.
because you think
Silly
the
me.
electorate is stupid and you offer no real alternative other than, harm reduction. Just harm reduction. And people now are getting so incredibly harmed because of because of how beholden you are to corporations. And shame on those 16 senators. That is an absolute disgrace. And I want to leave you all with this. Kamala Harris went on Jimmy Kimmel. And I've been saying this for a long time.
Oh my god, if she runs, she's
Why
gonna get
didn't the
smoked.
Democrats release the Epstein files?
Oh my god, she
If Joe
is going
Biden
to get
and
destroyed
the
if she
Biden
runs again.
administration, they have intel on Trump. We all saw what happened on January 6th. We all know how compromised he is on Putin. Hillary Clinton started screaming that in 2016. They didn't take it seriously. They take nothing seriously. They should have released the Epstein files. We should have gotten our hands dirty and released every single one of them. And yes, the pundits would have been like, oh, the Democrats are so lawless and this is so inappropriate. They should have released every single dirty deed in the files right in the middle of the 2024 campaign. And Jimmy Kimmel asked Kamala about this. We can't play it because of copyright, but I'm going to read it to you. Pop this up. Kimmel says, why didn't the Biden administration release the Epstein files? And Kamala responds, we strongly and rightly believe that there should be an absolute separation between what we wanted as an administration and what the Department of Justice did. This is the problem. This is the fundamental problem right here. We're playing two
You believe that, but
completely
apparently that
different
separation didn't
games.
exist.
We've always been playing two different games. This is why the Democrats lose. This is why the Democrats suck. Them not releasing this autopsy is why the Democrats suck. They treat their voters in a patronizing way. And for the Biden administration to believe that, oh, when you have fascism, you can't go around and tell everybody this man is compromised by Vladimir Putin and he will dismantle the Constitution. It will be the last election you ever vote in. You can't have that reality, Democrats. And then go, oh, while we had power, we just believed in a strong separation and blah, blah, blah. You get in there and you fucking fight because that's what they do. And the Democrats are puss boys. They puss out. The spiking of this autopsy is just puss boy shit. It's unbelievable how devastatingly disappointing and ineffective and lackluster and limp dick the Democrats are pumps. I can't even take it. I'm going to bang my head on my computer. And I would do it if it wouldn't virtually hurt your head. It makes me crazy, Pumps.
It's really unbelievable that people that are supposed to know better and be in positions to do better shit the bed the exact same way over and over and over. And here's the thing. I would love to think that separating the White House and the Justice Department, I believe that they believed it. I do. But we're not talking about a normal law, norm, regulation, moral, ethical movement. We're talking about fucking fascists that are criminals, that they don't give a fuck if they protect pedophiles or corporate shills or, Andrew Tate. They don't give a fuck as long as they get what they want. So
And here's what they should have done. When the Supreme Court
I agree.
started moving the law out of the way, when they said, oh, you need immunity so you can run again. When the Supreme Court didn't uphold the rule of law, when that institution, that should have been a signal to Biden and to Kamala and to DOJ. We're dealing with something completely different here, and we need to go nuclear. We need to get our hands dirty a bit. Leak all this shit. Leak Kanks right in the middle with Epstein. Everything you have, leak it. Leak every ounce of it, because they're not fucking around. The Supreme Court is going to install him forever. And you can't have it both ways, Democrats. You can't say this is the last election you're ever going to vote in and then not do everything in your power to prevent him from winning. And you know what? It's already been determined, Pumps, that Russia was the one that was causing this disruption on Election Day. Remember that?
Yes. And think about all the firebombs that were called into the cities in the bluest areas that they were shutting down voting. These people will fucking cheat. Trump, as deep in a insurrection, seditious conspiracy to not leave the White House. No prosecution, no special prosecutor for 2 fucking years. Are you kidding me? The guy in Brazil that did it, he's in jail because they took it seriously. They didn't assume and have integrity. And it's just, here's the thing. I would love all these things to be true in theory. These people have no fucking morals or ethics, period.
But I want to say this. Having integrity would have been charging him. Having integrity would be, oh shit, the Supreme Court is acting a little different here. This is alarming. This is a 5-alarm fire. They're giving him immunity. They ceded their integrity. They ceded their integrity. And the Democratic Party has no integrity. They use that word as a permission structure to make it look like they care. But here's the thing. The stuff about the Epstein files being released, it's all true shit. It's not the fake shit they make up on the other side. It's all true. And the fact that they didn't release it when MAGA was screaming, pulling their hair out, release, 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 they should have released it. They should have done everything in their power. But instead, everybody had to go babysit Joe Biden's ego. And then Kamala, when she ran, she didn't draw a strong enough contrast. And then she started trotting around with Liz Cheney. Now the DNC, the same fuckers that gave us this presidency, this horror show, the closing down of USAID, the killing of hundreds of thousands of the poorest, most innocent people on the planet, and they won't release the autopsy. It is beyond the pale. Fuck every single one of them. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Everybody.
All of them. All right.
All of them.
All right. That's all we have. I just don't think we can say anything else, right?
I did a quick Google here, because that number didn't seem right to me. Trump claimed 28,000 die yearly from Purdue snake bites. The real number is about 6.
That feels more correct. Hey everybody, welcome back to Speech Center. Tim, happy holidays.
Back at you. We're saying Merry Christmas over at the Bulwark, but to each your own.
Sure, I guess you want to take us back to those traditions. Santa came early this year in the form of a Vanity Fair profile for the fucking ages.
I thought you were talking about Lane Kiffin. Santa came early for me.
Oh.
Lane Kiffin. No,
And-
that wasn't it.
And that's an athlete of some kind.
Well, it's a coach.
There's been some sort of coaching thing going on involving the government. There's been some sort of government coaching issue that the levels of irony and anger and frustration, I have truly no idea what it's about.
And that's how I feel when I'm watching the clips from your Bravo spin-off show that you're working on, which is totally not a desperate attempt to get onto the Bravo network yourself.
You're right, Tim, it's not that. On today's show, Tim, we've got Speaker of the House Mike Johnson talking about whether or not there will be a Republican healthcare plan and more Trump delusion. But first, let's go to JD
Oh,
Vance,
yeah, I forgot
who
about the
reacts to
healthcare
Vanity
thing.
Fair's White House.
I don't care for him very much.
Right. We're not fans. By the way, it doesn't sound like Susie Wiles was that big of a fan based on some of her quotes. This is J.D. Vance responding to the Vanity Fair piece about White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles.
Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true.
Oh my god. So cringy.
I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we should actually let them develop some language skills. You know, I believed in this crazy conspiracy theory that the media and the government were covering up the fact that Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job.
Little projection there.
And I believed in the conspiracy theory that Joe Biden was trying to throw his political opponents in jail rather than win an argument against his political opponents. So, at least on some of these conspiracy theories, it turns out that a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the media admitted it. And that's my understanding.
Tim, I think that was the exact smartest thing he could have done in response to that article, honestly. The line about him being a conspiracy theorist is, I think it's said, my reading of it is that it reads like she was saying it in a wry, jocular way. And what she was talking about in that part of the conversation with Vanity Fair is that J.D. Vance understood the salience of Epstein because he's been a conspiracy theorist for a long time. And it's actually not the worst thing that she says about J.D. Vance in that piece, because in that piece, she says that Marco Rubio genuinely became somebody who believed Donald Trump was the right person for the job. It took him a while to get there. Take that what you will. J.D. Vance was more political because he was in a Senate race. That is the part where I don't think he has as fun a riff in response.
One of my biggest weaknesses as a political analyst and commentator for the foreseeable future is I just don't think that I can judge J.D. Vance fairly. He's like the inverse Timothée Chalamet for me. Like if Timothée Chalamet gave a horrific performance, I would not be able to tell. Like I would still think he deserved an Oscar.
Sure.
And I'm kind of like the inverse with that on JD. So I hear you. Like he's doing the riff that you would do if a liberal called you a conspiracy theorist. He's kind of pretending like it was a liberal that did it, not the White House Chief of Staff that works for Donald Trump. Regardless of how wry she was being when calling J.D. Vance a conspiracy theorist, it was very clear that she does not care for him. Like that he's not a particularly pleasant colleague, and that my instincts about how unappealing he is might be correct even as it extends to his own co-workers in the White House.
The piece is getting put through the filter of, wow, I can't believe she said all this crazy shit about Trump and Vance, and these quotes are terrible, how could she do this, blah, blah, blah.
God, it's
but
only 5?
on the whole, the piece is a really useful piece of journalism. Maybe you're not coming away shocked by what's inside of there, but there is, I think, a clarity in that what we see is what we're getting, whether it was the chaotic rollout of the tariffs. Yeah, he decided to do it, and the team wasn't on
What's up, buddy?
board. Or
Nobody fed you yet?
What was happening around immigration?
Go meow with them.
Yeah, it was chaotic, and mistakes were happening because they were bumbling through a draconian policy without having thought through the consequences.
To me, the big political takeaway from all this is if Susie, who seems savvy about politics, if nothing else, and JD, who cares about his 2028 future more than anything, both think that the energy, the group that they need to focus on is like conspiratorial podcast types, then that's probably right. You know, and like I think they're probably accurately assessing their own coalition and saying that that is a group that they need to appeal to.
Up next, we have just a small dose of lib cringe. Here's how Chuck Schumer opened his press conference on Instacart price gouging.
Instacart's still a thing?
Okay, so first I'm going to, of course, talk about Instacart and they're ripping off the consumer. And then, of course, I'm going to say a few words about the terrible shooting in Sydney, Australia. Okay?
Oh, my God.
So, and first, of course, as I always say, no matter what, go Bills. They beat the Patriots today. It's a big deal. Okay, so look, we're here today to shed light on a really shady practice.
No awareness.
Sorry. We're here today to shed light on a really shady price shakedowns happening at grocery store checkouts throughout
just
New
stop
York,
talking,
Long Island,
Chuck.
and the nation. I'm talking about Instacart.
Is that a so bad it's good type thing, though? Is it possibly a so bad it's good?
Why does it
situation.
not have the same feeling of when Bush said some version of these terrorists are monsters who must be stopped, now watch this drive? Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Do you
sure.
remember that? First of all, where is he? Where is he? Why is he in front of a black curtain with a dark sweater? Can't wear a dark sweater in front of a dark curtain. Can't do that. You disappear into the curtain. Also, there's something about like his AI. So his AI Instacart price gouging, and I trust
Who
that that's
uses
a problem.
Instacart?
I assume that there's something going on there where they're algorithmically kind of figuring out ways to squeeze people, right? I don't know.
I don't use Instagram, but I'm feeling gouged sometimes on the apps that I use.
Yeah, they get you. They get you.
Things do feel expensive with that Trumpflation. Yeah, I don't know. No, it doesn't have any of the charm of like kind of the mangled Bushisms, and which I can never quite remember which ones were him, which ones were Will Ferrell. But you know, it doesn't like have that really. You know, it's not really the job for him anymore. I think that we sort of have at the presidential level, for worse, I would say, certainly as regards to Trump, just kind of accepted the reality in the new media environment that like it's not really a country for Poppy Bush anymore. You know, you're not really looking for a president anymore that has no charm, that is more of a management person behind the scenes. And I do wonder if that now extends also to our leaders in Congress and the Senate. And it's something that Democrats need to think about, because you want a little bit more performance. What I kind of worry about, what I see happening, the reason why it's worth making fun of Chuck Schumer here is that, you know, part of the reason why we're here, Lovett, on this horrible timeline, is that in, what year would it have been? In 2022, you might remember this. There was a moment where it was like, there's going to be a red wave. And then the Republicans nominated a bunch of absolute lunatics like Carrie Lake and Herschel Walker. And so like the red wave was like more of like a red ripple, like it was like a little victory. And so I think a lot of Democrats started to say, you know what, look, it turns out like Biden and Schumer, the Biden-Schumer team are doing better than the experts think. There wasn't a red wave, so let's just stay the course. And now we're here. You know, and so I do think it's important that just because things are looking good for the Democrats right now, looking better, Trump is struggling, the poll numbers are up, there's still some things that need to be addressed, like Chuck Schumer.
First of all, AI price gouging Instacart, they're coming after New York's families. That's local. That's him doing his sort of local politics, and it's the way he always did his local politics. Go in front of a gas station, do a press conference, talk about how expensive gas is. People are waiting online to go to the bathroom at the theater. Let's introduce a bill that says there has to be more toilets in the women's rooms on Broadway. Like kind of message bills, message conferences that are about making sure people back home see you caring about the things that are bothering them, right? But it's all from another era, including an era where, like, I guess he thinks he needs to do, in one story, he's going to say "Go Bills." The other story, he's going to have his quotes about Australia. The third story is going to have his quotes about Instacart, and maybe that's happening. Maybe that matters. But the reality is, what matters is the video. The video now matters, not the bite. The whole thing is just not from this moment. And if he is the right person behind the scenes, maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. I would love for there to be a spokesperson for the party
turn the
that felt
temperature
more
down
like
on the beef.
a adroit at modern communication. And it'd be in his interest too.
Yeah, nominate a point man or woman. That's allowed.
Yeah,
that's allowed. There's no rules here. Doesn't have to be the Senate Majority Leader. You can be behind the scenes person and have a front senator.
Yeah,
that's totally fine.
It's kind of cool, actually. Susie Wiles had some mystique until last week.
Jinx, mystique. Don't you want mystique, Chuck?
Schumer, it's not too late. You can have mystique. But it wasn't just the readers of Vanity Fair who found that Christmas had come early. Donald Trump was at the White House Christmas reception, and he was on one.
Dr. James went on a trip to Peru. It's known for being a rather rough place. 28,000 people die a year from a snake bite, a certain snake. It's a viper, right? The viper missed him. It hit his jacket. The viper hit him a second time, and this time it got him on the arm. And because of Doc Ronnie Jackson, he was at the White House, and he knew from the description and the location what kind of a snake it was. The black mamba, the brown mamba, and the viper from Peru. you do not want to play games, okay? Dr. Jones wrote a book. The cover is unbelievable. You'll see it on Truth Social. It's on Truth Social. I put out a statement that this book is great. The story is incredible.
Pushing the book.
He said the good Lord saved him. I can maybe say that too. Every once in a while, I get that throbbing feeling. I say, thank you very much.
Ew. I don't want to hear about his throbbing feeling. I hadn't seen that clip. Jesus Christ. So he's pushing this guy's Venom and Valor book. He's doing book sales. What the fuck?
I did a quick Google here because that number didn't seem right to me.
Too many people?
28,000.
Too many people?
Yeah.
What'd you learn?
Trump claimed 28,000 die yearly from Peru's snake bites. The
Well,
real
that's not
number
good
is about
news.
6.
That feels more correct. It's just shocking to find out that 26,000 people are being killed by this one kind of snake, or even a few kinds of snakes. It would be a leading cause of death in the country, presumably. You know, there's something inside of us that prefers to be afraid of snakes than mosquitoes, you know?
Yeah.
There's something, I think, that makes us feel more validated by that, to face the fact that the enemy is actually tiny and all around you, as opposed to scary and of Halloween. Like, mosquitoes aren't a Halloween bug. You know what I mean? Spiders are. But mosquitoes are the scary bug. They're the ones that'll get you every time. You know? And humans, of course. Gotta watch out for humans and mosquitoes. And hippos, not sharks, you know? The hippos are lumbering and goofy, and so they're not seen as terrifying as the lithe and athletic shark.
Dogs would be towards the top of the list as well.
Yeah.
It's a popular take.
Yeah, no,
We
it's
got,
true.
yeah.
It's true.
Freshwater snails, maybe.
Well, the snails, you got to be careful. Hey, if you're going on some kind of fancy trip to a tropical place and you look in that water and you see a cone-shaped, beautiful shell, you leave that fucking there. If you're on a tropical vacation, you leave that cone snail in the ground.
I'll kill you.
I appreciate the note.
Speech Center is brought to you by OneSkin. If you're like me, your skin needs some extra care this time of year. Between colder weather and the holidays fast approaching, it can feel like nonstop stress to your system. That's why I've continued to rely on OneSkin. I'm a huge fan of OneSkin. I'm a fan of OS1 Face. I really like the eye cream. I really like the lip balm that they have. It's really important to have a nightly and morning routine, and OS1 is a great thing to make a part of it. At the core is their patented OS1 peptide, the first ingredient proven to target senescent cells, the root cause of wrinkles and crepiness and loss of elasticity, all key signs of skin aging. And these results have now been validated in 5 different clinical studies. OneSkin stands out for their science-first approach to skin aging, delivering hydration, barrier support, and powerful longevity benefits in every product. OneSkin is also launching their limited edition holiday sets, including the Nightly Rewind gift set, which is one of those rare gifts that's both impressive and genuinely useful, providing an upgrade to anyone's nightly routine, featuring their best-selling face moisturizer, their new peptide lip mask, and a cooling gua sha tool. You gotta use the gua sha tool. Each component of the set is designed to work together as your body enters its natural nightly repair mode, helping renew skin at the cellular level for a stronger, smoother, more resilient skin. For a limited time, try OneSkin for 15% off using code SPEECH at oneskin.co/speech. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. That's oneskin.co/speech. Use code SPEECH for 15% off. Up next, here's Speaker of the House Mike Johnson getting pressed about why it's taken so long to deal with healthcare when so many Americans' plans are about to go up starting in the new year.
You guys were out for 2 months during the shutdown. Why has it taken until the end of the year to start addressing, putting to the floor these healthcare bills? And what is your message to those who are going to see their premiums rise next year anyway?
He doesn't
because
care.
It seems unlikely that
This good Christian doesn't care.
Since
people
the
are gonna
Unaffordable
suffer.
Care Act became law 15 years ago,
Oh my God.
we have been working steadily
Unaffordable
producing
Care
ideas,
Act.
trying to address this. We tried to repeal and replace it, as you all know, in our ultimately
Replace
failed
with what,
attempt
buddy?
back in the first Trump administration in the end of 2017.
Replace with what?
The famous John
Explain.
McCain thumbs down tanked the effort. The roots of Obamacare, the Unaffordable Care Act, have gotten so deep in the system that it's no longer
So
possible to just
cringy.
pull it out at the root and chop it off and start over. It's
funny.
too deeply
It's the
ingrained. And so now we have to
Unaffordable
take
Care
it step by step
Donald
to
Trump
reduce
says
and
that, and he's
repair,
so
reduce
cool.
cost and repair the system. And that's the ideas that we have.
Interesting. It's an interesting story about how they've steadily worked at replacing Obamacare. It's a sort of it's a hare and tortoise. It's a hare and tortoise sort of thing, Tim. Hare and
I don't
tortoise.
know.
Tortoise.
The tortoise. The
Hare and the
tortoise?
tortoise. What?
I'm not sure that they're even the tortoilist. Here's the strange thing for me, and I know that it's usually you asking me why Republicans act the way they act. Like, this is a confusing one for me because why don't they just do it? Like, why don't they just extend the subsidies? Like, why go through this rigmarole at all? It's not as if Donald Trump
Democrats want to extend
has
it too.
a deep, abiding ideological commitment
do
to
not have the
market-based
capacity
healthcare reforms, nor does Mike Johnson seem to have an abiding commitment
on
to any
things that will
to
legitimately
anything.
help people.
I don't understand what is the point of this? Like, that is not a compelling message for anyone. It's not making anyone feel any better. It feels like it's a message
If
just
they
for the other
capitulate
people in the room,
in a way
people in the room.
that helps people,
Yeah, what I can't
the people will
totally
realize
understand is even if this is Mike Johnson's
that democratic
position,
policies
I understand why this would
are
be his
legitimately
position,
better for them.
because if he were to say, let's extend the subsidies, he would be able to pass something through the House, but I think within a matter of minutes, he would stop being the Speaker of the House. So I think that's what's on.
Would he?
Yeah, I do.
What if Trump told him to do it?
I think there's a reason Trump's not telling him to do it, and I think that there are enough House members with genuine ideological commitments, maybe not as strongly felt as Thomas Massie, but who are truly ideologically opposed to the deficit increase and the cost.
It's because Obama's
in the name, but they genuinely do not believe in this Obamacare system. They don't think these subsidies should exist. They don't want to spend the money. They don't want to see the increase in deficit. I think there's enough people with that genuine conviction who are not in districts in which they can lose their seat. What doesn't make sense is, it seems to me Johnson's best bet here is a discharge petition that does the extension with Democratic votes and a few House Republican votes that then goes over to the Senate and is passed. That, to me, is what I can't make sense of. Like, I'm surprised that they weren't even able to bring the Cassidy bill, or there's two bills over in the Senate, one of which was nothing. You know, whatever it was, 1,000. Hey, you want help here? Here's $1,000 bucks. Do with it what you will. Get some, I don't know, balms, maybe some posies or something. But there was a compromise bill, and I'm a little bit baffled too as to why one of those isn't against the wishes of leadership on its way to Trump's desk.
I think it's because Trump is sleepy. I think it's sleepy Trump. Sorry to
He's
do
a
resistance
bitch.
porn for you on Speech Center.
Yeah.
But I think that a more adept and adroit and awake and younger aspiring autocrat would just give people their healthcare subsidies and just figure out a way to let that happen, rather than be pushed around by a couple dweebs in the Freedom Caucus.
Lastly, Trump is asked about his vile post about Rob Reiner and whether or not he is going to stand by it, and wouldn't you know it, he doesn't walk it back.
A number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite. That I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad.
You know
for
that a
our
claim
country.
is legitimate?
Yeah.
If
It's kinda
he's
nice
calling
that
it a
Trump doesn't
hoax.
take it, actually. I mean, he's an awful, cruel, deeply dark human being. So it's nice just to see it clearly. Reiner, just two of the things I'd mention is, like at the beginning of his career, he's on All in the Family, which is like modeling discussion across political differences. It's like essentially the whole conceit of the show, which is a great show. And you know, since it's the two gays talking, we should say that after California voted for Prop 8, making gay marriage illegal, it was Rob and Michelle Reiner, his wife, who's also murdered, until I got with a couple political operatives, recruited Ted Olson, who had argued on the Bush side of Bush v. Gore, to challenge that and take it to the Supreme Court. And here we are. And Rob Reiner was you know, somebody that really was a stalwart in like working for that and organizing it, not just like posting on Instagram that love is love, which is nice, which we appreciate when actors do that. But,
He did actual
more than that.
work. He was on Love or Leave It, and he really roasted the fuck out of me right when he came on stage about the monologue. He said, "What percentage of those jokes do you think actually landed?" Which was very funny and absolutely devastating. And I was like, "What do you know, Rob Reiner, about comedy?" And you know, it's funny you brought up All in the Family. Carol O'Connor, who played Archie Bunker,
of course,
gave an interview once. He was asked about it. He said, I get why people love Archie Bunker, and I get why people find Archie lovable and funny, but it's worth keeping in mind that Archie Bunker was miserable because his politics that he didn't choose, that a lot of what he had learned about women and people of other races that he was trained to believe from a young age had made it harder for him to be happy and harder for him to accept change, and that the character may have brought a lot of people joy and entertainment, but he himself, the character, was lost because he couldn't see to the other side of the biases that were given to him or that he had taken on early in his life, and he couldn't move past it, and actually made his life much harder and much worse, which is a funny way for Carroll O'Connor to refer to this character, and I think one of the reasons the show works. And we all recognize that person and have an affinity for that person on some level, that we see that person in our own lives. But I was just thinking about Trump and the way he's behaving and how it kind of reflects the same thing, that this is a person that could not grow out of their own flaws and egotism and biases of youth. And so a person that is largely beloved is murdered. His wife is murdered. And you can't find one good word to say about him, which is very uncommon amongst real people. I think real people do not find it so difficult to pass this empathy test. But Trump and a lot of hyper-online people, and the kind of people that are drawn to being hyper-online, politically engaged people, I think struggle with it. And it does tell you something about the poison that hyper-online people are putting into their brains every day, Trump included. Obviously, that's a dark story. I will say there's some hope, or at least I think there's something to be said for here we are at the end of this year, and a lot of Republicans, I think, themselves are exhausted by Trump and are willing to say, like, hey, this is shitty, and we're going to call it shitty. So I think that points to the ways in which he's been weakened. I'm surprised by how I think it turned into an inflection point, but Thomas Massie, during the Epstein vote, he was saying, in a way that I am sure every member of Congress saw, there will be a day after Trump. You will have always voted to protect pedophiles. There's something about that as like a signal moment in this era that I do think matters, and having a few of those people, the Nancy Maces, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Massies.
You had me with you until you said the Nancy Maces.
I know,
Let's
but you
just
did it.
stand on a high note with Thomas Massie.
It just tells you, these are not, look, these are fine, sure. But there are people who are saying, where are my people going so that I might lead them? Yeah. And I do think that matters. And so after a long year, I do enter 2026 with, I think it is a rational position, Tim, yes or no, to enter 2026 a little bit more hopeful than we entered 2025. Yes or no?
Yes.
That's right. That's right.
Not that much more. A little bit more.
Let the resistance flow through you. Do you feel that in your bones? Do you feel the cringe rising up?
Hello, everyone. This is JVL here with my best friend, Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. Sarah,
look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're listening to the show and not doing the video feed, boy, are you missing something special. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep the tissue box with me. I'll off camera blow.
I've woken up. Can we talk about how healthy I've been relative to you? Like, I have been fine. You have been sick a lot.
It's too many kids in the house. This is one of those things. Half of my kids are sick, and I could see it coming. You know, because your body can only hold out so long.
Yeah,
your immune system is like the Alamo, right? Like you can hold out for a long time, but eventually it all falls. Unimportant. What's important is your jacket.
Oh yeah,
is it a velvet smoking jacket?
I think it's velour. You know,
velour.
I don't really know because I picked it up at like a consignment shop. Actually, it was. I unexpectedly went to the White House Christmas party. I don't know, maybe like last year or something, and I was like, oh no, I can't just wear jeans. And
sure you can.
I mean, I don't think I can to the White House. But anyway, I bought this jacket for it. Now it is my holiday jacket. It's very soft. Yeah.
It's a hell of a look.
That is a hat made by one Katrin Kuiper.
Our friend Katrin Kuiper, who is
twin. I have its
unbelievable crocheter. I think this is crochet, not knitting. She is off the hook, and this is the pattern. I believe she said was it's an ugly sweater hat. And so this is the hat version of an ugly Christmas sweater. Thank you, Katrin.
Thank you. We love them.
You're the best. I wear this thing all the time.
I wear
my
mine
kids
too.
steal it from me. They love it. All right, so I'm just going to strap it on, and by which I mean my football helmet, to make it through this show. Just trying to get to the weekend. I guess so. I'm halfway through a triad today.
Okay.
And I want to get a sanity check from you.
Okay.
Okay, because here's the thesis of the triad. Pretend it is October 2024. And
I lived through that. I was there.
You lived through that, right? And you sit down with Hugh Hewitt or Scott Jennings or any one of those people and you say, Sir, I have just stepped out of a time machine and I'm reporting from the future that if Donald Trump wins, he's going to hang giant glowering portraits of himself from federal buildings. He is going to, without asking anybody, demolish the east wing of the White House in an effort to build a presidential palace with his name on it. He is going to deploy massed federal agents into the streets of America to simply snatch people into unmarked cars. He's going to deploy the military to American cities. He's going to put his name on the Institute of Peace. He's going to name himself chairman of the Kennedy Center. He's going to rename the Kennedy Center after himself. He is going to have the Treasury and the Mint create a coin with his face on it in defiance of all precedent about not having living presidents' faces on coins, like fucking Caesar. And he is also going to stage a cage fight between men on the lawn of the White House for his amusement and entertainment.
I hope no one shows up.
And then he is going to establish something he calls the Patriot Games, in which one boy and one girl from each province
I seriously
are
thought that was an AI
compete
video.
for the glory of the Capitol. These people would have said, "You're out of your goddamn mind. This is Trump derangement syndrome. You are simply taking all of the things from your stupid YA dystopian novels and pretending that that's going to be Donald Trump's America. None of that will ever happen." And 12 months later, they will all defend these things to the death. Oh, of course. It's great. Everybody loves UFC. This is what, you don't like patriots? You don't like young people being patriots? Of course we want to give them chances to really show the pride in their states and their territories. Of course. Oh, there's no law saying that he can't put his name on the coin. I think it's perfectly good. Like all the... We are living through almost the worst version of what we could have predicted, I think, in many ways.
Can I just say, it's interesting what you just chose to outline, because in many ways they are the cosmetic manifestation of the authoritarian impulse of Donald Trump that also has a corresponding policy. So, for example, I would also throw in there, he's going to wrongly deport people who are allowed to be here, to torture prisons and gulags in other countries in defiance of court orders that told him to turn the planes around. He is going to, although this is a cosmetic one too, he's going to spend all his time focused on building an enormous ballroom that is funded by private businesses who are trying to curry favor with him. He is going to sue at least 5 major media companies, several of which he's going to sue for billions of dollars for printing things like the letter he sent to Jeffrey Epstein, which he and his chief of staff say is not something he did, even though it came directly from the Epstein estate. He is going to, in court, challenge the direct constitutional mandate for birthright citizenship. He's going to just, by fiat, throw that out. He's going to release the January 6th prisoners who are going to go on to commit many crimes. He's going to work very hard to try to get Tina Peters. She's going to get, he's going to, what is it?
trying to get her pardoned, even though she was convicted at the state level.
He pardoned her like via tweet, but of course she was convicted in a state court, and therefore he can't. He would move Ghislaine Maxwell to a club-fed prison for reasons undisclosed. He would send a DM he would send a public DM intended for Pam Bondi, his AG, directing her to seek retribution against his enemies, like Tish James and James Comey, all of which will end up being thrown out in court because they are so ridiculous. Let's see what else as we're doing our recaps. I don't know if you saw what he did to the White House recently with inserting himself into all the plaques on
the plaques which he had made for this stuff. So he's established his Walk of Fame for the presidents, and he uses this to throw shade at the presidents he does not like. So he has like the portrait of the pen for Joe Biden, and on the Obama thing, I think Obama is the only president for whose middle name is used.
Yeah.
Everybody else gets a middle initial.
Sure.
We get his middle name and then like talks about how terrible he was. It's just score settling. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. And again, I say to you, despite what's her face, Susie Wiles said
42
about him absolutely wanting to give other people a chance in 2028. Do you think that he would do all of these cosmetic things, which can easily be undone by a Democratic president, if he thought there was a chance that he could be humiliated by having all of these things ripped down in 3 years?
Nope.
I don't think so.
I do. I should have known you were going to walk me into this. Your third term.
I'm not saying he's going to do it, but I think he's going to try, right? We got a report this week that Alan Dershowitz is going to brief him on actually there is a totally constitutional way that he should be allowed to do it.
Yeah, he might. Look, he might try. I like the idea of him trying, actually, I'll say, okay. But again, I just go back to, this is in no way putting faith in Trump or anything else. I agree he will do all the bad things. My
it's going to make it heavier.
Pushback is really actuarial. And if Trump was 50, I would be so deeply concerned about what he was going to try to do. But Trump is going to be 83 at the end of his term. Yeah. He is already, and have you and I been together to talk about the speech he gave?
We haven't, but let me just throw one other thing. Like, when we talk about a third term, it isn't just him. Let's pretend that he does the Susie Wiles thing, and he's like, no, I really want to give JD a chance. I think that sounds ludicrous, but that's okay. Like, do we think that he is not going to use the power of the presidency to make sure that JD wins?
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the idea that, like, of course we're going to have a free and fair election. I don't know. This guy isn't acting like he assumes that we're going to have free and fair elections. Yeah. He's acting like he thinks that he can make sure that while he's alive at least, nothing that he has done gets undone.
Yeah. You know, look, I don't want to push back so forcefully because I just agree with you that it would be silly to have looked at everything we know about Trump, and I just won't be one of these people that's like, it's all so ludicrous for look at their Trump derangement syndrome talking about this. I of course won't do that.
He would never stage human cockfights on the White House lawn.
Yeah, we have been right about him the whole time, to varying degrees. About, I don't know that we all knew precisely what he might do, but we knew the degree to which a person, and this is where, that Rob Reiner tweet that you and I discussed, like, the thing about Trump, and the thing that I think we've understood that a lot of people on the right don't, is that Trump is a very bad person deep down. He's not a flawed person. He's not a person with human frailty, whatever. He is, to his core, a bad person, maybe even an evil person. And like there are, I mean, not to sound like George Conway, but like there are pathologies there that are so clear, the sort of sociopathic, narcissistic pathologies.
Wait,
and so I think we were always correct about how bad it could be. Like, you shouldn't rule things out when you have somebody who's that bad a
Power
person
distributor. Where
in
do I
charge.
fix that?
Who knows what he might do? But again, I think, like, I also, though, don't want to pretend that there aren't genuine structures that do provide guardrails on this particular thing. And I'll be interested to see, this is why the birthright citizenship thing is actually quite the test, because if they took it up, the Supreme Court, and I assume what they're going to do is laugh it out of court, say like, nope, flagrantly unconstitutional. But if they, and if they do that, right, then okay, at least we've got a Supreme Court that is still abiding by the black and white text of the Constitution, which means that they will say, absolutely not, this guy can't run. And he would have to, like, run again, or like we would know it sooner rather than later if he was going to try and do it.
I think so.
And so, like, but there are real things that will work against it. So one is Constitution. Second is actuarial, right? He may just be too old. The third is public opinion. And public opinion is cratering. So I've talked for a long time about how we need to get him below what I'm going to call the Bush line. And that is George W. Bush left office at 32%. And he was so unpopular that not only did the next two Republican candidates lose to Barack Obama, but it left the party open to the Donald Trump reshaping.
Yeah, the next Republican who won
and so
repudiated Bush. And didn't
repudiated Bush, exactly. Yeah. And so to me, the best thing I can think of is that Donald Trump needs to leave office so unpopular that the Republican Party, I'm not saying it goes back to Mitt Romney, John McCain days, because I'm quite certain that's not the case, but there will be efforts to shift from what Trump did. That is my pushback on why.
I hope. Again, I'm not talking about results. Like, I don't know where this all ends up.
Yeah.
It just looks to me like a guy who doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, but can I just say that I don't know if you feel this way, and I'm again hesitant to talk about things like walls closing in or wheels coming off. Did this feel like a wheels off week? Like on Monday, it started with the tweet about the Reiner's murder, in which, again, and George and I were talking about this on our pod, where George was pointing out, Trump is saying in the early morning hours before anybody knows anything that it was one of his followers, like the implication of that it was one of his people who did it, and that they were justified in doing it because of the TPS.
He's trying to wish political violence into existence.
And so that happens Monday, and it draws some genuine pushback from some Republicans, although, again, I want to overemphasize the number of people who are like, oh, I haven't seen it, or it's not how I would have said it. Like, it didn't draw the level of condemnation that it deserved by any stretch of the imagination. But there was I think there was relatively universal revulsion at the sentiment.
There's a lot,
and
of
a lot of people just went quiet. A lot of people went quiet.
A lot of strategic silence.
Totally, I agree, 100%. Yeah, all the people who were around Jay Jones or whatever was like, put it on me, tell us how, wrong he is, which, by the way, we were doing.
Or like,
same thing with Charlie.
Retweet somebody and somebody condemning him, and that was enough. Right? See, well, I retweeted somebody saying it was bad.
Yeah, you guys are embarrassing yourselves. Wait, why did I start talking about this?
Wheels Off Week.
Oh, Wheels Off Week. So that's Monday. Tuesday, we get the Vanity Fair article, which we broke down on TNL extensively, but at the time it had just come out, and I think we were we were looking at it being like, why did she do this? Like, what is the reason? And I think, you think about it for a little bit and you say, well, this had to have been sanctioned. Even the people that she dinged weirdly in the piece, like JD, they're all circling the wagons, which means Trump told them, get out there.
They sat for the interviews too.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like she was secretly doing these interviews and nobody knew it.
Right. But maybe they didn't know what she said about them. But
Sure.
I do think that for a lot of us, we thought the initial blush is like, how does she get away with this? This is, isn't she going to get in trouble? It should end her career. But then you realize, you know what? Part of this clearly was sanctioned and meant to do a few things. The getting out there on, yeah, we don't actually have the goods on Clinton. Yeah, Trump's all over the Epstein files, but he's not doing anything awful. And they were just young playboys together. Like, you start to realize how, yeah, we're gonna keep bombing with dirt. Like, it's meant to soft drop a lot of things so that when they come up in more, like, we start to get more Epstein stuff and we see that Trump's all over them. It's meant to be like, oh yeah, well, everybody knew that. Nothing new. Nothing
Socialize
awful
these
here.
things. Right.
Yeah, that's right. Which is what they did with the abortion. I mean, I have always maintained that the abortion decision was leaked not by somebody who was an enemy of it, but by somebody who wanted to get it out there, get the outrage out of the way.
All those people who are demanding that they find who leaked that, who was trying to put the... Yeah, they all went quiet after they got the decision they wanted, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Alito.
But so okay, so that's Monday and Tuesday, right? Crazy stuff. What else? Then Wednesday, was it Wednesday night? He gives Wednesday night he gives this speech that was the most insane thing I have ever seen. He is shouting.
So far.
He is shouting. And it, you know what? To me, it reminded me of like an inverse Joe Biden health event. Like if Joe Biden's health event was kind of losing his train of thought and saying we finally beat Medicare or whatever because his like brain was shutting down. Trump's was like the opposite, where it was like somebody pumped him full of Adderall, gave him a really quickly moving prompter, and he just got up and like shouted and sniffed his way through it. And like you could tell that they had hastily been like, we need a reason for this speech that is not, because it's just rehashed grievance stuff from him. He's not. We all thought maybe he was going to announce that we're going to war with Venezuela, because we're certainly acting like we're about to go to war with Venezuela. So we thought maybe we'd get like a detail on that, some thoughts on it. No, it was all Joe Biden was the worst president. We've lowered costs for everything. In fact, costs are going down by 1,000%. And you're like, wait, are they going to pay us to take the thing? Like, none of the math is mathing. He's talking about how the tariffs are great. And then quickly he's like, we're giving this dividend to our great soldiers.
The warrior dividend.
Of course, it turns out.
Can you just fix the barracks, please?
$76.
And of course, that particular dividend was taken from money allocated to soldiers already, so there was nothing new in it. He was robbing Peter to pay.
Just renaming the housing.
So this is so by the time you get to Friday here, I mean, and then there's all the people around him. Kash Patel going on podcasts with Katie Miller, with his girlfriend, that drops while there's an active killer at large that the FBI has not managed to catch, which, by the way, just as a breaking news item, he was caught or he committed suicide and they found him. No thanks to Kash Patel, though.
Once again, the FBI did not actually get the guy, did they?
No. Dan Bongino becomes the first prominent, he's not a cabinet member, I guess, but he's the deputy FBI director who decides, you know what, podcasting and being able to not have any truth boundaries is much better for me. I'm going back to that.
I'd much rather be paid for my opinions.
Yeah. He's like, you can't lie as much as I would like to be able to in this role. So I don't know, JVL, does it not make you feel like and also his poll numbers are dropping precipitously. We got bad jobs numbers.
Bad jobs, and the inflation numbers, which were not terrible.
Yeah.
People pulled them apart and immediately they're unbelievably flawed. So the inflation numbers are absolutely not to be trusted. As for instance, for the October period, they assumed 0% rise in cost of rents. 0. That's not a thing. That's not how it works. And anyway, so the point is, like, the inflation numbers, which weren't good, they just weren't terrible. Even they are, we already know that they have to be totally discounted because, like, who the fuck knows?
Yeah. Now the problem is the administration's taken over the numbers, right? In ways that we can no longer trust. They are, working to fire members of the FTC. They have completely dismantled DOJ. And all the independent agencies have stopped being independent. Today, Brendan Carr at the FCC, they changed their website to say that it's no longer an independent agency.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does to me feel like as we get toward the end of the year, the amount of damage that Trump is doing perhaps even exceeded our expectations in some of the brazenness of it. Like, we knew how bad we knew it was going to be so bad because he's a bad person, but, like, you don't always know which direction it's going to go. But, like, we get the news this week about how ineffective Doge was, how useless it was, and instead we've just killed people all over the world by removing USAID support, as well as removing some of our soft power. And I feel like it's starting to catch up. And so, like, I don't know if you believe that, but to me, going into the end of this year, it feels like Trump is at a low point. It feels like he is at his weakest that he has been. And it feels like the pushback is starting. The fracturing on the right is starting. The treating him as a lame duck is starting. The Epstein stuff is closing in. Like, I don't know. What do you think? Am I being too optimistic, Sarah?
I think it feels a little bit like that. Yeah. And Erica Kirk, Saint Erica Kirk, went out and said that she supports J.D. Vance for president in 2028, which I thought, it's kind of ambitious. A little weird to do an endorsement for a guy who hasn't declared that he's running, and who you don't know who he's running against. It's odd. Why would you do that?
What is your reason? What do you think?
Oh, who could say? I'm just asking questions, Sarah.
And I genuinely don't know the implication of what you're saying. So.
And I don't either.
Okay.
I don't either. I'm just saying that it's weird to endorse somebody for president who hasn't said that they're running for president, and when you don't know who else is running against them because the race is so far off, and when even the guy who's sitting in the chair currently has not publicly committed to leaving. It's a weird thing. Just saying, it's a weird thing, that's all. At the same time, if Trump hadn't done tariffs, he'd be sitting at like 44% voting.
Docking procedure completed.
Right, 46%.
Probably.
If he'd done everything else except the tariffs, he'd be at like 46%. And it's possible the Supreme Court will save him from himself on the tariffs. You know, like that is a little yikes. That's a little yikes. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, this should have been, we didn't do we were doing predictions. What was my prediction? Now I can't even remember, but I was sort of racking my brain. But it should have been this. It should have been that the Supreme Court saves Trump from himself on tariffs.
Chemical
and
manipulators.
that we do have a modest economic rebound as a result, potentially before 2026. The only thing about it, but I'll offer this as minor pushback on that. He's so committed to the tariffs, and talking to Catherine Rampell, it sounds like there are additional ways that even if the Supreme Court does this, that he could still find other ways and means to do it.
I think that's right.
And so I think the question is whether he will be not overruled, but whether somebody will try to get him to leave them off just enough to let things bounce back for 2026 and then say, you can put them back on after the midterms, whatever.
I mean, I think actually the damage has been so sufficient that even if they are taken off, there won't be that much relief. I mean, we're going the wrong direction. It was amazing that we had a soft landing that we did. Soft landings are very delicate things and hard to, I think he screwed us. Hold on a minute. Sorry, I have to sneeze.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Sorry for the sneezing. But we're going to take the rest of the show for just Forward Plus members. Treat yourself. Come on, TNL fam. Come and hang out with us. We give you everything for free, basically, except for the...
Right now, Donald Trump in the Oval Office has a gay problem.
Wait, what are you saying?
Donald Trump has a large faction of gay Republicans.
That's fine.
No, that's not fine. That's
Okay.
not fine.
Wow.
That's not fine. I'm a social conservative. I'm against
I'm
it.
a social conservative
Are you
too.
against gay marriage?
The first prompt is Donald Trump perfectly embodies conservative values. Can they agree a step forward?
Oh my God, I don't know how anyone could. Oh God.
As an American and as a small c conservative myself, I have an interest in conserving this country, what makes this country great, our founding principles, things like that. And I do think that President Trump does a phenomenal job at trying to conserve those values and those principles.
In the respect of, protecting borders,
If
really
you think he's a
prioritizing
conservative, you
family,
don't know the
values
definition
and family
of the word
unity,
conserve.
correcting our education system, fighting back against what ruined my home country of Iran, where the socialists joined hands with the Islamists, and we see what happened there.
That's
I think
because
that
the
he sees all of
US
that very clearly and has a good grasp of not just domestic issues, but also
US
has a great
involvement.
grasp of foreign policy
propped up
issues. I feel like he's the
the
first
authoritarians.
president who sees things clearly.
Can they disagree a step forward?
One of my hugest issues with Donald Trump is the family values issues because, he's an adulterer. His friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, super concerning. His treatment of women, the civil case against him for sexual abuse with Jean Carroll. I mean, all that is not indicative of someone who values family.
When I think of conservatism, I think small government. And right now, I don't know how you all feel, but I feel like we have the biggest government in our life that I've ever experienced. We have National Guard walking our streets. We have ICE being militarized. We have the Bible, the Trump Bible, being sent to schools such as in Alabama that they are making their educators teach. This is not the America that I've always known. I'm a believer as a traditional Republican in small government. I think that what he is doing is a far overreach of what a president should be doing, because I know your argument is we need to get back to what America, was, but my question for you is, what is America? What is your definition of what does it mean to be an American? What are American principles for you?
Well, I'd like to respond actually, because I think when you talk about small c conservative, and you talk about small government, it's small in scope, but it is a powerful government. So when it comes to using the National Guard to uphold immigration law, I think that's totally acceptable because that does fall under the federal government. It's, that's one of the main things that they do is enforce immigration law, life, liberty,
Cognitive
property,
dissonance.
right? So
That is cognitive
we want a
dissonance.
strong government in those regards. What we don't want is the government in our healthcare, in our education. And I do see the Trump administration as wanting to reduce the scope in that regard.
But why do you think that the courts are preventing the National Guard?
They're not. They're not. They have no jurisdiction over the executive branch. The Supreme Court has ruled in favor of Trump every single time. Using the National Guard to protect federal agents, there's nothing unconstitutional about that.
I think to get back to the prompt, they were saying was is Trump the perfect embodiment? Now, I didn't come forward because I don't think he's the perfect embodiment. No way is he the perfect embodiment. But neither was George Bush Sr. I don't even think Ronald Reagan was the perfect embodiment of what I would consider myself as
This
a
dude
conservative.
loved Ronald Reagan until about 10 years ago.
Just the best person that can bring a coalition together so that we can maintain this side of the Overton window about what conservative values are.
Right, but that's why I wanted to challenge CJ. Would you consider rule of law, respecting the rule of law, a conservative value?
Absolutely. That's why I did not vote for Donald Trump.
But if Donald Trump is upholding the rule of law as it relates to federal immigration, immigration enforcement, absolutely. It's
undocumented migrants are protected under Amendments 4, 5, 6, and 14. So if you're not going to give them their due process, and you're going to arrest them at their court hearings, of which they are literally trying to just follow the law to becoming a citizen, do you find that's a problem?
But they're not following the law to become a citizen. That's the entire point.
Under asylum law, they have a pathway to citizenship.
See, to me, Trump is the best answer to keeping an America where we can have these kind of conversations going.
I'm actually really worried about the suppression of free speech. There is a compact for excellence in higher education that's being bandied about, and they want the universities to sign on to it. And they want to define what free speech is, the Trump administration. We don't need a definition of free speech. We know what it is. The courts have already declared that.
You don't really know if that definition is going to limit free speech or not.
Just the fact that they're saying we're going to define free speech and let you know what it is, that in and of itself is a problem.
I hear that. I don't support these anti-Semitism laws that are coming out, right? But again, what Trump is preserving is that framework that we can argue anti-Semitism laws, pro-Semitism laws. We can still argue that.
But what do you make of the lawsuits, though, where he's suing NBC and he's suing anyone who is giving him press?
The lawsuits specifically aren't opinion-based or expressing opinions. They were defamation suits.
They were defamation
lawsuits, and he won.
Well, yeah, he did win.
Here's the deal.
No, they
did
settled.
he file a lawsuit?
They settled.
Or did he go and shut them down with the power of the federal government? Which one did he do?
We have Colbert
it's
that's going to be no longer having his show.
Colbert cost the network too much money.
He's the #1 rated talk show host.
Yes, the #1 rated, which is, look, this show that we're on will get more views than Colbert.
Exactly.
Trump had a lawsuit against Colbert. Part of the lawsuit, there was an exchange of Paramount buying out, I believe it was CBS.
He's on CBS. Yeah, he's part of the whole
And so
Skydance
Trump pressured them to get Colbert out of there in order for that to go through, that sale. And he's trying to do the same thing with Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay.
Can you share why you did not vote for Trump a little bit?
I work in real estate. I can spot a con man from a mile away. When somebody asks him a specific question, he does not answer that question. Instead, he'll say, oh, did you see Barron hit a home run in Little League? Oh, that was one. He diverts.
Who is better than Donald Trump? I'd love to know, because in 2 years, we're going to have to answer that question as a party.
Yeah. I am concerned about how we're headed. I mean, he's definitely consolidating power in the executive branch, and we have a very, it's a fragile system. It's a legislative, judicial, and executive. And right now, it's all the powers going there. He's pressuring the FCC. He's pressuring the DOJ. By the way, he wants $230 million because of this lawsuit. Oh, and the Fed. I mean, wants the Fed to do what he wants it to do, and the Fed has to stay independent. That's how our system runs. We can't have a partisan Fed.
Trump is protecting pedophiles by not releasing the Epstein files. Can they agree a step forward?
I'm not sure if he's purposely trying to protect molesters, but I think he's inadvertently doing it by not releasing them. I mean, if Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying, let's have transparency, let's release the files, I mean, then it needs to get done.
If Bill Clinton is in the list, he needs to be arrested. If it's Donald Trump, he needs to be arrested. We don't know. But what we do know is that he ran his campaign on this issue. The issue came up. Pam Bondi said herself that she was going to be working on this issue as a priority. And then all of a sudden, once it's looked into, oh, what list? He's kind of just pushing this under the table. In fact, saying, oh, Epstein, why are you still talking about Epstein?
He capitalized on the energy and in some sense facilitated a sort of awakening where people realize just how corrupt the world is. I think a lot of people who voted saw Trump and partially is bulldozing not only just these political, but these networks, these blackmail networks, these really sinister underpinnings of society. And look, it's one thing with the Epstein files, let's say hypothetically, oh, what if there was nothing there? I mean, even though I think that's a stretch, but the fact that he went on a shaming campaign, that's what kind of sparked me. Like, hold on a sec. He said, why are you asking this? You're like the Democrats. You must believe all the hoax. You are silly. I don't even want you to be my follower. Why are you asking this? It was a very gaslighting style, and it was very concerning to me.
All right. Can the disagree a step forward?
This is a problem I have with a lot of the Epstein file stuff. It's almost like there's what's that word? Like this fixation on the.
Wait, you think we should stop talking
No,
about the Epstein
look.
files?
There's all kinds of stuff that's really gray. It hasn't come.
So you're saying the Epstein files is really gray?
Is
that what you're saying?
It's really
How
gray.
gray is P. Diddy? Is that
So
Okay.
it's great, but here's the deal. We don't have to argue
See,
about
here come
what's really going on with the
here
Epstein
come the
files when
excuses.
hundreds of thousands of children are being murdered at Planned Parenthood clinics. It's a matter of priority.
Oh, see,
Let's
see?
get Planned Parenthood permanently
Yep,
defunded.
that's more
before
important.
We go and try to
Attacking
fix
Planned
this
Parenthood,
Epstein
not
files.
not billionaires.
I disagree to a certain extent. We can have
Molesting
multiple priorities
teenagers.
at the same time, and there are going to be certain people that have different vested interests. Of course, I disagree with
Gotta
how
stop all
the,
that all that birth
communication
control.
was, especially in the initial go around with the Epstein files and the phase
freaking
1,
cope
phase
is
2 releases. I
disgusting.
disagree with how that was handled wholeheartedly, and I've been
appreciate
public
that,
on that.
yeah.
I think we can all probably agree on that, and I think there should absolutely be justice for the victims of the Epstein, or alleged victims of Epstein, that is. But to say that he is protecting child molesters or anything like that, I think is a very, very disingenuous statement. And
Oh
to
my
even
God, why does he keep
truthfully,
dragging
to
his
claim
feet?
that Trump might himself be implicated, that's not a...
Globally, if you release it.
That's why I think it hasn't been released. And
I-
actually, there was talks of that. You know, I was rooting for Trump. I was on one of the rallies, and there was a lot of talk of that people on the Republican side were saying if you release these, the system will collapse.
Are you guys saying the system collapse is that there are so many high-level people that visited this
Yes, that's
disgusting island?
Yes.
I mean, this is. Oh, you guys get what we're talking about? This is horrific.
Oh, there's so many horrific things.
Yes, but this is my point. That's a horrific situation that still has a big question mark. Who's on the list?
Don't give up. Don't give up.
I'm not saying drop it. I'm saying prioritize. Like, I know.
But she also said you can do
It's like the gut.
No, and I don't agree with the fact that this shouldn't be a priority. However, like I said, I'm just not so quick to jump to conclusions. I think that this is a very, very complicated issue, and it's something that the administration likely needs to be careful about exactly what they're releasing, how they're releasing it, and going about these things.
All of us, as people with integrity, should not let this die.
Can I ask a question? Why
So
haven't
I'm
the
glad that we're
victims-
agreeing on that.
Kat, why haven't the victims sued these people who molested them? Why is it
She sued Prince Andrew.
Okay, and more.
Why hasn't
not
Donald
more?
Trump sued the media?
Yes. You just mentioned earlier that he did.
Over the Epstein allegations.
He filed a lawsuit against that letter.
Why
Kat
isn't he?
mentioned.
Why isn't he
'Cause it's fake.
filing lawsuit
It's
against
not fake.
Elon
It is
Musk?
fake, Kat. It is
Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who said he's in the Epstein file. He could sue Elon Musk for freaking what? What is he worth?
Billions.
$500 billion. Why is he not? Because you would have to have discovery. And in discovery, all these answers, or all these
Not why.
questions.
I think he's trying to keep MAGA together, but because he has other priorities
Yeah,
that he'd
exactly.
like to get done.
I think you're treating Trump like he's supposed to be some God figure that comes in and does.
Oh,
all
I don't
these
see him as
magical-
God.
No,
Oh,
but,
we're well aware
but
of that.
that's
and
how
I
you're
think
treating him. Like he's just gonna, like Thor, just show up with a hammer.
Well, no.
and start
Getting back to the
hitting.
original
See,
question.
this the
getting back to the
freaking
original
argument they
question, I
lose,
do
they
think that he
over
is
exaggerate to like
protecting,
try to
pedos,
delegitimize
mainly
an
himself.
actual.
You had Katie Johnson. Did you
Argument.
read the testimony of Katie Johnson? I have.
Please enlighten us, please.
I don't think that YouTube would allow the language, but I encourage everyone
Summarize
to
it
go
then.
look into it. He raped with Epstein, this young woman, 13 at the time. There's, I believe it's a total of 17 women have come forward to allege against Donald Trump specifically. That's not in the Epstein files, not of the Epstein victims. We're talking about others. He owned the Miss Teen beauty pageant.
Oh my gosh.
You had quotes from these teenagers, women, that said that he would come into their dressing room and watch
No,
them. And
he said he
admitted
went
it.
into the dressing
He admitted
room.
that he grabs women by you know what. Are we supposed to just sit here and defend this man? I'm sorry, I voted Republican.
Really?
But I cannot defend this absolute, disgusting, vile psychopath. And for anyone who can, I think is un-American.
The Miss Teen USA claim is a complete lie, actually. There have been
It's
have
not
been
a
claims
claim.
that
He
has
said
walked
he did
into
it.
dressing rooms
He's
of
admitted
the
it.
No.
On Howard Stern, he admitted it, that he goes backstage because he can.
Not
That
at
Howard
the
Stern
Teen
clip
Miss
was
USA.
he was clearly joking.
Why don't we all just go back and watch it? We'll figure out for ourselves.
Clearly joking.
Trump was a much better president during his first term?
I believe that Trump was a better president during his first term, mainly because he was more cognizant, aware of things. He was healthier. He had better people surrounding himself in his cabinet. He had people that could tell him no. I remember specifically during one of the protests, he had said, can't you just shoot the protesters with rubber bullets in their knees? And I believe it was Bill Barr at the time said, no, Mr. President, you can't do that. Now, they're shooting protesters with rubber bullets in their knees. That's one of my biggest problems with this administration right now. There's no one in his administration that can tell him no, and that should terrify everyone.
I do think there has been his own personal divisiveness that's been worse this term. We do need some leadership that can unify this country, and that's should be a priority, and it's not, absolutely.
I think he's doing a good job, but I was more Trump 2016. I was more that. I think he got more done. He was more effective, I'll say. I personally have disagreed with him on more stuffs this second time around. I don't like what happened between him and Elon. I'm not a big fan of the big beautiful bill. I'm not pro rah-rah Israel like he is, but I appreciate the ceasefire. One of my biggest problems is he's softened on the social issues. So he put all these great justices in that overturned Roe v. Wade, but they've still got more work to do. There's Obergefell is coming hopefully in front of the court, and hopefully that'll get overturned. Because right now,
old men
Donald
like
Trump in the
I
Oval
don't know
Office
why
has a
they
gay
feel
problem.
like they're entitled
The
to
New York
decide
Times
what
reported that. They call it
all
Donald
the rest
Trump's
of the women
big
in this
gay
country
government.
get to do
What
with
are you saying?
their own health
Wait,
care.
what are you saying
It's
about
flying
a big
undercover.
gay government?
So
I don't understand what you're saying right now.
Donald Trump has a large faction of gay Republicans.
That's fine.
No, that's not fine. That's
Okay.
not fine.
Wow.
That's not fine.
Okay.
When he has that kind, I'm a social conservative. I'm against.
I'm a social conservative.
Are you
too.
against gay marriage?
That has nothing to do with people serving in an administration. People who are gay can serve in administration
Yes.
quite perfectly.
But when
and
they bring their
wonderfully.
values to work and they affect public policy and they fight other conservatives to protect
we need
gay marriage.
more Republicans, and if they're gay, we're welcoming you.
We'll welcome gay Republicans. When you come in, you have to be against gay marriage.
Do you know who Roy Cohn is?
Yes, I do know Ray
He was
Cohn.
gay, very
Yes.
gay, and he is the one that really gave Trump his push.
start, right.
And there is rumor that there was some action going on. So how does that make you feel?
Well, I would say if gay was Trump and he's closeted about that,
I wonder
I
if
would
that's
say,
who Bubba is.
Donald, we all make mistakes.
What
You
about
need to repent.
Grindr crashing during the RNC?
I'm not a pride guy. I've been around the LGBT community all my life. It's not a healthy community. So when it comes to these social issues,
fuck yourself,
Donald
dude.
Trump, in his first term, he
Can't
was the guy
hope
that
that dude dies of
overturned
a heart
Roe v.
attack
Wade.
before
I
the
want to
next
see in the
election.
second term that he's the guy that supports the overturn of Obergefell.
I shouldn't say that. That's bad.
I just want to get something clear. You guys don't like the big beautiful bill, but you like TCJA? Or where
What's
you?
TCJ?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the first administration, 2017. The big beautiful bill is an extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Key facts about it is that they reduced the marginal income tax rate for across the board. They reduced corporate income tax, so it was essentially a tax cuts for the middle class, for the lower middle class, and Big Beautiful Bill expanded on all of that. They
How's a cut on the
included
corporate
capital
tax
provisions
rate a
for
cut on the middle
bringing back
class?
manufacturing
Explain
to the
that.
U.S. You guys seem to be against the Big Beautiful Bill, but do you even
Has
know?
manufacturing come back?
Mixed. It's some has. They're building a lot of new plants. There's a ton. You know, these things. They
No, they're
expedited
not.
approvals for like data centers and stuff. So things are being built right now. There's a bunch of companies that are investing billions of dollars into this. So I would say yes, absolutely.
Do you
It has
think
come
that
back.
we should be a consumer economy like we've always been, or turn more into like a manufacturing economy?
I think it needs to be a mix, because we can't have, like, again, as a physician, most of our insulin is not made in America. Many of our drugs that people need to survive on is actually made in countries that are hostile to the US. So there's certain things that we absolutely, in the name of national security, do need to repatriate.
Do you think it would be easier to have these companies be able to manufacture in the U.S. if they had a consistent tariff policy instead of, oh, we're going to do 1,000%?
The tariff policy is why we brought back manufacturing. If you look at chips,
Right, but
let me explain, because a lot of people don't understand this. If you look at the Chips and Science Act, for example, which was bipartisan. The only reason that was economically viable was because of the tariffs that were placed on China in Trump 1.
No, I'm talking about consistency.
That is, I would say the whole Trump platform is consistency. He's deregulated AI, he's deregulated crypto, he's pro-manufacturing, he's pro-bringing back, onshoring manufacturing here. So it sounds
if I'm a business owner and I have to decide whether I'm going to have my manufactured in China or the United States, I want to know what that tariff is going to be and that it's not going to change or fluctuate next week, next year, next month.
You want predictability.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the hardest things right now is that companies are struggling with predictability.
I'm in a lot of different organizations of entrepreneurs and also treat a lot of entrepreneurs. One of them, for example, recently I was talking to does textiles for a very large company here in America that you all go to. And she brought all of her manufacturing back into the United States. And you know what she told me? She said, you know what, even if there's not predictability, I feel good that I'm giving jobs to Americans. And there is something other than money that real humans feel when they repatriate these jobs.
Yay, anecdotal evidence means
to AI.
It's the same everywhere.
Like any other time in history, we will adapt and we will have new jobs and we will be more productive.
When the internet first came out, all these conversations were had and we all adapted.
Right. This is why I actually do have a problem with Trump 2.0 is the fact that he went against Elon Musk.
He didn't go against Elon Musk.
Yeah.
They had a disagreement as regards to the deficits. Musk's issue was that the Republicans weren't hawkish enough, meaning like they didn't reduce spending on social welfare
so
spending.
that was my agreement with Elon.
There's different priorities between Elon Musk and President Trump and his administration as a whole.
Absolutely, but
Agree with that?
Absolutely, but I think he should use Elon Musk as an advisor. Talk about a businessman.
Do you think there's a conflict of interest though?
What's the conflict of interest?
Elon Musk is a freaking.
Got $5.9 billion in government contracts.
He makes false
Biden.
promises.
That was during the Biden administration.
That was literally under Donald Trump.
Those are competed for in the open market. Anybody can qualify for those.
It comes right out of our defense.
It's not just Tesla. It's not just SpaceX. There's tons of companies that qualify for those.
And he is the number one government
because he has the best product.
What's that?
He has Tesla. The car is the best.
But do you think that's a conflict of interest?
No, it isn't because they're
to have the guy in there making cuts to government workers.
If anything, Trump. You realize Trump took away the EV tax credit, right?
Yeah, he actually.
Of course.
But if Tesla's taking up 60% of the EV market, obviously they're going to have the most nominal amount of contribution.
But we're talking about SpaceX.
Even SpaceX, they literally produce rockets for 1/10 of the price of NASA. The reason they get the contract is because they competed for it.
Why does the richest man in the world at $400 billion need a 5.9?
He doesn't need anything. When he took the loan, he paid it back on time and then some with interest. I mean, I want to ask you guys, like, so what is it about the first term that you like better? If Trump came into the second term, like locked in, they literally came in with like a script, and he's extremely effective so far. Like extremely, like he's so effective that you got 7 million people protesting. He's too effective, like no kings, whatever bullshit. Like it's like that is a testament to how effective he's been at executing his agenda. So what is the problem in the second term?
The no kings bullshit as you go on to talk about how he's acting like a king.
Going to do that he hasn't moved pretty swiftly on.
Well, that's the problem.
That you are
he
thinking
has.
about.
That's the problem. He has been effective at what he's doing. If you think that what is happening right now is based on traditional Republican values, then
absolutely.
I don't agree with that.
Please name something that is not in line with traditional conservative values. He's respecting the rule of law. He's empowered.
He's not respecting the rule of law.
Absolutely, he's empowered.
He's a convicted felon, for Christ's sake.
Totally political.
What do
Totally.
you mean? They're convicted for the real crimes.
34 counts
Nelson
of bullshit.
Mandela was also a convicted felon.
We're not talking about Nelson Mandela. We're talking about the president of our country.
Okay, fine.
No, but I'm talking about
aside from your personal gripes about President Trump.
What I'm dismayed about is that there used to be this term called compassionate conservatism. And so if you think about it, we conservatives, we cut taxes because that's conservative, but it's also compassionate because we're getting money. That is our money that we're making back in our pockets to spend as we want. And I do think that there is a 100% lack of compassion. There is no compassionate conservatism anymore. And I want to see that, and I think he's been way more divisive than he was in his first term. We have to stop the us versus them mentality in this country, and there is no leadership in that at all whatsoever.
Can I respond to you? Because the MAGA movement, especially in the second term, is a coalition movement of classic liberals, libertarians, old school conservatives, young Gen Z conservatives. He saw the vote shift with all minority groups over to the right with Trump. So it's a unitarian movement. The MAGA movement includes everybody, and gay people too, by the way.
Actually, gay people went down.
Well, I don't know. I think if we're gonna, I disagree with you on the gay issue.
Sure,
if we're gonna call ourselves the most tolerant and accepting country on the face of the planet, we absolutely would welcome gay conservatives. You have this very accepting, very coalition building movement. I don't see it as divisive at all.
Do you see the compassion at all?
Trump claims he's America first, but his actions put foreign interests first. Can they agree a step forward?
Well, I mean, we can talk about the most recent example with regards to giving Argentina $40 billion when we're currently on a shutdown. Starting November 1st, you're going to have food assistance recipients, including children, not get their food assistance. The Republicans are nowhere to be seen, and it's largely due to Donald Trump. He's playing golf. Factories being closed in Detroit. You've got Nestle. They just said they're going to be laying off 16,000 employees over the next 2 years. This man is America last. It's Donald Trump first. It's his billionaire buddies first. The party is dead. And until we get them all out, these MAGA people out, it will not recover. Period. End of story.
Can they disagree a step forward?
So really quick, who is exactly responsible for the government shutdown that we're currently in?
Republicans.
Well,
Mike Johnson.
The Democrats.
Okay.
But does anyone want to say why?
Because it's the only leverage they have at this point.
Well, what
because
happens if they go through with this big, beautiful bill?
What happens? What's your concern?
My concern is that health coverage, if you're getting it through the healthcare marketplace, is going to go up 2, 3, 4 times. That's my concern.
Yeah, because it's heavily subsidized, because of the ACA has ballooned the cost so much because the Democrat policy is so bad.
Do you agree that the costs are going to go up?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's how subsidies work.
You want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act?
Yes,
and
because
replace
the
it with what?
unaffordable care act.
Replace it with what?
A market solution.
Do you think that universal health care would be a viable option?
No, absolutely not.
I don't understand, because everything that you've said very clearly aligns with the Democrat Party. However, I don't understand why you think that the solution to the socialist policies that we've had invade our economic system is the answer, when socialism quite literally caused these issues in the first place.
I believe in capitalism, okay?
Yeah.
But I also believe that the way that it's working right now is not working for everybody. And so you have people that are making $100,000 right now feeling poor. As that gap between those making 100 grand and those that are making hundreds of millions continue to widen without any type of balance, you're going to continue to see people getting pushed further into poverty.
Currently, I am in poverty. I'm in the entertainment industry in Los Angeles in 2025. Okay, and I'm a conservative.
Why?
Why am I?
Why are you voting for Trump if you are in poverty?
Because when Trump came to office, my career actually took off to the point that I was able to get up from just being like a low-level post-production person to being a development executive and getting producer giving credits.
Do you think that was because of your skills or because of Trump?
It was because there was so much work, I was able to actually apply my skills to the marketplace. He built the marketplace, and then COVID completely destroyed it.
So one thing that made Trump attractive was this outsider candidate. No one can buy him, and then all of a sudden, oh, you have like the Adelson family. Here's $100 million. Can you, come solve the Israel situation for us? We have the Qatari deal, which is like, hey, here's a $400 million jet for you, Trump, and yeah, let's give Qatar a $1.2 trillion economic commitment. So to me, I mean, we don't know anyone's motivation, and Trump clearly has done pro-America things, but he's also done a lot of pro-Trump things. Issuing the Trump coins, making hundreds of millions of dollars on his crypto endeavor, which first he said crypto was a scam. So it's this weird fusion where Trump does America things, but really he's always doing things for himself. The main guiding principle and anchor for Trump is Donald Trump.
I think that is super well said. No, I think that's super well said because I do think Trump loves America, but only second to himself. Trump does not have a sacrificial love for America.
In Butler, Pennsylvania, he took a bullet. He could have very easily gone like, I'm out, forget this isn't worth it, I'm out. I'm just going to take my cash bag and go home.
He's about to be 80, and he could quite literally live the rest of his life spending his time with his wife, his children, his grandchildren.
Sure.
And he quite literally had 2 confirmed attempts on his life just last year, and you're claiming that he's unsacrificial when it comes to
that he does love America, but he loves himself.
You said there's no self-sacrifice when it comes to President Trump's love for America.
Trump bends reality. There is no standard for Trump. He means reality to existence. He's a force of will. He can set the truth, and it's just the energy, the charisma, because there's a true energy and power.
I already voted. I already voted for him. You don't have to convince me.
But here's my point. If you would swap the Trump, if I told you Joe Biden got a $400 million plane, Kamala Harris got a, Hillary Clinton, she just got, you would be like freaking out about it.
Because the intent. Did you think his intent is bad?
You know, it's okay for Trump to love himself. You know, it's like Kanye, we should all learn to love ourselves. Like Kanye loves Kanye.
If
right?
Biden had a crypto coin that was untraceable, would you guys have a problem with that?
That's the point of crypto coin, if I understand. It's supposed to be, my wife bought a bunch of
That wasn't the
coins,
question.
Do you think that it should be in government? Do you think that if it were Kamala Harris, you'd have a problem with her having a crypto coin and her net worth has been proven to go up by $3.5 billion over the last year?
Trump first, it's like an ordering. It's like I love my wife first, then I might love my next door neighbor, right? But it's just the order of priority.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't love my country more than I love my grandchildren. I love my country because I love my grandchildren.
The current ICE raids violate American values and constitutional rights.
Yeah, it violates Amendment 4, 5, 6, and 14. What else is there to talk about? They have the right to due process. They have the right to education. They have the right to be with their family, stay with their family. They have the right to not be illegally searched. At the end of the day, these are human beings. They make up about $100 billion per year of U.S. taxpayer money. He has spent $100 billion so far to go after some criminals, but it's actually a larger percentage of people that have not committed crimes that he's now going after.
I think an American value is dignity, giving someone dignity and worth. I think an American value is also life, and we have had 20 people this year die in ICE detention, and that's the most we've ever had since 2004. I mean, the way in which this is being done is not showing dignity and compassion for those people who are here undocumented.
I would say that from a systems perspective, difficult things have to take place. And so on the ground, some of the stories aren't going to be pretty. And the question is, where's the line? Personally, I think there needs to be some distinction between the person who grew up.
Why not spend that $100 billion to expand the
old,
immigration court system?
Grew up with an American identity, but
It's
they never
like-
had the documents because of the sins of their
It's
ancestors,
just-
right? Because
they're
their
just
parents
inflicting
did.
suffering just
compared
for
to someone who's opportunistically
suffering's sake.
Coming in here and maybe trying to use the system in a not the best way. I mean, this is a complicated thing. I think managing the system is very difficult.
It is very difficult.
Not to mention the corporations actively recruit undocumented migrants because it's cheap labor. So if they're recruiting them to come, they want them to come, and then you punish them. Why aren't they punishing the owners of these companies? I've also noticed that they're putting tape covering their license plates in like Illinois and California, which is against the law, even for law enforcement. You've got them dressed in full tactical gear, looking like they just came out of Afghanistan, raiding streets, throwing tear gas in the middle of blocks, disrupting normal life. Why? In my opinion, it's because he wants the theatrics. It's a distraction. It's a distraction from the fact that the food prices are still up, the wars are not solved, nothing he's promised is done. And this is a distraction because all he has left is tough on crime.
Okay, you guys mentioned that ICE agents and federal agents should not wear anything to cover themselves. I don't understand how as
That's not what he
Republicans you
said.
can say that when the cartel has literally put out hits on federal agents for enforcing the law, to say that such a ridiculous thing as like, oh, they should uncover themselves and whatever, like, do you want their families' lives to be in danger, or like, what is the logic?
They weren't in danger under Biden or Trump.
Because they were because the left lunatics that for some reason now think that immigration law is optional all of a sudden weren't acting that way at that time.
Use your own words, shit face.
They've done those raids.
Reason why people are upset.
They do raids
Left
like
lunatics.
that all the time. Before I was born, they were doing raids.
They did it in Albany Park. I sell property in Albany Park. It's not an area I'd ever be scared of. And you couldn't even see the house on the other side of the block. There was so much tear gas.
When you're dealing with cartels, human traffickers, drug traffickers,
what are you?
You absolutely
yes,
are.
You Sometimes.
No.
They have every right to cover themselves and hide their identity.
I
Absolutely.
agree. When you're going after the cartel,
that's what they're doing.
The border should be strengthened. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But what do you do with the people that are here that aren't criminals?
Just want to take a bird's eye view of all of this. It has to do with the number of representatives in the House that are allotted to each state. Why did Nancy Pelosi want to give free houses to undocumented immigrants? Why? Because of apportionment. California had the most U-Haul rentals of people leaving California. They lost a House seat because the number of bodies, not citizens, bodies in California went down. So in order to counteract that and get their House seat back, they're incentivizing illegal immigration. Please try to take the emotion out of it for 1 millisecond. I know that it's hard, but it really has to do with the number of bodies, the number of House seats, and
Take
power.
the emotion out of it.
Because I guarantee you, if apportionment went back to just counting U.S. citizens, the Democrats wouldn't give two shits about illegal immigrants. Yeah. And I want to say one more thing too. My family, I was born in New York like in 1979, and we went back to Iran and the revolution started, and they wouldn't let Jews leave. My father was threatened with his life. He said he was going on a medical conference, flew to Vienna, left the passports of me, my sister, and my mother in the government's hands so that they knew we weren't escaping. My mother hired smugglers. We went to the bazaar one day, they put us in the back of a covered truck. We were in fetal position with strangers. Burlap sacks and corn were put on top of us, and we were taken to the border of Pakistan.
And then the Ice Age showed up and put you back.
That night in the desert, border police caught us and started shooting at us. We lived in Pakistan for 3 months waiting for visas to reunite with my father. We stayed in Vienna for 3 more months to get legal documents to come to this amazing country legally. It's the right way to do it. We can't not know who is here.
But you just admitted you went to another country illegally.
Somebody who participated in the October 7th attacks. They caught him here in the U.S. Why? Because when Biden administration let all these people in without checking who they are, they let in a Hamas terrorist who participated in October 7th.
I think we could support the ICE raids. The question is there, can something about them be improved, or is it the best possible way? Like the way it's being done is the best, most effective, most charitable, whatever. And maybe you might say it is, but I think anyone here, well, actually, you said you support the border enforcement, the deportation.
I think that border enforcement is important, and I also
deporting people who are criminals.
By definition, they're all criminals, considering they broke the law to get.
Yeah, what do you mean, violent? Like only violent people?
Well, I mean, if you're more than 100 miles from the border and you've been here for more than 2 years, technically they treat you as a misdemeanor. It's a felony if you're within 100 miles and they catch you in less than 2 years. So, I mean, should make the differentiation. But I think that we all agree in your situation that we need to know who's coming here. The problem is that it can take up to 25 years.
Well, that's the thing, and I think I agree with you in the sense that you said, can it be made better? Yes, but it's been such a shit show. We need a reset. Then we can go back and say, okay, let's reimagine this. Let's come up with the ideal solution or close to an ideal solution. But right now, it's so out of control.
Yeah, the system has been clogged with too many false asylum requests.
Yeah.
I think that Biden should have done an executive order much sooner than he did, because there was an influx coming across the border. There were bills being introduced that passed the House, and Republicans voted them down in the Senate.
Because 90% of the spending had nothing to do with immigration. It was hundreds. It was like $113 billion. It was foreign. It was a bunch of foreign aid.
No. There was a standalone. There was a standalone bill. It was for like $86 billion. Every single dollar going to the border. Could have been used for the wall if they wanted to.
The reason why it was turned down is because it wasn't necessary. What was necessary is leadership, not more money, not another law, not nothing.
So,
as soon as Trump was elected, the border was controlled.
They shouldn't have.
The Republican who wrote that bill, it was passed in the House. Every single Democrat passed it in the Senate, and it was the Republicans that voted it down at the order of Donald Trump because he needed an issue to run on. Without illegal immigration, he would have lost this election. It's the number one thing, his number one talking point that he would say at his rallies.
His economy.
If you remove all these undocumented migrants that are contributing to our economy, $100 billion a year, by the way, what do you think that's going to do to the economy?
When you look at the South Koreans that were
It's funny, she said the money wasn't necessary, but she's perfectly fine with ICE getting
I'm 100% in support of. I
more
mean, those
money
are American
than
jobs being taken
most
right there. And I thought that
militaries.
was done very well. They worked with the South Korean government. They put them on a plane. They worked back, and they're going to try to get visas and do it legally. I agree with that. I'm just saying that the prompt was, is ICE, is all the raids, does it work with American values? And I just feel like right now that the way in which it's being done is not being done with compassion,
It's not
with showing
constitutional.
dignity and worth. When you're taking an individual person, you're running that or after them on the streets and tackling them. And I mean, that I don't think it's an American value.
I mean, maybe it's hard to enforce, but can't we just remove certain rights like voting, et cetera, but as opposed to forcible physical evacuation for some of those cases?
Yes, there are going to be people that are seemingly innocent, even though they did come into this country illegally, that are going to be collateral damage in this, but it is all in all a net good that they're all being sent back to their country of origin because, like Sheila has said, we need a reset.
It's about de-escalation. I think that's what works the best. And so when you are dressed in
You
camouflage
have to
and
separate.
you have your weapons
You have to
held like
remove
this and you
any
walk in
humanity
here,
from
which
yourself.
If they were dressed
Separate
like
the
me
emotion.
with a badge,
Remember, she said just
with a
separate the
warrant,
emotion.
That's a lot less intimidating, and that's a lot more, in my opinion,
That means take away the most important part of what makes you a human.
And morals expected of a president.
I'm a Catholic. It's really important. And Christ is all about forgiveness and turn the other cheek. Trump, I've recently learned, and you can read his book, Think Big and Kick Ass, he has a whole chapter dedicated to revenge. And it's not just one line, it's a whole chapter saying if you don't get even, you're a schmuck. If someone screws you, you need to screw them 15 times as hard. Keep a list of everyone who's harmed you and find the right time and get them. And if someone is disloyal to me, I take joy when I see their failure. And maybe you could say he shifted, but even the Charlie Kirk memorial, he stated, which is a very strange moment after the profound, Erica's reaction with forgiveness, Trump's like, wouldn't really be me, and then he's kind of dancing around a couple minutes later. Anyways, I don't think that's fitting for a presidential
I'm in 100% agreement with you. I think that moment when it was supposed to be on Erica Kirk, momentous forgiveness. I forgive the man who killed my husband, and Trump turns and it's on him again. Well, I don't agree with you. I don't forgive my opponents. I mean, that is an American value that we hold dear, is forgiving your enemies. And we've already talked about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. We've talked about his philandering. We've talked about his being convicted of sexual abuse. His foundation had to fold because there was misappropriation of funds. I mean, your foundation is your charitable work. That should be so important. That's what you should be doing. And nope, it's misappropriation of funds. I mean, we can go on.
What it comes down to for me is that he's not a president for everybody. I want someone who's going to represent me and everybody else, including people that don't agree with me. Because at the end of the day, that's how we are strongest as a country. And I'll give you the best example. Last week, we had the largest peaceful protest in the history of the country with over 7 million people, 0 arrests made. If you're the president of the United States and you see that there are 7 million people peacefully protesting, don't you ask yourself what's going on? Don't you want to listen and understand why they're upset? Why is it that in response to that, he tweets himself flying in a jet, dumping shit on the protesters as a meme. No apology, no nothing. No, he doesn't address the protests. He didn't address the last one either. He doesn't care about the point because he cares about himself. Full stop. That's it. And that is not somebody that should be leading our country.
So the reason I came up here is because I actually might agree that he lacks the ethics, but I actually think that's what makes him a perfect politician. But this is more to speak on the nature of politicians. It's like, what is politics? And yeah, Trump might tweet out, very controversial things, but he stands on business. He stands on exactly what he believes in. A huge part of his campaign was campaigning against this woke, cultural Marxist garbage, and I think he's unapologetic about it, and that's exactly why we like him. I don't need a saint. I don't need I don't look up to politicians for my moral code or anything like that. I want somebody exactly like Trump who is willing to fight and stand on the values that.
Why can't we have both? I mean,
because they don't exist. They don't exist. It's
that is just so depressing. That is so depressing. You can't have a man of moral. We have in the past. We've had men of moral character. Hopefully, women of moral character in the future that can be president.
I don't think he's a great. I wouldn't marry him if my daughter came home. I married Donald Trump. I'd be like, oh, what the heck? You're gonna. But the prompt was, does he have the personal ethics? And we have to separate the person from the culture. This is a culturally Christian nation. It's built in Judeo-Christian values. Everybody knows that.
What does Trump have to do with Christianity?
He is a cultural Christian. He's like Elon Musk. He's like RFK Jr. These guys are upholding.
I don't think Trump and Christians should be near each other.
No. He is upholding the values as an American.
I just don't know what this culture person, where you're drawing the line. But
because it's like Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was he was a man that I would argue with his personal values. He was a deist, he was an individualist, but he had Christian values because he was coming out of Western European civilization. So he baked those things into the Declaration of Independence.
Maybe the best moral character isn't the best president, but it doesn't mean we can't try to find someone, a woman or a man
no,
who has
my internet restarted my
moral
stream.
and great policy and can take on Russia and China. I mean, I just don't think
there was a lag spike, and I got booted for a few seconds.
Sure can. I would love to start off with, I believe both of you brought up President Trump at Charlie Kirk's memorial. I find it very interesting because President Trump is, in that moment, displaying quite a bit of humility when he's saying, Erica's a bigger person, she's able to forgive her enemies and the individual that committed the most horrific crime possible on her family. He's displaying a large show of humility when he's saying, you know what, she's that big of a person, I'm not capable of that. I mean, I'm not saying that President Trump is a Christian, nor is he obviously the perfect embodiment of a Christian. However, that's a very deeply rooted Christian value, is humility.
Something that my parents taught me is try not to judge people you've never actually sat down and had a conversation with. And I feel like a lot of us, having again been in Iran and having been exposed to the propaganda machine at a very young age, I feel like here it's sort of like we just believe what CNN or MSNBC or the other non-Fox channels tell you without you've never met the man.
I haven't had dinner yet.
Trump thing is, it's almost like looking back.
It's in the slow cooker. It's
he's been a transitional figure
beef.
to help save this country.
Slow cooked beef.
Let's stop talking about Trump for a second and say who is going to replace him, because here's our opportunity for the church, for Catholics, evangelicals, Jews, anybody who believes in this country and the Judeo-Christian values, to stand up and give a great person who will outshine Trump. Who is out there?
Well, we hope the viewers watching this will help promote those candidates, because for most of us, we just receive whoever the platforms are and see, here are your guys, Democrat. So yeah, maybe there could be a grassroots lifting.
Oh shit, what was I working on?
Influencing that.
I'm CJ Baker, and I'll be running for president 2028.
I appreciate that you came forward on the personal ethics. I didn't think that you would, and I think it's important for us as Americans to not lose hope that we can have amazing policy and personal ethics.
Steak fajita quesadilla.
There's a big spectrum. Even the anti side, you could be like really hardcore anti, or maybe like I actually kind of like, but right. So it's a very broad spectrum, and even in the Republicans, there's a big fracturing, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Republican Party is going to unite.
That's what I need.
I disagree a little bit in that sense because I see the quote-unquote MAGA coalition or this new Republican Party as far more encompassing than we've seen the Republican Party be in the past. So, you know, maybe we'll be able to win you guys over one day.
For me, I think the biggest concern I have about the Republican Party is the woke right, and I think we're not talking about it enough, and we're not acknowledging that it exists. And it's the
This
Candace
frickin'
Owens
lady.
and the Tucker
Oh man, you missed it.
Carlsons. And I don't know if it's
This
just
lady
clicks,
talking right
if
now.
these people kind of left mainstream media and they
She
need their money and someone's paying them to say these things.
Thinks
but I
that
think
it's okay that what
that's, I
ICE is
think,
doing
where
to get rid of
we should all
illegal
be paying
immigrants
a little bit
while
more attention, because I think
she
that
said that
actually, it led to
she
the
had to
death
flee
of
Iran
the liberals and the Democrats,
by
and I
being
don't want it
smuggled
to
into
lead to the death of
Pakistan.
the Republican Party.
I
So
just want to say I appreciate all your
she
viewpoints. I think it's really important to hear everybody.
she entered another country illegally,
away from identity because,
but
you know,
she
for
has
me,
absolutely no
it's not I'm
compassion
Republican,
for
I'm
the
MAGA,
people
I'm
that are
Democrat,
fleeing
I'm just
persecution
me.
in Central
and when
America.
You can take a step back out of
I don't
yourself and
freaking
just
get it.
see the
And she said
conversation
something along the
and try
lines
to
of
see it
like,
through an unbiased lens. I think that's
was
where
it
we
like
make the most progress.
you have to
But we
separate
have to take off our MAGA hats
separate the humanity
our
from it,
libtard
or
shirts,
separate your emotions from it.
and just analyze
Like,
the facts for what they are.
I don't
Because
freaking get it,
otherwise,
man.
it's
I don't
just-
understand
it becomes
how
like baseball. It's like socks
people
versus
can
Cubs. It's like that's not how this should be.
like take the biggest part of what makes them a human, like just completely out of the equation. Like that is what these MAGA people have to freaking do in order to justify
morning,
their
everybody. Happy
position.
Friday.
They have to completely remove
Friday. How you doing? Pretty
emotions
good.
from
I've
the
been debating
equation.
whether to throw
What
on
makes
the
them a human?
Santa hat or not.
That
I
should
might
tell
do
you
it later.
something.
The topic is content is a little serious at the top of the show, so I'm not sure I want to be Santa hatted out here to talk about this.
I hadn't
dead
thought
murderer.
about that. That would be.
You remember Town and Country? Oh yeah, when I was
That's always my hesitation.
like
with
early
the
20s,
Halloween
like early
costumes and
2000s,
stuff,
like there
too.
was a
It's like, you know, last year we did it, and I did.
there was like
Ray-Gun,
a
which was
CD
super
store
fun, and people really liked
at
it,
that
and
shopping
I don't
center.
remember what we covered today,
And
but
then
that
like
day,
in
but
the
I don't
mid to
think it was
late
anything, like, too
2000s, when I was
crazy
working at
serious,
the
but
Duramax
yeah,
plant
it
in
just
Moraine,
feels very off if you're wearing some like goofy costume.
I still
and then
lived in
you're
that
covering,
area.
like, you know, a mass murderer.
So we would go to like Buffalo
or
Wild
Epstein
Wings,
pedophiles,
if
et
it's still
cetera,
there.
so
There was one.
In any
Santa
case,
covers
that being
Jeffrey
Town and
Epstein.
Country when I was there last. I don't know if it's still there, but
feels wrong. This feels really wrong.
Doesn't feel
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So anyway, but we do have major updates in terms of what we now know. Apparently, according to the government,
it's a
is
completely
the
different
killer who
area
shot
now.
the two students. Actually, shot a number more than that, but killed two students.
yeah, there
at
was
Brown
an apartment
University, and
complex
then
that was maybe like
traveled
a
some
mile and a
55
half from
miles
Town and Country
and murdered a professor
that I used to
at
live
his
at.
home at MIT. It was apparently the
I
same
think
guy who's
is
now
it
been
Far-
found
I don't think it's
dead,
Far Hills. I
killed
don't remember the
himself
road.
inside of a storage unit. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull up this New York Times
I'm trying to
article.
think.
that
I don't
just
remember
gives
the
us,
road
like, a
names, but yeah, I
rundown
used to
of
live
what
really
happened
close to
here.
there.
Also, interestingly, just off the top, apparently the tip
Did you ever go to
that
Treasure
really blew
Island
the case
in
open came from
Moraine?
Reddit. And it was
Reddit.
like a.
I
it
never
was not
went,
only Reddit, I think it was,
but a buddy of mine,
someone who was
when I was
homeless,
working at the Duramax
sleeps in the
plant, he used to
basement
love
of
to
one of
get
the Brown
crab legs from that
University
place.
buildings, saw this guy acting
He would get 'em for
bizarrely,
lunch
had an
every once in a
interaction
while.
with him in the bathroom, was like, this guy's dressed weird, he's acting weird, around this car, followed him a little bit and asked him, like, dude, what are you up to? So anyway, that appears to be the tip that blew the thing open. So in any case, let me read for you a little bit here. They say a man suspected of carrying out a pair of deadly attacks, one at Brown University that killed 2 students and
They have
wounded 9
excellent
more, and
fish
another
and
that killed an
steak.
MIT professor in his home, found dead in a storage unit in New Hampshire on Thursday. The suspect's death, which the police said was from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, ended a 5-day search that began on Brown's campus in Providence, Rhode Island. Case both captivated and rattled New England as investigators pieced together grainy surveillance footage and feared another burst of violence. The search stretched across
Sam in
state
there
lines,
once.
ultimately hinged on witness interviews in Providence, including
So,
a Reddit
boss
user, along
question.
with records from a car rental agency in Boston and a search
You'd have to
warrant
ask
in
a boss
Salem,
a boss
New Hampshire.
question. That is not
Nothing
me.
can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past
Contrary
week.
to
This may
popular
allow our
belief.
community to move forward. So law
I am a
enforcement
lowly
officials identified
peon.
the suspect as Claudio
I am a broke
Manuel
minion.
Neves Valente, 48 years old, a former Brown student
I'm the help
who was briefly enrolled
in
at
the,
the university more than
in
2
the-
decades ago. Last known
in the
address
consumer
was in Miami.
capitalist economy.
Investigators still not sure what the
I
motive
am
was behind the
merely
attacks.
the hired
this talks
help.
more about the anonymous
if all
tip,
goes planned,
and then
we
this
start
gives us a
outlining a
little
role
bit
in the
more on the
campaign
suspect. So he
mid-June.
had studied physics
Man,
as a grad
dude, I
student at Brown
cannot
in the early
like
2000s.
I cannot commit
He's
to
from
something
Portugal,
like that, like
became a permanent
that far
resident
away,
of
because
the
I have
US in
no idea what my job
2017 through a
responsibilities are going to be,
diversity
even if I
visa
find
lottery. The Trump administration has now
You know?
seized on that fact to say that they're shutting down the entire
Picture you being a
diversity
Saurus
visa
eventually.
lottery, which, something we could discuss
No.
more. They
I would
believe he
never
studied
allow
at the
myself to
same
hold on to that
school
much
as
money.
the professor that he murdered. So in Lisbon. So they studied at the school at the same time in Lisbon. Said the two might have known each other. Details of the relationship remain unclear, and still completely unclear what the motive was for the, the mass shooting at Brown University. So
and we should
that
add,
is
studied
Go
in
ahead,
Lisbon
Emily.
together. I believe it's studied in Lisbon together even before Brown. So
Right.
years
Yes, that's
and
right.
years ago,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah,
it's an
decades ago.
extremely bizarre connection.
You
yeah,
could give
I mean,
half
the whole
of the
thing
charity
is,
like he
is
did.
very strange, and
Dude, I would
guess,
I would
given
buy
that
out
we-
whole
that the public
neighborhoods,
rushes
just like
to view
pay
these
for the
things
houses
through whatever,
outright,
like partisan or political
and just
lens.
like
On the one side, you've got he's an
give it
immigrant. On the
to.
other side, he's a white guy.
I'd start
so,
with
from
like
Portugal.
immediate family,
The diversity
and then
lottery.
there'd be like
aspect of this,
no one would have
I
any
was
house
reading more
payments, and
about
then
it.
like
There's
extended
kind of an irony
family.
here is actually put in place the
You
precursor
know what I mean?
program
Instead
to it
of
was specifically
spending
aimed at
getting like
more
a
Irish
$400 million
immigrants
mansion,
into
like
the
why?
US,
I could buy out a
because
whole
after the
neighborhood and just live
1965
around people that I
changes where
know
there
and
were
care
no more,
about.
like country quotas. There was a
And
sense
no one would have
that
any house
European
payments.
countries and Eastern European countries
And then,
were being disadvantaged.
you know, with
in
all that
terms
billions of dollars you're
bringing in
making, like
immigrants. And so it was actually some of the
like
more
how
kind
many
of like
tens of
white
thousands of
nativist
dollars
types
per day
that
just on
introduced
interest?
this program because they
Like,
wanted
you could legitimately
more white immigrants
just
and then
outright
over the
buy
years,
a house like
as you
every
had
month
more
and
of a
just give it to
diaspora from
somebody,
some of
like
those
just off the
European countries,
interest alone.
Irish in
You
particular.
know?
Then they sort of phased out of being really eligible for this program. They could use the family reunification and the chain migration aspects inherent in our immigration policy, and so that visa lottery still has a significant portion of Europeans who come in through it, but it has skewed more towards African countries. And it's meant to be for countries that don't
I would consider that a charity,
lot of
actually.
immigrants coming to the U.S.
Like if I just
the idea behind it.
use the accrued interest
the other
on
irony of the
a
1965 law is
savings
that
account with
it
like
was really
a
geared
few $100
toward,
million in it, just to
but
like
there-
outright
1965 they had
purchase a
this
home for
nostalgia
somebody,
for,
or
Ellis Island
like
and
pay
all
off
the
a home
Italians
that they're
and
living in,
Irish
so they no longer
Europeans
have
who
to
were
worry
coming
about a
in.
home payment.
And so in
Now they
65,
have
they're
now
like,
they
"All
can
right,
actually
let's
start
open it back up and let
you know,
more Europeans
accruing
in."
you know, like
'Cause they-
generational
those
wealth.
were our,
You know what I
those were our
mean?
white brothers over there, and they didn't want to come. Like things were good in Europe, and American policymakers were just kind of stunned. Like, what do you mean? We thought everybody wanted to come to the United States of America. It's like the greatest place on earth. And instead, like you said, other countries filled those quotas, leading to then some efforts to
great
correct
tax
it. Like, hold
benefits.
on, we got to get the hue a little bit lighter. Come on, what's going on here with this immigration policy?
All it means is like
So this one that was
what it
put
means
in
is like
place
if you were to
originally
purchase a home
to once again lighten the skin
and
color
the
of people
taxes,
that
I don't
came in
know
over
what the
time now
tax is on
has
a home
shifted,
purchase, but like
in
let's
its-
just say
in
for the
its,
sake of
proportions as
numbers,
well.
it's 20%.
I think another interesting aspect of the story
What it means is
the
like when you get a
frustration
tax break,
locally in Providence
they don't
and on the
like if
Brown
you spend
University campus,
buy
I wanted
a
to roll this
$300,000
clip
home
of
at
part of the press
20% tax.
conference,
Is
last
that
night. There were two press
360,000?
conferences. There was one in Boston.
So
and then
just
there
all
was
that
one
means is like
in
instead of
Providence. This is the Providence press
you would get
conference, and you just hear the frustration.
you'd get like maybe 20 to 30,000 of that back at the end. You know what I mean?
Go back to the question I asked you Saturday night when I first arrived on the scene.
I'm gonna squeeze work out
There
of
were no
maybe here an hour.
cameras
I plan on it. I am pretty
Law
tired.
enforcement, some that are standing
I'm
up
gonna try to
behind you,
be.
have said, if Brown
I don't want
had
to go to bed
cameras
too
in
early,
that
but I am
part of the
freaking
building,
tired.
we would have gotten this guy.
I'd say it's like
And I just
a
wanna pause there and
75% chance
mention
I'll still be here in an
That's not
hour.
a small part of the story because allegedly the suspect then killed again.
And it may have stopped this swirling action. Can you answer that question for me?
Well, I don't think we have said the locations of cameras at Brown. We have
There's
12.
no cameras in
We
that
I
we
missed
have,
last week. I missed you. I appreciate that, man.
we
I was
have
studying for
1,200
finals.
cameras at Brown.
But not in that building.
We have some in that building. It's a
Like I had been
large
studying all
complex.
day.
And I think what you would see
and
is
then
the
it got to
video
be in the
evidence
evening
this
time, and I
case,
was just
from
like,
my perspective,
I
I'm
had
a law
absolutely
enforcement
no
agent,
brain
has
power
been
left.
incredibly incredibly helpful.
I think I went to bed at like
moving of the person
9:30
around the
last
neighborhood,
Friday.
Those video images, they help crack this case. So
Look
I
forward
think
to seeing you
video
live
was
every weekend. Oh, I
important.
appreciate that, man.
And as the Attorney General explained at a recent press conference, this individual was not spending his time on the Brown campus. came into a building on the edge of the campus. He left. He was in the neighborhoods. The investigation focused on the neighborhoods. The video was there. And that was really, really instrumental in cracking the case. But you can ask them.
And this is my follow-up. Yes, video played a big role in this case. The neighbor's video, the rental car video, but not the video in the building that he walked in freely both before when he got in a confrontation and when he came back in and decided to kill people.
Man, these guys are getting freaking roasted.
Just say it. So we can get this over. And my next question is, will you put cameras in the cameras in the building?
Yeah.
Will there be more cameras in that building?
Yeah, you know, I think we need to look back. We'll look at everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with.
Maybe if
what
the
happened.
FBI
No, we
wasn't
can stop it
flying
there,
like
but
Kash Patel's
you can
girlfriend
see
around, they'd
that's
actually have the money
President
to
Brown
look
under
for the killer.
intense scrutiny also for coming out after this originally happened and saying basically we think everybody should feel safe. That has infuriated the community as well, because now we know, again, allegedly the suspect did kind of go along with the theory Sagar had floated about a potential Unabomber or something in that ballpark targeting campuses, and obviously it seems to have happened again at MIT.
I mean, that I understand the sentiment that's being expressed there. I will also say that, like, that sentiment, I feel like, is how we've ended up with a mass surveillance state where there are cameras everywhere. We're all being tracked.
Totally
because it's
agree.
like, you know,
Totally
like, oh my God, we need even more cameras. Like,
there
Brown
a
already has
square
12
inch of this building that wasn't under surveillance.
Doesn't have
Totally
surveillance
agree.
24/7 and facial recognition. And listen, the public will agree with that person. You know, there will be an instinct of like, yes, we have to, you know, and yes, install the metal detectors, and we got to make sure, you know, you're scanning their retinas as they're coming in or whatever. And so that is how you end up with the situation we are in, where basically you cannot really live your life without being under mass surveillance from the government. The other thing that I'll say is, you know, disconnected from that is, I'm very curious to see where the conspiratorial minds go with this, because now you have very unclear motive. What the hell was going on here? This one guy, that the professor that he murdered, was doing extraordinarily important breakthrough work with regard to nuclear fusion technology. And now this guy's dead, so we'll never know. He'll never be able to tell us what he was thinking or who he might have targeted
Israel
next
does
or
like
whatever. So just brace
kill its
yourself
share
for,
of
I'm sure there's
nuclear
going to be a
physicists.
lot of, and look, I understand, because I myself am like, what the hell is going on here too? And of course you should always be skeptical of government claims, etc. But I am sure that we're going to be in for a lot of speculation about what was really going on underneath the surface here, and whether this is really the guy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and just a quick note to say, you know, cameras do not solve everything. Like, almost every inch of New York City is surveilled, and Luigi Mangione was able to get to, Pennsylvania? You know, New York City has this partnership with Microsoft. There's like a lawsuit over it right now where they're doing like constant biometrics from cameras that are all over the city. So it doesn't solve everything. I think it's interesting that I do think that this subplot is interesting on the campus where there's mismanagement, because I wonder then to what extent it's going to bleed over to MIT. Not that the MIT professor was not on campus, was at his own apartment in Brookline, but seriously scary situation in New England for several days. And now that the suspect here was found dead, they're not being clear about potential motives so far. There's plenty of time for that, obviously, to come out, but it also leaves wide open the possibility that motivation remains a mystery. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully it's clear cut and we have information that comes out that makes it really clear what was going on. But it is, I mean, when we were talking earlier about these connections that go back literally to Lisbon in the late 90s and then Brown in the early 2000s, you have, in the case of the professor who was killed, a leading nuclear scientist. You have the vice president of the college Republicans at Brown. It's all very. I genuinely hope that there's clear-cut motive information out there, because it is like fodder for conspiracy theories, as you said, Crystal.
And Ryan, did you see Israel jumped in to say, "Oh, we think Iran did it"?
Yes, they were. Yes, because
a
nuclear scientist getting killed, and they're like, oh. And it's like, no, you know what? Like, you're the only country, actually, that is just freely killing scientists and bragging about it. Like, you're projecting onto others this level of barbarity that did, certainly in this case did not exist. And when it comes to the celebration of mass surveillance, it's interesting to note that the 3 high-profile shooters over the last year have been caught by people. Whether Luigi was caught by a person at the McDonald's, like, hey, it looks like Luigi. Tyler Robinson, if you believe he's the shooter there, was turned in by his family, who were like, oh, that looks like Tyler. And this guy caught by a Reddit user who just saw him suspiciously walking through the Brown campus and followed him, and then told police. Like, so that's old school, social policing. The community rising to the occasion and saying, this is who it was, and then the police having that information and then tracking it down from there.
I mean, it's kind of a mix, right, though, because the reason that Luigi and Tyler in particular were caught is because we had those camera images. Whereas with this one, it actually truly was just this, like, Reddit guy. Like, this guy's acting really weird without even seeing, I think, the photos or the videos.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but
Let's
I mean,
do a combo, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
and also,
or a combo of the two.
And also, I think that's an important point, because with Tyler Robinson, and potentially in this case, you have to ask whether law enforcement, including the FBI, would have been able to nab the suspect had someone not stepped up and seen something or done something. I think that's particularly true in the Tyler Robinson case, when you have his family doing the enormously difficult thing of turning him in. Is he in custody if that doesn't happen, or does law enforcement, in a reasonable time frame, track him down? That it sort of saves the bacon of law enforcement to an extent too.
Yeah,
politically.
Yeah, Cash once again wasn't looking great on this one. And the last thing I want to say about this is, you had people who were saying with confidence, like, oh, we think this particular guy, and named this one kid, Brown University student, and his name went everywhere. Large accounts sharing this guy's name and his photo and digging into everything about him, and he had nothing to do with this. They were also saying, Lori Loomer and others were, oh, they shouted Allahu Akbar before they. No, actually, they didn't. The killer did not do that. Apparently, he made some weird barking noises before he opened fire. People make shit up, and they dox people and, like, ruin their lives. Based on, a hunch, based on, like, oh, their social media profile looks like this, and my political valence makes me think that it must be a Muslim person who's like that, and then they'll just casually ruin somebody's life. And we've seen this happen multiple times. When they were still searching for Tyler Robinson, we didn't have a killer of Charlie Kirk. They were doing the same shit with a bunch of different people. And one of our own fans of our show wrote in and said, please tell people to stop doing this. So please, I beg you, not that anyone's going to listen, stop doing this, because you destroy people's lives. And private people, like, this will be the only thing, the biggest thing about them on the internet is that, people thought they killed this they were involved in this high profile murder. So I just find the whole thing really disgusting. The baseless accusations, and always again designed to fit some person into whatever political narrative they want to push with regard to the killing.
Yes, indeed.
Don't let the algorithm break your brain.
Yes, indeed. All right, so we've got, today is Epstein Files release day. Ryan's got a big
and
news.
a happy Epstein Files release day to both of you.
Indeed. This is when I should put on the Santa hat. So Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie partnered together, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. You had a bit of a bipartisan push and enough Republicans coming on to the discharge petition to force a vote on this. President Trump sort of backed down, realizing he was in a corner with this, signed this law that says, you have to now release these files, or else you will actually be in violation of the law. So the deadline is today. You also had a number of federal judges come in who were involved in the various, like, Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein cases, both in Florida and then, what was that, New York? Anyway, say, we agree that these materials, now that the law has been passed, need to be released. So we know that material will be included. And Congress conveniently decided they would leave town early, so they're going to be totally out of Dodge and make sure they're nowhere near whenever what comes out comes out. So Ryan, what do you think we should expect, since you're probably the foremost journalist on this at this point in the country, Julie K. Brown, a few other, Jason Leopold Haas, of course. What do you think we should be looking for in this release?
And I that's kind of you. I wouldn't put myself there. So many journalists have been doing so much work on this, including Whitney Webb for so long. We're relying on the tranche of stuff that's out, so I think that there could be interesting stuff out of the grand jury testimony. Like that could, there could be some serious breadcrumbs there. If people are wondering about the timing, Trump's capitulation was very cleverly timed. Like because there's a 30-day timing, and so either it was luck or he recognized or his team recognized, if we do it right now and sign it into law now, the 30 days will land on the Friday before Christmas. So let's we're going to lose this anyway. Better to lose it now, because so much of history, what we remember of history, revolves around how big a deal a story was when it happened. And if a story just kind of gets muzzled when it happens, it's really difficult then to unearth it later as a major kind of quote unquote historical moment. It's like why some scandals are Iran-Contra and some scandals are just kind of nobody's ever heard of them.
I was thinking about this last night too, because the shutdown is what prevented the bill from the discharge petition from going through. And so it does, I don't know if it would be strategically, it would make sense that it was intentional. But also, I wonder if it was just dumb luck, because they came back from the shutdown and immediately the discharge petition, which they were worried about, went through. They knew that was going to happen. But if that's luck, that is some incredible luck, because you're totally right, Ryan.
Probably a combination of the two, but yeah. And maybe they'll wait till 5 p.m.
I don't know if you can bury news, though, in the way that you used to be able to.
Because
everybody's it's not the same. The Friday news dump isn't what it used to be.
And if anything, now that you have Christmas is on a Thursday this year, there are a lot of people who are going to have a slow couple of weeks. Now you have online sleuths who are going to make sure the story has legs, because people have a little bit of extra time on their hands over the next couple of weeks.
True.
Yeah, and Democrats yesterday put out some new photos that they'd obtained. They got more with Chomsky, just very depressing stuff, showing how much he was palling around with him and Ehud Barak even, and Bannon.
Also some weird ass Lolita quotes on people's feet and body parts. Do you guys see that? Yeah.
Creepy.
Yeah, very creepy. And you've also had the New York Times now deciding to get in the game with a couple of significant pieces, but one in particular, there's the Lolita quotes on various body parts, so that's just really normal stuff. But the New York Times dug into his financing, and I know, Ryan, you had some thoughts about that, but they also dug into specifically the relationship with Trump. And maybe I can pull up some of the quotes here. I know Jasper Nathaniel had pulled some of the key quotes from this, but this won't be a surprise to any of us, because we know that Trump and Epstein have this very significant relationship, but there were some details here that were for sure new. So one of the things is an Epstein employee from the era recalled Mr. Trump would occasionally send over modeling cards for Mr. Epstein to peruse, like a menu. And the Trump modeling agency has long been one of the major red flags, because these modeling agencies, including, Epstein got close to Lex Wexner and he has Victoria's Secret and that's the whole thing. But, Trump was very close to John Casablancas and sort of looked up to him as a role model. His modeling agency was maybe the most infamous and notorious for exploiting young girls, and he himself for exploiting young girls. And so the modeling agencies have been used as a front for effectively human trafficking, and that's a documented phenomenon. So that's obviously Disturbing piece of information there. You've got this gross detail where Trump would love to, they'd love to like publicly brag about their exploits, put themselves on speakerphone, so whoever was in the room had to uncomfortably listen to whatever their like sexual exploits. Apparently they called each other all the time to share this sort of information. This one woman says she remembers one call in the mid-90s in which the two men discussed how much pubic hair a particular woman had and whether there was enough for Mr. Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another of these calls, Mr. Trump told Mr. Epstein about having sex with another woman on a pool table. This one is very disturbing. One of the 14-year-old models who was brought to Mar-a-Lago as one of these, parties, event
Child,
type things,
14-year-old child.
said she ran into Trump's then wife, Marla Maples. According to her, she says during a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, and they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hands, Ms. Coleman recalled, looked her in the eye, so this is the mother of the 14-year-old model, and says, whatever you do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband. Protect her. Now, Marla Maples denies that she said that and that quote occurred, but in any case, some new details there about the depth and nature of the Trump-Epstein relationship, and I think gives some insight into why Trump was very not excited about any of this information coming to light.
And remember, Trump bought Miss Teen USA in order, this is from his own testimony, in order for him to be able to creep into the locker room
it wasn't testimony,
and
it was
look
a
at
Howard
the
Stern
nude
show.
teens, like young teens. Like that, he said this on, he said this publicly.
Publicly, yeah.
So there's no question that, and aside from the gross stuff he said, like about his own daughter, like he's a gross dude.
He put into this modeling industry, by the way, which if you know what he knew is a real interesting choice.
Yeah, and there's that quote he gave to, I guess it was Vanity Fair or somebody, where he said, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein likes him young. So like, all of this is, but yeah, probably not surprising to people that he's this much of a creep.
I think it's surprising to some people, in a sense, with the young girls, apparently. And I mean, this was always the glaring blind spot for MAGA when they were very focused on Epstein and revealing, the connections with the elite circles. And it's like, you guys do know that this man was like besties with Donald Trump for a decade. You don't think there's going to be anything there? You don't think there's going to be anything there. So, in any case, and of course, what Trump would say, go ahead, Em.
Well, I was just going to say, it goes back to the origins of MAGA, which is that Donald Trump was standing up on the stage and saying, I alone can fix it, for example, because I know the system. The same thing with the Clintons.
I bought Teen USA, I can fix the problem.
It was his whole, but that goes into this broader point, is that he pitched himself to MAGA as somebody who was, and created MAGA, as somebody who was the billionaire against the other billionaires. He was part of the billionaire system, but he was going to sort of disrupt it from the inside. And it is important then, every time he does anything but disrupt the billionaire system from the inside, anytime he protects the billionaire system, anytime he's sort of revealed to be part of that system, I think it does. You guys talked about earlier this week, you and Sagar did a segment on Harry Enton looking at this poll results showing 2024 Trump supporters, strong support from Trump is down from 66% to 50%. Not super surprising, but at the same time, it does, I think, lead, Erica Kirk endorsed J.D. Vance yesterday at Turning Point's big conference. That genuinely is surprising. Not that she would endorse him, but that she would endorse him this early. And so it's setting a tone for what the Republican Party and what the kind of populist wing of the Republican Party
There's something
MAGA
going
is
on with those
supposed to do going forward. If you're J.D. Vance, you should be looking at those numbers, 66% to 50%, and thinking very hard about them because of things like this.
And now if you want...
not that JD, I'm not, like, obviously JD is connected to Teal and all of those people, so I'm just saying, like, the politics of it, I think, are kind of interesting.
Now, when it comes, and Emily and I talked about this a little bit on the show Wednesday, when we talked about the New York Times story, and I promised, or I pledged that we would try to have our story out by Friday, and we did get it out. the timing of the New York Times piece was helpful to us, I think, because we had been reporting around a lot of the same kind of period of time that they said that they uncovered and put to bed the questions about like where he made his money and whether or not he had intelligence connections, not making any sense throughout the entire piece. Let me put this up. I would highly recommend reading this piece. It's also just fascinating as just a piece of kind of alternative like espionage history, because it's fair to think of Epstein almost as like the Forrest Gump of the spy world. Like when it comes to Iran-Contra, he's just everywhere. And I highlighted this one paragraph from the New York Times piece here, where they write, Jeffrey Epstein had been spending extravagantly, and despite his lofty compensation at Bear Stearns and his work for Douglas Lease, he found himself strapped, even occasionally bouncing rent checks. Back in New York, he joined forces with John Stanley Pottinger, a lawyer who had recently left a senior post in the Justice Department. Epstein, Pottinger, and Pottinger's brother rented a penthouse office in the Hotel San Moritz on Central Park South. The broker, Joanna Cutler, told us that Epstein initially stiffed her on the commission. And so this is an example of some of the really impressive kind of shoe leather reporting that the Times did for this piece to track down all these details. Like they got Joanna Cutler on the phone and got her to tell them, that he stiffed her on the commission and confirmed this arrangement in the penthouse. But as we argue in the piece, if they had looked in the other direction, looked upwards, they would have, in this paragraph itself, found two details worth exploring. One, that Douglas Lease is himself an arms trafficker, and we talk about his connection to the Iran-Contra scandal, which it's called Iran-Contra, but right in the middle of it is Israel, because the United States was barred from shipping weapons to Iran. And so the arrangement that we created was that Israel would send weapons to Iran, which is comical if you think about it, since they're... But so Israel would ship weapons to Iran. Iran would then would put money into this slush fund that Shimon Peres, Ehud Barak, and Adnan Khashoggi were organizing. And then
Khashoggi,
the U.S. would...
By the way, Khashoggi. Trump buys the Khashoggi yacht.
Yes, Khashoggi. This is Khashoggi's. This is Jamal Khashoggi's uncle, in fact. And then the U.S. would then backfill the weapons to Israel. So we weren't giving weapons to Iran; we're giving them to Israel. We would then use, and then Hezbollah then would release some hostages, American hostages that were being held, and we would use the money to illegally finance the Contras, because Congress had said you can't finance this insurgency against the Nicaraguan leftist government, and so the Reagan administration used the proceeds to put them there. Now, Stanley Pottinger was a lawyer who was like heavily involved in the Iran-Contra scandal, helping to set up the flows of money, and so the Times found Epstein literally in business with an Iran-Contra lawyer at the time that the thing is unfolding, and Douglas Lease, who was also involved with it, and he was associates with Khashoggi. But go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say. So Trump's NSA, starting in 2019, was Matthew Pottinger, who is the son of John Stanley Pottinger, which is when Ro Khanna now describes the Epstein class. Here's an example of the Epstein class. It doesn't mean anyone's necessarily implicated in this massive blackmail. It just means that it's all being pulled from the same small pool of people who are part of this like tightly knit network.
But Pottinger, in his defense, actually, he died recently, but he represented a bunch of Epstein victims. I think whatever his
Epstein class traitor.
Yeah,
which, although some people may be very suspicious of that because it could look like controlled opposition.
Might be. He's an interesting guy. He was almost ousted from the Nixon administration as part of the Saturday Night Massacre, and he was like packing up his stuff, and then at the last minute, the massacre was kind of stopped. So he kept his job. He also, in this New York Times obit, it says that he figured out who Deep Throat was as part of this grand jury process. But
that's right.
he kept that secret. He then made a fortune in real estate in the 80s. And real estate, I'm not saying that he used Iran-Contra funds, but real estate was a major way that Iran-Contra funds were laundered. Then he became a novelist, a best-selling novelist. And he's, according to his Times obit, he has a spy thriller that hasn't been published yet. And then he represented the Epstein victims. So
what a
quite
life.
an arc.
Yeah.
That guy's life took. But then, so you have all of this. The Epstein being close with all of these different Iran-Contra figures. After the lid gets blown on Iran-Contra, the CIA's airline, Southern Air Transport, that was involved in this weapons shipments and drug running, has to lay low for a while. And what we report here, Whitney Webb has written about this as well, but we have some new details from a journalist in Ohio who covered this at the time. Jeffrey Epstein brought Southern Air Transport, the CIA's front company airline, to Columbus, Ohio. They moved the headquarters from Miami to Columbus, Ohio, to start trafficking lingerie and fast fashion for Les Wexner.
Trafficking lingerie.
So, as one friend responded last night, it's like, well, this is something decent that Epstein did for the world. So instead of trafficking drugs and like guns for the CIA, these planes for a couple years were moving, crappy
Bombshell push-up bras.
Right. Yeah, Abercrombie and Fitch and Victoria's Secret. So it's like, okay, maybe there's no intel connections here at all, but how on earth did this guy end up bringing the CIA's airplanes to Les Wexner? Like, Times is going to have to do a little bit better than just hand-waving it away with these kinds of details out there. It's kind of suspicious activity to be involved in.
It was very interesting to me how much the New York Times wanted to say, like, oh, case closed.
It's solved this.
Figured it out. No intel's ties, no blackmail, no nothing to see here, and then did a bunch of reporting that does not at all rule out those possibilities, and in fact raises even more questions about them, as your reporting points out.
And we also make the point in the preamble to the piece that in order to acquit him of all of these like links to intel and to say that there was nothing interesting going on here, what they had to do was craft this anti-Semitic caricature of the guy. Just like in a genuinely offensive way, because all they're left with is like, oh, he's just a giant con artist. And you go through it and you're like, this is like actually like, what are you doing here? But it's almost like, what's the Barry Gold? It's like a version of the Barry Goldwater quote. You would say, anti-Semitism in defense of the liberty of Israel is no fun.
Is no fun.
A lot of people apparently view it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
well,
go check that piece out.
Yeah, read the piece, because it just completely. If this is all just a coincidence, it's the greatest coincidence of all time.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know, also to make the claims that the Times did of like, oh, there's no intel connection, and to not even reference the reporting that you and others have done, I think is also just very, very lazy, also very condescending, like you don't even exist, right?
We even got we have a Times quote for the piece, because I put all this to them. They said, quote, "We report on facts that we are able to confirm, not supposition." It's like, well, a lot
what
of these are
a
facts.
bunch of
These are facts. Like, these are facts. You're welcome to report on them. If you can't confirm them, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
All right, guys, super excited to have this morning with us Corey Archibald and Casey Kennedy, who are the co-founders of Track APAC, who recently went public, stopped being anonymous on our show, which we were very privileged to have you guys there. Great to see you both.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk to you guys again because I feel like the question of AIPAC funding and overall position on Israel has just become such a central issue, in particular in Democratic primaries, although showing up in some Republican primaries as well. So I wanted to touch base with you guys about some of the races that you see as being really significant, just in terms of that funding question being a dividing line. But before I jumped into that, I wanted to just ask you guys, so how have things been going? How is it now, coming out and being public faces? I know you guys have gotten a lot of scrutiny online. Casey, I know you have been punished in terms of your career. You lost your job for the work that you're doing. So Casey, maybe start with you on how things are going.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tumultuous month, to say the least. Shortly after we did our initial interview with you folks, I did lose my job. That followed a doxing and harassment campaign from accounts like Stop Anti-Semitism and that whole network of pro-Israel troll accounts. Basically, my employer just didn't want to deal with that, so I'm no longer with them. But on the bright side, the silver lining is that's really just unleashed me and given me all the time in the world to focus now on this, what's up until now been a volunteer time passion project for me. Now I can really focus on it full time and work on a lot of things that I've been pushing to the back burner, and I'm excited for the opportunity to work on it even more.
Did you expect, when you came forward, did you expect it would be a problem for your employer, or did that kind of come out of the blue for you?
I was definitely unsure. I was operating the account anonymously for that exact reason. I just didn't want to risk it. I obviously wasn't informing them of like what I was doing during my free time. And I thought that I might be able to explain where I was coming from and maybe, work out a way to keep my job. But it all just pretty quickly, and
it's crazy to me. I mean, all you do is put forward publicly available information, compile publicly available information.
Yeah, it's pretty awful that people can just make smears and just really baseless claims and have that upend somebody's livelihood. So I know I'm not the only one. I'll be okay. I have other means to make my living. A lot of other people don't, and I think that's a really important point that we have to keep pushing in this narrative. You're seeing a lot of shift right now happening in the political spectrum, but it's not only in the political spectrum that we need to have this attention focused. It's regular people who are speaking up who are also being persecuted and targeted.
Yeah. Corey, how about you?
Oh, is that it? No, as Casey said, it has definitely been a very tumultuous month. I have not had the same kind of impact and scrutiny that he has, although I've certainly had people picking through my very online life that I have lived for decades. And, congratulations, you uncovered things that I post about constantly. Well done you, I guess. But I guess people are supposed to, they want me to be ashamed of who I am, and I'm not. I'm proud of the work that I've done and what we've been able to achieve through this project. And if anything, those kinds of attacks and scrutinies just make us more determined to keep doing what we're doing.
All right, so let's turn to the topic at hand. There's a ton of races that we could have picked to focus on. But Corey, why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit of a rundown of a few of the Democratic primaries that you're really watching, where the question of AIPAC funding has taken a sort of central spotlight.
Yeah, of course. Well, we are, as many people are, we are closely following and engaging with both races for Cori Bush and her rematch against Wesley Bell and Abdul El-Sayed. Both of those races are important to us, not only because of who the candidates are, especially because of who the candidates are and because of what they represent, and they are objectively the best choice in those primaries, but also I got a little personal connection to both races, in the sense that I worked very closely with Cori Bush in her first 2 runs for Congress. And I took it very personally, the way that she was attacked and smeared by AIPAC. It was part of the reason for the inspiration for founding this PAC and for joining up with Casey and working on this project. And then, of course, Abdul El-Sayed, he's running against Haley Stevens, who is another villain. AIPAC dumped truckloads of cash into the race against Andy Levin to get her into office, and so that's another one that I take a bit personally. And so for that reason, those are 2 races that are, I think, have the opportunity, once those 2 are in, once Cori is restored to Congress and once Abdul is in the Senate, I think they will have a significant impact on the direction of Democratic policy. And so those are very important races to us. But, there are also a number of other races that we've supported.
Sorry, just really quickly on Abdul El-Sayed, because there's another significant contender in that race, Mallory McMorrow, and I actually haven't followed closely. What is she said, or has she said anything with regard to AIPAC funding? What's your sense there?
Casey, I'll let you take this one if you want.
Mallory McMorrow's been an interesting kind of case study for how the needle has been moving on this topic within the Democratic Party.
I'll pull up my story while you're talking.
Yeah, exactly. That you had a great piece on that. She actually, some supporters had kind of leaked to the press that they had read a position paper that she had submitted to a pro-Israel organization, which we're pretty sure, based on reporting.
Hold on now, they didn't just leak it to the press.
They gave it to. Was it Ryan Grimm dug it up? Is that how it originally came to? Okay.
Ryan is synonymous with the press.
That's right. Right.
All right. So Dropsite's own Ryan Grimm broke that Mallory McMorrow had submitted a position paper to a pro-Israel group, which was at AIPAC confirmed at that time, right out the gate.
It wasn't her supporter said it was AIPAC. I suspect that it was actually DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, and that the supporter was using AIPAC as a shorthand because DMFI is a shorthand.
Which is what we do, frankly. I mean, we use AIPAC as kind of a shorthand to refer to the whole lobby. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they call it an AIPAC position paper, but I think it was DMFI.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. AIPAC ally DMFI. She had submitted a position paper, and obviously that position paper hasn't been made public, but we can infer what was included in there based on the comments of those supporters.
That was outstanding. Yeah.
They really gave her a lot of praise for her strong pro-Israel position, and we also found out that she had taken a trip to Israel, which we believe was with the American Israel Education Foundation, is AIPAC's nonprofit arm. So that's definitely concerning. She has said that she agrees it could meet the definition of genocide, but it's not the forthright conviction that we're looking for in a candidate in this moment, who we're really looking to have the moral clarity to take a bold stand and not be kind of hedging their bets of where special interests might come after them for speaking the truth.
Yeah, that kind of feels like her vibe on a range of issues on healthcare as well. She's tried to kind of, signal, I'd love to have universal healthcare, but here's why we can't do it. Yeah.
It feels like she's kind of threading a needle. You can see she's sort of pinned between the progressive lane that Abdul El-Sayed is filling and the establishment lane that Haley Stevens is filling with the backing of AIPAC. So that's another one where the split is going to be interesting to see. I'm not sure right now how that's going to play out. The polls have them pretty evenly matched up.
All three of them, pretty close. Yep.
There would be some interesting plays for sure in that race.
Ryan, maybe you should set up for us the Nida Alam race, because I know that's versus Valerie Fouché, which is another one that I know you've done a lot of reporting on, and then we can get Corey and Casey to weigh in on that one as well.
Yeah, this is a rematch of a race from 2022 when Nida Alam announced her candidacy. She was a county commissioner from Durham, and she was if you remember, she was close friends with a group of Muslim men who were a victim of a hate crime. It was this horrific national story where several men were killed in Durham, and it became huge news, definitely in North Carolina, but even around the country and around the world, and that inspired her to get into local office. So she became a county commissioner. Then she ran for the House seat, and then Valerie Fouché came in with enormous amounts of backing, not just from AIPAC but also from crypto. And she ended up Nida Alam ended up only losing by 4 points or something. You guys might remember better, 4,000 votes, or it was a very, very, very close race, even though she was outspent absolutely massively. Now, North Carolina has redrawn the district, and it's actually more favorable now to Nida Alam. If this would have been the old district, she actually probably would have won, even given the massive amount of crypto and AIPAC money being spent. As we covered on Breaking Points, Fouché, throughout the last couple years, has kind of turned against Israel. She's made some critical comments in an interesting way, and in the back of her mind, and I would assume, but definitely in the back of my mind as she was doing that, I was like, oh, I bet she assumes that Nida's going to launch another challenge to her, and sees this as a massive political vulnerability, because there's just so much money on the table. And either you guys can respond, but while you do, I'll just put up this. DMFI put out yesterday its list of dozens of endorsements of Democrats across the country, and Fouché was not on there, which is quite interesting, because it either means they're so frustrated that she distanced herself from them, anticipating this challenge, or they recognize that even rebranded as DMFI, this pro-Israel money is just too damaging in a Democratic primary to be public about.
Yeah, I mean, I think Valerie Fouché is someone who...
And how do you say it? I have no idea.
I actually just learned this recently. I think it is Fouché. I used to say Fouché also. But if one of us is correct.
Yeah, when Crystal said Fouché, I was like, that might actually be right. Oh.
I just have only ever read it, so
Same.
Anyway. Yeah, I was actually corrected on it by someone from North Carolina recently, so I'll take that as gospel. But this is another interesting case because what we see happening with her, I think, is representative of the work that we're trying to achieve.
You just come over here. Demand pets from your loyal servant.
We want them to recognize that they are creating a political liability.
Demand attention for 5 minutes
by working with AIPAC
and then you
DMFI.
leave.
And so I in one sense, it's hard to know because I'm not inside somebody's head, so I don't know exactly how genuine her shift is. But I would say that paired with her somewhat critical comments of the genocide in Gaza, I think it does seem to be something of a genuine change in her position. And to that, I'll say I've spent a lot of 2025 feeling, on one hand, very immensely relieved to see such a shift in a lot of politicians and public figures and how they
you got your
view what's happening in Gaza and our role and our complicity in it. But on the other hand, it's so frustrating because a lot of people had to die for you to learn that lesson, and it just feels like she's a little late to the game. I welcome the change. I hope it's genuine. I feel that it's genuine. Time will tell. But if I have to choose between someone who was late to the game in that way on such a life or death matter, I'll take the person who was on the right side the whole time.
And what are some of the other, there were a couple other races that you guys had sent me that were ones that I was less familiar with.
Texas
One is
33.
the congressional race that now Colin Allred has jumped into in Texas after
33.
he withdrew from the Senate race. Talk about a few of the races that are a little bit more under the radar for people.
Yeah, so now down in Texas in the newly redistricted 33rd district, there's a candidate that we're supporting named Zishan Hafiz. He is going to be running against, in the primary, Colin Allred, who just dropped out of the Texas Senate race to go run for a seat in Congress in the House, and also Representative Julie Johnson, who's currently representing the 32nd district, is going to be campaigning in the 33rd district for 2026. Julie Johnson is an active AIPAC-backed rep. She's only taken a little over $40,000 from the Israel lobby, but she votes in lockstep with them. Colin Allred has accepted over $646,000 from pro-Israel groups, including AIPAC and DMFI in the past, although it seems he did stop taking AIPAC and DMFI money after the 2022 cycle. But again, looking at his voting record, he was a pretty reliable pro-Israel vote in the House.
And Mark Veazey.
So in this race, we are supporting Zishan Hafiz. He's committed to rejecting AIPAC and the Israel lobby outright, and he's calling for overturning Citizens United to get big money out of our politics. He's never taken any corporate money. This is something that he's made really foundational and a central plank of his campaign. And these are the kind of candidates that we're looking to get involved with, who really have the backbone to stand up, call a genocide, and do what they can in their capacity as a federal representative to stop our complicity in this genocide.
Yeah, and that sounds like one where there's a very, very clear divide there.
And if I could just jump in really quickly on both of these two races that we just talked about, the North Carolina 4 race and the Texas 33 race, these are two primaries that are coming up very soon. March 3rd is the primary for both of these races. We are less than 90 days away, and we're also, I hate to sound like a fundraiser, but I am one. We are coming up on the end of quarter. So, if you're sitting at home and you're looking for candidates to support, like, this is the moment to pay attention. This is the moment to think about these races, because this is the point at which we decide what the future of the Democratic Party is going to look like, no matter what Ken Martin decides to bury.
And Corey, tell me a little bit, or Casey, whoever's wants to jump on it, about California 7 and Mai Vang.
Go for that one, Casey.
Yeah, so Mai Vang is challenging AIPAC-backed Rep. Doris Matsui. Doris Matsui is 81 years old, and she's running for re-election. She actually filled the seat of her late husband, Bob Matsui, who died in Congress back in 2005. Doris Matsui is another reliable pro-Israel vote. She consistently ranks among the most pro-Israel votes in the Democratic caucus. And she's since married a billionaire. So she is, just really out of touch with what we need in these times. She's not bringing the fight to all of the corruption and the madness that we see going on in Washington. And Mai Vang has stepped up. She's I believe she's a city council member currently. And she is outright rejecting AIPAC and the Israel lobby, corporate money, and she calls a genocide a genocide. She's really bringing the pressure to Doris Matsui, who has previously not spent a lot of time in the district. You'll see her making her campaign stops now. You can tell she's feeling the pressure. And this kind of young, exciting candidate is another one that we're thrilled to see stepping up into the ring.
And then the last one you guys had sent me, and then we had some sort of broader, more general questions, but was Cameron Kasky, who, Kyle and I actually just interviewed him last week. He's running in the seat in New York that's opened up by Jerry Nadler's retirement. Very crowded primary. A bunch of people jumped into that one. What makes Cameron stand out to you guys?
Yeah, so Cameron is, for one, I've followed his activism since the days of Parkland, and I've just been so impressed with him as an activist and the way that he consistently speaks so clearly on issues. He's not afraid to take a stand, and he has certainly demonstrated that in the short time that he's been running this campaign. There is no other candidate in this race currently that, as you said, it's a very crowded primary, and yet not a single one of them in a district that, heavily favored Zoran in the recent mayoral election. Not a single one of them has come out very clearly and made a stand about Israel committing a genocide or calling for an arms embargo or rejecting support from AIPAC and the Israel lobby just generally. So he is the most clear on this issue, and I think he just represents such an important voice that I think would be a real game changer in Congress.
Yeah, and for people who don't know, he was there. He survived the Parkland shooting. He's 17 years old. He became an activist. He talks about, starting that organization, sitting in his bedroom, and also has really been through the ringer, with Alex Jones and these people saying he's a crisis actor and all that. I don't know if it was Alex Jones specifically. I shouldn't say that. But there were right-wing activists saying that he was a crisis actor. And so he has really been through the fire in terms of political activism. And, I was really impressed with him when I spoke with him last week as well. How much so one of the questions I had for you guys that I think we touched on before, and you've kind of touched on here as well, is politicians are starting to get the memo of like, oh, I should say I'm not going to take AIPAC money. You saw Gavin Newsom, after initially just being like, that's interesting. That's an interesting question, saying, no, I'm not going to take any AIPAC money, although Ryan feels like he left himself a little wiggle room there. But in any case, he clearly wanted to give the impression that was his answer. Yep. Seth Moulton came out, oh, no, even after he had asked AIPAC to support him. He's like, oh, I don't want anything to do with these people. Right. So what are the follow-up questions that people should be asking as it increasingly becomes clear that this is a politically toxic position? But you're going to have politicians who want to have their cake and eat it too, who want to signal to the base like, oh yeah, totally, I'm with you guys. I'm not going to say it's a genocide, but I'm against bad things. But at the same time, they still want to be able to get that money and that support from the Israel lobby. So what are the follow-up questions that people should be asking?
And can I just tack on to that quickly to ask, are there new, other than like Newsom doing, I don't know if anyone could pull off what Newsom did quite like Newsom did, but are there new lines that we're seeing be rolled out, kind of to either mask or hedge? Is there anything people should be paying attention to specifically?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, I think, Casey, do you want to go first, or I can?
I'll jump on Emily's point real quick there, just while I have it in my mind. I would say standing against sending offensive weapons to Israel is a big one for us. That is what we see as hedging. A weapon is a weapon, a bomb is a bomb. The more bombs that you send to Israel, the more for self-defense, the more bombs they have to use for offense. So that's definitely a line that we see as kind of a red flag when we're assessing candidates, and we will probe to find out more. Corey, did you want to jump on that other part?
I think just to add on to that point, I mean, it like Rashida Tlaib has talked about this. She has said the words "a weapon is a weapon," and others have made the point that even if we take at face value, even if we just accept as truth what is stated, that the weapons that we provide for what are supposed to be defensive purposes are only used in that capacity, well, certainly it frees up military resources for them to be able to focus on not only committing genocide in Gaza, but also attacking their neighbors and creating hostilities in all parts of the region. So I think the only thing that sends a message, because so much of the support that goes into the Israeli military comes from U.S. aid. The only way to send a message that we are no longer on board with what you're doing is to say you're cut off. And that's the line that needs to be drawn. So we're not going to hedge and split hairs on what's an offensive and what's a defensive weapon. Either when there are very clear U.S. laws that state that if someone is receiving U.S. military aid and they are committing war crimes, which Israel very clearly has in multiple ways, then we are supposed to cut off the supply of aid. That's our own laws that we're violating when we try to split hairs and say what's defensive and what's offensive.
And how do you guys count the money that shows up when it says $40,000 from pro-Israel groups? Is that AIPAC?
So this is going to be
AIPAC and DMFI, or is it also people who have previously given to AIPAC?
So up until now, it has been money from any pro-Israel PAC. So there's a whole slate beyond AIPAC and DMFI of these smaller groups that within the Israel lobby ecosystem. We've got a full spreadsheet of them on our website. But basically, we take those PAC IDs and then we run an FEC report. So we pull it from the Federal Election Commission, and it just aggregates the data of how much has gone through the PAC to the candidate. That can also include conduit contributions. So AIPAC will bundle all the donor money through their website or through their portal and then to the candidate. So that's where those numbers. We also track the independent expenditures. So if AIPAC or any of their allies are spending independently to run ads or any other campaign activity on behalf of the candidate or to attack their opponent, we'll also add that into the candidate's lobby total.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with why Wesley Bell's and George Latimer's totals are so high. It's because a lot of that was the independent expenditures.
Oh my gosh, they had much money come in for them.
But we are expanding on that. So as I think we mentioned the last time we saw you guys, that AIPAC is starting to change tactics. They've always kind of done this. They've always created these secret donation portals where donors can just go straight. They get a link straight to a person's donation page where they can donate without having to have the label AIPAC attached to it. But we see, there's been reporting recently about how they are increasing use of that tactic, and we expect that they will. And so one of the things that we're doing with as we ramp up and we're working to expand our team is we're going to be expanding our data capabilities so that we can more carefully track these large donors that are, very closely affiliated with AIPAC. They're consistent AIPAC donors, and they're also funneling, you'll see big money drops that happen, in a coordinated fashion. And so we want to be able to track and report on that more accurately so that we can reflect the genuine total that's coming into these reports.
Yeah, you would think it would be something that that LLMs could even help with. In other words, if you've got let's say you've got a donor who has given, more than $5,000 over the last several cycles to AIPAC or to DMFI. So you know that's like an AIPAC donor. And then you see them maxing out to a candidate. And then on that same day, you see 10 other people max out to that candidate. Like,
right.
You couldn't say that's 100%
Welcome back.
AIPAC money, but you could be like, this is...
Yeah, exactly.
It's very likely this was a coordinated, this was either a fundraiser or an email that went out to this group.
Yeah.
Because that
bears the hallmarks of, yes.
Yeah, it bears the hallmarks of a pro-Israel information campaign.
This is actually a good segue to ask you guys, how can people support your work? Because you are continuing to expand. And as you said, this is really, crunch time in terms of these Democratic primaries, but also, as I said, it's a relevant issue in increasingly on the Republican side.
Were you the one that I was recommending all those books to a couple weeks ago?
For example, if you are interested in supporting any of the races that we just talked about and supporting our work in amplifying those races, a great place to go is to trackaipac.com/endorsements. That will take you to a page that has all of our endorsed candidates on it that we just discussed, and each one of them links to a tandem donate page where you can split a contribution between our organization and that campaigin directly.
How are you?
Those tandem forms really
tired.
are something like they can raise a lot. I think we raised was it over $20,000 for
I had my last
Afghan
final
Bain
exam
on our tandem form
yesterday.
just in the last few weeks lead up to that special
so
election.
I'm off for the next month.
So this is a really powerful tool to amplify the grassroots effect, and it not only puts money directly into those campaigns that could really use those boosts, but it also amplifies what we're able to do in support of them
what
on
is
the
going
IE
for? Political
side.
science.
Amazing.
And as you guys grow, there's going to be
That's
more
how I found out about most of those
because
books
you
I was
guys
telling you about last time.
Are talking specifically about campaign finance and spending.
That's all good.
It's going to be increasingly important, probably to be.
It happens. I don't expect you to remember
than a normal organization
the collegiate major of
so would you guys commit
a random
to some
Twitch
sort of,
streamer that has like
independent audit or something,
one viewer every
that
3 hours.
Track AIPAC, so that people who are like giving money because you're going to have people in this world who are like
I'm
these
just a
are
random dude
who are like cashing
I remember
in.
You though. Well, I appreciate that.
FEC reports are very confusing. And you see money moving in and moving out, and it's very easy for people to just.
No, I just need to get like 10 more people to.
What's going on here?
Remember that, so
and
I can actually start like
everything that's going on. So have you thought about how you're going to
monetizing the shit?
Use some level of transparency to counteract what is like I can guarantee that's coming if it hasn't already.
We're already seeing some of that. I mean, there's been some critics from the left that just say, "Oh, you're just grifting." I mean, as you said, the FEC reports are out there. It's publicly available.
Well, all I gotta do is get to 50. I've met all the other requirements.
We've always been very
I just gotta get to 50 followers.
In our spending, so like we've been building up our war chest to be able to put as much as we can. In fact, until very, very recently, Casey and I weren't even taking a salary from the PAC. So we've been very conservative in that way that we just really wanted to build up our resources.
But you'll do fine then.
I mean, in terms of transparency, people can always ask us any question that they have.
As long as I can
FEC
maintain
report,
a decent level of consistency, I should be okay.
Had a discussion about any
It'll be slow with me still being in school.
Project internally.
Right, something to think about.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
But.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it is hectic and crazy, and you have a lot going on. So really appreciate your work and really appreciate your time with us this morning.
Consistency, reliability.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
Something for people to look forward to,
You guys too. That was great.
See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, let's go ahead and wrap up the free show here. Got a bunch of interesting stuff we're going to get to in the premium half. In particular, this.
Hello, everyone. We are coming up on the end of a year that many of us would very much like to forget. There have been mass deportations and ice dragnets, the Bezos-Sanchez wedding, the dismantling of the federal government, Elon Musk's ketamine habit, doubling down on fossil fuels and reversal of climate progress, Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, the demolition of the East Wing of the White House, Katy Perry in space.
Yeah.
I mean, I could really just go on. All of it just
like I wanted to get on last week, but it was like
the most terrible
I was studying for like
been the result of
6 straight hours.
Trump now sits in a White House construction
and then it got to be
site,
like, I
largely
think I was in bed by
unconstrained,
9:30,
and surrounded by
about the
stooges
time that
who
I
have carried out
normally
even
start
his most
streaming.
unhinged
Like, you know,
and
after all the
often
kid stuff is done.
unlawful orders. But occasionally, if there has been any
But I was
check
already in
on
bed.
Trump's power, it has been thanks to the courts. And I should be clear here. I mean the
right,
lower courts. As we
chemical
sit at the end of this
manipulators.
bruising year, the country is on the precipice of some very,
I had
very
those.
big decisions.
Rank are they?
Ones that
4?
could cement Trump's absolute executive power and reshape American life in a way that outlasts
there they are. Okay, I
Donald
got
J.
11 of them.
Trump and maybe even MAGA itself.
Oofs,
and
yes, big oofs.
all of these decisions rest in the hands of the 9 justices on the Supreme Court. We're talking cases that will determine the future of voting rights, birthright citizenship, gay and trans rights, the independence of federal agencies, and the legality of the Trump tariffs, which you may have
6
noticed
hours
are
insane.
currently
I mean, it wasn't
asphyxiating the American
straight.
economy.
Like I was
And
taking
if the
like
lower courts have been a
every like
powerful
hour
check
to an
on
hour and a
Trump's
half,
worst
approximately.
impulses over at the
Like if I'd
Supreme
get to a
Court,
good stopping
it is an
point,
entirely different
like I'd read through,
the court's
skim through a
6-3
chapter, take some
conservative
notes,
majority is populated by
and
men who fly
like I could
insurrectionist
feel it,
flags over their summer
like my
homes and
attention
take luxury
waning.
vacations
I'd get
with
up and take like a
right-wing
15-minute
activists.
break.
So yeah,
but
the
all
High
in all,
Court
like
has done a great
I think I
deal
started.
to cement Trump's power and
Oh, man,
send
what time
this
did I
country way back.
Yeah, it was
in
sometime
time.
around noon.
And those justices
And
ain't
then
done yet.
I
Not
stopped like
by a
around
long shot.
7:30 or
I'm
8.
Alex Wagner,
Had dinner.
and this week on Runaway Country, we're
watched
talking
like
about the
half
political
an
agenda
episode
at the highest
of
court of
the
the
Mighty
land,
Nine on
what the justices are considering
Amazon.
right
Like I
now
made it
that will
halfway through
make
the
or
episode,
break
and I was
our
falling asleep on the
democracy, and
couch, so I
also
just
what
decided to go to
happens
bed.
To answer these questions, I will be chatting with my friend and fellow Crooked Media host Melissa Murray from Strict Scrutiny, a fantastic podcast on all things SCOTUS. Melissa is also a legal scholar, a professor at NYU, and she used to clerk for Justice Sotomayor.
How was the
so
episode?
she is literally
I got to be
one of
honest
the
with
best
you,
in the
it
biz
was
to escort us
last
down
week,
this
and
long
I
and
don't
winding road.
remember much of
I
it.
just think there's
if I'm
so
being
much
completely
going on
honest.
that it's hard to focus on the court when we're literally watching
I'm trying to
a
remember what the
monarch/autocrat
episode was about.
take shape. So that might be part of the problem. It seems like
I think they were
the
like
attention on the
stealing
court is
treasure from a
diminished,
cave
but
or something.
That's because there's just so much other stuff. It's
They woke up
literally
like these
being
huge
at a zoo where
golems.
chimpanzees are flinging feces at each other.
I think.
Right. I mean,
and at us.
Right.
Let me just say, and at us.
It's like where do you look first? Where do you duck first?
But first, what is it like to be at the center of
It's
one
like,
of these landmark Supreme Court cases?
I don't know
taking
if you
on the Trump
watched
administration and its most unlawful
Vox Machina,
ambitions?
I think is what it was
that
called.
Well, I spoke to two
but it was
people
made
who
by
are
the same
right
people
smack
that
in
did
the
that.
middle of
I don't know
that
if you're into
very
like
specific
D&D,
fight.
but it's,
Both are
it was
plaintiffs in
created
some
by
of
the people
highest
that do
profile
Critical
cases on the
Role.
court's docket.
The
The
Critical
first is
Role
Rick
stream.
Goldenberg. Rick is a
YouTube,
CEO
whatever.
of toy companies Learning Resources and Hand to Mind, family businesses that manufacture educational toys, which they do
So yeah,
largely
it's like
overseas. Rick
yeah,
filed a
Critical Role.
lawsuit
So
against President Trump's
those
tariffs
are the people
almost
that created the
immediately after they were announced.
they created
Liberation Day was April
the
2nd,
cartoons
and I
called
started
Vox
looking for
Machina.
litigation on
There was
April
like 3
7th, so
seasons.
it
It was
took me
like
5 days
it
to
basically
come to
was
my
a cartoon
senses.
version
In May, a
of
lower
their
court
first
agreed with
D&D
Rick that
campaign.
the tariffs are unlawful and, in his words,
Whoa.
asphyxiating.
Welcome back.
We were as well prepared as we thought we could possibly be. We'd been moving product out of China. We'd stocked up on inventory. And we had a cost-cutting plan that went into motion immediately when he started to institute the fentanyl tariffs. But nothing could prepare for
Look how sick she is.
45% tariff. I calculated an apples-to-apples basis. It would have taken our 2024 total.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
2.3
kidding,
million
crazy.
up
I'm
to
just roasting you.
literally
You're
100
fine.
million, as ridiculous and as hyperbolic as that sounds, that was a legit number.
The lower court's ruling on Learning Resources v. Trump was appealed because, of course, it was. And now it has reached the Supreme Court. For his part, Rick is undeterred. He considers what he's doing an apolitical cause, and above all, he thinks of it as an honor.
The American system
Hi,
depends on
welcome back.
someone raising their hand.
Welcome.
And that's why it's a great system, that it's possible. I can tell you that outside of this country, some of the people we do business with are shocked, absolutely stunned that we would dare do something like this. In other countries, you can't. In this country, you can, and I think after 250 years, sometimes we forget what makes this place special. This is an example of it. It's the American system on display. It should work this way. Imagine if in your lifetime you get the opportunity to stand up and defend what James
Yeah, what was I
Madison
talking about?
did
Oh
in
yeah, the show.
1787. I personally
So yeah,
think
if you have
idea
it's on Amazon. But I'm sure you can download it.
Or
Fine, you
is
can
one of the great
pirate it
ideas
somewhere, I'm
of
sure.
mankind in the history of mankind.
I would never
And
promote
so
stealing
the
that.
opportunity to defend that, to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, like, who could imagine having that opportunity in your lifetime?
The other person we talked to who's standing up to Trump at the Supreme Court is Rebecca Slaughter, a former commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission. Emphasis on former, because in March, Becca and the only other Democrat on the commission were fired without cause by President Trump. Fun fact, Trump nominated Rebecca in his first term. Those firings were in violation of an existing Supreme Court precedent known as Humphrey's Executor v. United States, which the court now seems poised to overturn. And if the president is allowed to terminate people from independent agencies like the FTC, the FCC, the NLRB, the Fed, and so on, those agencies will no longer be independent, at least not from the executive branch. That means the president will be able to handpick people who agree with him or her, but let's be real, him, which has major implications for basically everything. What's on TV, company mergers, company monopolies, union protections. Becca and I talk about how this case represents the largest presidential power grab in nearly a century and could effectively make our government a corporate kleptocracy. Here's our conversation. Rebecca Slaughter, welcome to Runaway Country. We're all sort of like on tenterhooks waiting to see what the Supreme Court does. And it feels like your case might be one of the ones we find out about before, I don't know, next summer. Who knows? Who can know anything with this court? But I'd love to just start at the beginning. You're nominated by President Trump in his first term to be a commissioner on the Federal Trade Commission. And then President Biden sort of renews that post for you. You're one of the, I think, 2 Democratic seats under Trump on the commission. And then Trump gets sworn back into office. When that happened this year, did you feel like your position on the FTC was tenuous? Were you worried?
Yeah, he can't.
Well, I mean, I have
Trump can't be seen keeping someone that Biden allowed to stay.
Newspapers. So, on the one hand, I was very confident that the statute, 100 years of Supreme Court precedent, the work of every president since
the Supreme Court.
FDR, all would leave my job protected.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, I knew President Trump was planning to and watched him take a bulldozer to all sorts of parts of the federal government, at first metaphorically, more recently literally.
Right.
And so I knew that bulldozer could be coming for independent agencies. You know, one thing I want to point out, Alex, when you mentioned that I was originally nominated by President Trump, that's true. But I think an important detail is in both of my confirmations, I was confirmed unanimously as part of a package with Republican appointees. So the Senate, in considering these agencies, not only said, okay, yes, Becca's fine, we'll let her keep doing this, but it is important to us that these commissioners come in a bipartisan way. There's negotiation that happens there. And so unilaterally changing that upsets not just centuries of tradition, but even the most recent bargains that were struck by the Senate in confirming me and, at the time, Commissioner, now Chairman Ferguson, and Commissioner Holyoke together in a package in 2024.
Your package deal, as it were.
Exactly.
So you are aware of what this president's intentions are at the beginning of the second term. He's not being subtle. He's not being skillful. But take me back to the day when you find out you're fired and when that was and sort of how you received the news.
Well, I think I even need to go back a little bit further. From the beginning of the administration, Commissioner Bedoya, the other Democrat on the FTC, and I were watching carefully what was happening at other agencies. We saw the Democrats at the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board get fired. We saw Democrats at the National Labor Relations Board, the Merit Systems Protection Board, they all got fired. So we were sort of thinking, are they coming for us? I don't know if they're coming for us. But we were both very committed to saying, no, our obligation is to do our job, to uphold the oath that we've taken, and not to live and act out of fear. You know, we need to be doing the jobs the best we can. So that's what we were doing. We were both proceeding as well as we could with all of the chaos that was happening in the federal workforce. The day I was fired was March 18th. I worked a full day, and I went to my kids' elementary school where I was volunteering in the evenings for the very, very high stakes elementary school production of Beauty and the Beast.
I mean,
but okay, but like
I'm not gonna. That is high stakes. You do have 2 high stakes hats you wear.
Correct. My daughter was Belle. I don't want to brag.
Whoa, really high stakes. Very high stakes.
So this was like, for this 5th grader, it was like, this is all of her dreams and hopes and passion. I was sitting outside the rehearsal space, and I checked my work phone, as I do periodically, and I had an email from someone I'd never heard of in the presidential personnel office that it was very long, but the upshot of it was, you're fired effective immediately.
Wow.
So I stepped out into the courtyard of the school,
I forgot
and
to
the first
buy
person I
new
called was
laser
Alvaro Bedoya, the other Democratic commissioner, and he had
Crap.
the identical email. So then we had to leap into action and say, okay, what do we do next? This hasn't happened in over 90 years at our agency, and the last time it happened, a unanimous Supreme Court said it was illegal.
Yeah.
So I think the way I described
I
it is
need
we
a
were
new
both
shield
shocked
generator.
but not surprised. You know, we knew it could happen, but it didn't make it any less shocking and disruptive to these institutions, our institution, but they're not the only ones that we serve.
To get
I should do mining.
to the sort of human level of this, you've done some preparation, you're a citizen of the world, you are well aware of what this president is capable of and what, his desires are. But you're also, in the government to do the right thing by the American people. You're a part of an independent agency that conducts really important sort of like oversight for foundational sort of democratic values.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
And you're at your daughter's performance of Beauty and the Beast, where she's playing Beauty, which is like, as a mom, a big deal, and as a Disney fan, a big deal. So like, what did you do? I mean, how did you feel about it in that moment?
My first thought was, okay, how do I respond appropriately professionally, look out for the people on my team that need to be looked out for? That was my first concern. The people who work for me, how is this going to affect them, and how can I make sure that they are as safe and secure as possible? And then how can I protect my family? Because this was also breaking news. And, I live in the suburbs of DC. And so I was getting alerts on my phone about me. And what I really was worried about was my kids hearing from other kids that something that sounds very scary had happened to their mom. And I wanted them to know they were going to be okay as a family and as people, and to not feel scared or to misunderstand what was going on, even as they could understand that I was upset and this was not good from my perspective. So I was trying to juggle all of those things while pacing in an elementary school courtyard. I did a press conference from the parking lot of the school on my phone that evening while the rehearsal was running, and I was able to make it to all of the rehearsals and all of the performances, because the one thing I kept saying when people are like, oh, you can bow out, we can step in, and I said, no, these people can try to take my job, but they cannot take drama club and the joy of performance from me and these elementary school kids.
You may try to dismantle the independence of federal agencies, but you will not take Beauty and the Beast from me.
Correct. You're not coming for this small slice of joy that these kids have. It must be undisturbed. But also, I think, it's selfish as much as selfless, because for me, it was a really fun, wonderful, grounding thing to be a part of when my professional life felt like it was in a very public dumpster fire.
Well, right, now you're the lead plaintiff in a case making its way to the Supreme Court that I believe Matt Ford in the New Republic basically said, it could be the largest sort of presidential power grab since the New Deal, and that this is, this really has your case, depending on how the court decides, it could change the American society, the way in which companies and corporations are able to sort of prey upon American consumers, the sort of, officially making it a corporate kleptocracy up there at 1600 Pennsylvania. I mean, just the implications of all of this are vast. And I think it's really interesting to know that even when you are central to this massive historical Supreme Court case, you're also just a human being that is a mom trying to put one foot in front of the other.
That's true. And like, that's also true of every other person who's in the middle of the upheaval of federal government, whether it's like the, you know, person who's been a mine safety worker for decades who lost their job, or like anyone who works at USAID. Like, these are all humans who are public servants and are in the middle of this massive upheaval, and the upheaval has huge stakes, but also in like the micro level, these are people doing work for their fellow Americans. And I think it's really easy to lose sight of that when we hear lots of rhetoric about, you know, deep state bureaucrats, which I think is really unfair.
I'm 100% with you on the putting a face back on the bureaucracy and reminding people that these are civil servants who are trying to make the country better and we're functional. But you have become, I mean, you're doing podcasts, you're doing TV interviews, you decide to sue the federal government, which is a very, you know, and now we're waiting for the Supreme Court decision to be handed down. How'd you make that decision? I mean, what happened to you has, as I just said, like historic implications. So maybe it wasn't a huge decision to say, I'm going to go out there and do this, but can you walk me through that process?
Look, candidly, doing media, doing podcasts, this is not my comfort zone. It's not the thing that I have like been the most excited about in my career. I'm getting more comfortable.
Doing great.
I've been thinking about this as a growth year, but it's not my favorite. But the reason I'm doing it and the reason I'm in the lawsuit is because the stakes are so high and because I think the issues are so important. And that's true in a lot of places, and a lot of people are on the other side of actions by this administration, and they're not in a position to push back. They don't have the community, familial, financial support to stand up in court or in whatever way is appropriate, and I do. And if I have that, if I have those resources, and I choose not to do that, I would feel terrible. That would feel really bad, because I think if I can't do it, if I won't do it, who will? And I'm so mad in my head about the institutions, especially the extremely wealthy institutions, law firms, universities, that have ceded principles on which I think they have relied for a really long time in the face of some of these threats. And so I feel like it's important not to do that. But it's also important to stay grounded in the middle of it. But we can talk about the stakes, because that is like, you know, I keep saying to people, this case it's technically about me, but it's very, very much not about me. It is about the organization of the federal government as Congress designed it for a reason, and whether one president is going to be able to upend that, not by getting new laws passed, not by legislative negotiations, not by convincing the public, but by ignoring the law as it's written and has been enforced for over a century, and asking the Supreme Court to accept that. So just structurally, that's a big deal. But why do these laws matter? What is an independent agency? People say, Becca, shouldn't the president be able to fire whoever he wants? And I think what we have to step back and look at is, actually, Congress set up agencies, the Federal Trade Commission and about 24 others, as multi-member, bipartisan, independent boards and commissions. And it gave these agencies the powers that they have because they have that structure. They did not want these agencies to be single-headed, politically influenceable, subject to political influence. It's better English.
Yes.
And that's really different. And what do these agencies do? So the Federal Trade Commission investigates competition, antitrust violations, consumer protection, privacy, matters of real huge stakes to individual people. There's the Consumer Product Safety Commission that deals with unsafe products on the market. There's the SEC, which deals with our securities markets. There's the Federal Communications Commission, which deals with telecommunications markets. And we've already seen this year what happens when the president tries to exercise political influence over the Federal Communications Commission because he doesn't like a comedian making jokes about him.
That
so
is a
Congress
Jimmy
did
Kimmel
not
reference.
That was a Jimmy
Huh?
Kimmel reference. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to be oblique. That was
Huh?
that was meant to be an
No,
explicit
I think
Jimmy
people,
Kimmel
are
reference.
keyed in on it. I think they know. But just to be
But
But he's not.
We're watching another example in real time with this debate
He's
about
supposed to have that paper filled out.
Netflix
Like we're
and
supposed
Paramount
to double check
and Warner
that he's
Brothers
done those
Discovery.
things.
The president has
Just-
basically explicitly
I
said
just want you to think for a
he's going to
second.
be involved
I get
in
that
which
he's upset,
buyer
but he is
gets
crying
to pick up an enormously
because of
significant and
electronics.
influential media asset.
Like, just
and not
let
only
that
is he going to be
sit. We
involved
have
in
books
it,
he can read.
he basically is going to play
He's not-
favorites based on the quality and the content, not the quality, the content of the coverage that, for
Because
example,
I told him
CNN
that
does.
this was his
That is
responsibility.
a
Like, this paper
radical
needs to be signed
difference
or
in
initialed by
how
either
our
me or your
laws
mom. That's
are
what I told him.
supposed to be administered.
No, he's
Sorry,
not, because
rambling.
No.
Jump back in.
Where's the paper
Well,
that's
I mean,
been signed
And I think at this
for this
point,
week? That's
the American
part of
public
it.
is
Like, do
more
you understand?
clued into the importance of having a sort of regulatory.
So hold on. What are you
around this
arguing?
president,
Like, what's
aka
your
guardrails?
what's your intention? Like, what
And
are you trying to?
I would hazard a guess
What's
that
your goal?
it's popular opinion that the president shouldn't have an unfettered access to everything at all times, and companies shouldn't be doing his bidding, and a press should be independent and free, and like another sort of there's
And
a very principled fight here.
At no
that
point
you
did
are
he
fighting.
come to me and say,
yet,
"Hey,
the
I need
Supreme Court is
another
gonna be the
paper
one
for
that
next
makes
week."
this
Like, he
decision.
never.
And what we know of
Even
the
though I
Supreme
told
Court
him
is,
that
by
this
and
had to
large,
be-
they have taken the shackles off.
Well,
to
yes,
the degree
because
that they
he needs to be
existed,
doing
they
these
are
things.
really
He needs to
into
build up
this
a habit,
unified
right?
unitary executive theory,
thought
giving
it
the
was just
president
one
as
week and
much
done?
power as possible. And on this particular issue, right?
So
where
he's not
you
doing
and I
everything.
think see something like the FTC or the FCC or any
Like,
or
do you
the
understand?
FCC, alphabet soup. These are the sort of bulwarks against
But that paper was for last week.
executive overreach. Brett Kavanaugh, one of the justices in the court, sees it as sort of in the opposite light. This is a quote from what he has written on this front. Because of their massive power and the absence of presidential supervision and
what do you
direction,
suggest?
independent agencies pose a significant threat to
Even though
liberty
he didn't do
and the
what I told him he has to
constitutional
do,
system of separation
what
of
do you
powers and checks and
suggest?
balances. Literally the inversion, which is that you guys are the problem and you need to be supervised by the president. What do you make of that? And what's your level of optimism here as your
Okay,
case
so what do you
waits to be
suggest?
decided
Then?
at the
What's
court?
your recommendation?
Well, substantively, I disagree. I think the president retains a
And then what?
substantial amount of influence at these agencies under the statute, without being able to have absolute control. So the president nominates all the commissioners from both parties, and we serve staggered terms. So any president over the course of his administration
look,
gets to nominate multiple of these commissioners, and usually
I understand what you're
people
saying.
turn over sort of faster than their terms. The president requests the budget for the agency. The president designates the chair of the agency. So if the president doesn't like what a chair is doing, he can pick a different chair from among the other commissioners. So there's still plenty of presidential control, number one. There's also lots of congressional oversight. I probably testified a dozen times in Congress between confirmation and oversight hearings, and we have to go to Congress and be accountable to them for our budget, how we spend money, action. So I disagree with the idea that there is limited political accountability. I will also tell you, this hasn't come up in the legal arguments, but just for me as a human, I have never understood the idea that a term-limited president provides more political accountability than oversight through Congress, where members are up every 2 years. Like, what is the political accountability when decisions are being made by a term-limited president who can't run again? Just as a person, that doesn't make sense to me.
That is but a detail to Brett Kavanaugh.
I know that has not been a part of the legal arguments, and my lawyers are much better at all the legal side than I am. I'm just sort of giving you my armchair lawyering account of it. So that's what I think. One of the misimpressions is the idea that this is bureaucrats run amok rather than, I think, responsible leadership crafted as part of a bargain by Congress with presidents. So the other thing to remember is a president signed the FTC Act and the SEC Act and the FCC Act and all of the other bills that set up these agencies. And by the way, we haven't all even talked about the Fed, which is another huge looming issue here.
Yeah.
Because the Fed is the exact same structure. And there's no principled way to distinguish between a unitary executive that requires control of the FTC, but not of the Fed. Like that's not a thing. Okay, so then your second question.
I mean, well, just given where this court is at and the questions they asked when the case was heard and the position of Kavanaugh and the other conservatives on the court, I mean, how are you thinking about?
Here's how I think about it. Number one, I think a lot about the adage, a former boss of mine said, is that our obligation is to seek justice, even if we're not guaranteed to achieve it. So I feel very strongly about making the arguments and standing on the principle. And part of the reason I'm talking to you, I'm talking to the press, and like I said, nothing personal to you, but not my favorite thing to do, is because I want people to understand why this matters and that it's not just sort of a cloistered ivory tower academic distinction, but it's one with real stakes for the people who rely on the institutions of government to protect them in our economy, in the markets. So I think it's important to do the right thing, even if you're not guaranteed to win, number one. Number two, I also think that there's limited value in tea leaf reading from oral arguments. Like, we don't know what will happen after the oral arguments on the ACA. Everybody thought that law was doomed. And the decision came out differently. So who knows? It's absolutely worth having the conversation. And then if we were not to prevail, I think a thing that I hang on to all the time is that it is much more important to be on the right side of history than on the winning side of a particular case. And over the course of our country's history, there have been a lot of really bad Supreme Court decisions.
There sure have.
There's a whole legacy of decisions that come down at the time, and then history shows how wrong they were, and the country moves to correct them, whether through statutory amendment or constitutional amendment or political change or just overturning of the decisions. Like Dred Scott.
I was going to say.
Ferguson. And those are the ones that everybody knows off the top of their head. But there are dozens and dozens in the centuries our country has been around of Supreme Court decisions that have certainly not stood up to the test of time and get reversed. And so that is also something that I bear in mind. And then the last thing I think is, what's the alternative, right? What's the alternative to being in this case that might come down in a way that I think would be very bad? It would be ducking out of the case and ducking out of the fight to avoid that bad decision. But if it's going to come, it's going to come. And I would not feel better taking a pass on the principles about which I care and to which I have dedicated my career. So, those are the thought cycles that I go through. It can feel discouraging to read a lot of negative commentary about the prospects of the case. And so then I just try to focus on what I can control in my time and how to do the right thing in the right way for the right reasons.
Well, listen, it ain't over till it's over, as you say. It's about planting a flag in the ground and saying, we will not abide this. And we'll see what the court says, and we'll see how it all shakes out in history.
Yeah, can I actually make an edit? It's not only that it ain't over till it's over. I don't even think it's necessarily over when it's over. Because should we lose, that's when people start to see the real life consequences of these kinds of decisions, which, like I said, can feel very academic, but I think are in fact really important for everyday people. And that's how things change over time. When people are like, oh, wait, no, this is bad for me. This isn't just like lawyers lawyering. This affects my ability to get the support or relief or protection I need and to which I am entitled from the federal government when I'm not an oligarch, when I'm not a massive ballroom donor, when I'm just a working American. Like, the government should be on my side. And when they see that it's not, and how those favors play out, I think that's how change happens. And so that's part of why I think it's important not only to do the case, but to talk about it and help people understand why anyone outside of the Beltway should care about the alphabet soup of agencies and what their leadership structure is.
You make a very compelling case, both for winning by potentially losing and just winning for winning's sake. Thank you for, explaining to all of us what the stakes are and just what it's like to be at the center of a really big, really important fight. Thanks for fighting it.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having me.
My conversation with Strict Scrutiny's Melissa Murray right after this break. Runaway Country is brought to you by Reproductive Freedom for All's podcast, My Body, My Pod. Reproductive freedom is under attack like never before. We are at a breaking point and the stakes are higher than ever. And that's why you've got to check out My Body, My Pod, a new podcast with Minnie Timuraju, President and CEO of Reproductive Freedom for All, and a leading voice in the fight for abortion rights. Through honest interviews and immersive storytelling, they're breaking through the noise to share what's really happening in the fight for reproductive freedom. If you want to be part of the nationwide fight for abortion rights, this show is for you. As a listener, you'll get to hear from leaders and changemakers who share wisdom from the front lines, stories of the challenges folks are enduring across the country, and a vision for the future we are determined to win. The fight for reproductive freedom has never been more urgent, and it's never been more important. Check out My Body, My Pod with Minnie Timuraju on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Runaway Country is brought to you by ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol. I have got to tell you, friends, about this game-changing product I use before a night out with drinks. It is called Pre-Alcohol. From holiday parties to festive toasts by the fire to just parenting in the holiday season, this time of year is full of moments to share a drink with friends and family, or just by yourself. I have to say, sometimes it's fine to have one by yourself. Whether you're celebrating a year's end win or just relaxing after a busy day, being ready for the next morning still matters. Don't I know about it? Christmas parties, holiday dinners, late night gift wrapping. I feel seen. Late night gift wrapping with a glass of eggnog, and that would be spiked eggnog to you, Junior. It is the season for celebration. Just don't forget ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink. ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It is a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember, and remember carefully, to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night. Then drink responsibly, and you will feel your best tomorrow. Listen, there are times when I forget to bring those little magical vials with me, and I regret them each and every time. Every time I have pre-alcohol before drinks, I notice a total difference the next day. I can go play tennis with the exception of my knee that always blows out, but it's not because of my body. No siree. If I've taken a ZBiotics, I am all good. Again, except for my knee. After a night out, I can confidently plan on being an amazing parent, writing really sharp, incisive posts on my Substack, hosting a podcast, and making chicken nuggets without worry. So make the most of every toast this holiday season. Just don't forget to bring pre-alcohol along for the ride. Go to zbiotics.com/Alex to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use Alex at checkout. ZBiotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you are unsatisfied for any reason, they will refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/Alex and use the code ALEX at checkout for 15% off. Melissa Murray, I think about you often as the news from the highest court in the land continues to be a drumbeat of negative horse shit. No, I don't. I will. No, I'm like.
I think of you as the world falls apart.
Well,
and Brett Kavanaugh it's like strokes a hairless cat.
Well, in the way that people who are like drowning think of lifesavers, and they're like, this person can help me understand. I'm very happy to have you on this podcast. I'm very happy that we're colleagues at Crooked Media, even though we're never in the same room at the same place. But right before I started speaking with you, we spoke to Rebecca Slaughter, who is the lead plaintiff in Slaughter v. Trump. And I know you guys on your brilliant podcast, Strict Scrutiny, went into some very thoughtful detail about the implications of that. And for people who have not yet listened to that episode, I just wonder if you could put it in context in terms of the stakes here and why the president shouldn't be able to fire commissioners or heads of independent agencies without cause willy-nilly, and what the implications are for, I don't know, democracy and preventing this from becoming a full-blown kleptocracy.
Sure. Can you give me a little room to cook? Because, like, I think this requires a wind-up.
I'm stepping out of the kitchen.
Okay, here we go. So, listeners, the Federal Trade Commission is what is known as a multi-member agency, and it was actually created by Congress in 1914 for the purpose of protecting the public from deceptive, unfair business practices. It was part of this trust-busting effort to prevent the consolidation of wealth in industries, because those kinds of consolidations often accrued with the consumer being on the short end of the stick. So this is very much a kind of consumer protective move to create the Federal Trade Commission. And in creating the FTC, the Congress specifically structured the agency so that it would be insulated from politics and operate independently. So it has 5 commissioners, and the commissioners are appointed by the president, and they are confirmed by the Senate for 7-year terms. But no more than 3 of the commissioners can come from a single political party. And Congress has made very clear in the statute that created the FTC that the president cannot remove a commissioner for any old reason. If the president wants to remove a commissioner of the FTC, he can only do so for cause. And those causes have been, quote, inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. So a pretty limited set. And that pretty much mirrors the structure of a lot of these independent agencies, like the Federal Reserve, for example, the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Elections Commissions. They're insulated from politics because people recognize that they are expert agencies and they have to operate independently, unconcerned about the political winds. Okay, so this gets into Rebecca Slaughter. Rebecca Slaughter was originally nominated by, wait for it, Donald Trump.
What?
What? Okay, no, I know. It is a
You're
wild
kidding
and
me.
wacky story. I'm not. In his first term back in 2018, Donald Trump, liberal squish, nominated Rebecca Slaughter to serve as a commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission. The problem, though, was that she did her job relatively well. She was independent. And when Joe Biden came in, he reappointed her to another term. And her new term is scheduled to end in 2029. So when the new second Trump administration comes in, they're looking around, and apparently Rebecca Slaughter has too much of the taint of Biden on her.
She has a stink of Biden on her, therefore she must go. She must go. And you should know, Melissa, she was at her daughter's rehearsal for Beauty and the Beast. Side note, her daughter was playing Belle, and got the email that she was fired. Literally out of the blue. I mean, it wasn't unexpected, but there was no cause.
Unceremoniously removed via email, and ostensibly to create a vacancy that would free up a position on the FTC for a commissioner who is perhaps more aligned with this administration's trade priorities. So again, Slaughter has a really good case because the statute makes very clear the president can only get rid of you for cause, and there's no cause here. So she files a suit on the ground that the removal is unlawful and violates the separation of powers, and specifically Congress's authority to set the terms under which these multi-member agency commissioners can be removed. And she has some really good precedent on her side. So back in 1933, another president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, also wanted to fire a commissioner of the FTC, one William Humphrey. And Humphrey
I see where you're going with this. I'm seeing where you're going with this. The name of my new jam band is what?
Stare Decisis is for?
No, suckers. What? I was going to say my jam band's going to be called Humphrey's Executor, which is like the
that is a good jam band. Like Stare Decisis is for Suckers is obviously the first single from your album. And I hope when you release it, you hit the lean that lets people know that it's going to be a great album. Like that Luther Vandross lean. Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So she's got Humphrey's Executor on her side. This is a 1935 precedent from the Supreme Court where the court basically upholds the Federal Trade Commission statute saying that the president cannot remove the commissioners for anything but cause. So inefficiency, neglect of duties, malfeasance, not just because you don't like this commissioner or she has the stink of Biden about her. So that's where we are. The problem, of course, with precedent is that this court, the
I know. Can we just stop? Can we pause on that? Because it's like, there's so many reasons to be indignant about this. But like,
yes,
this court has cloaked itself in, originalism, stare decisis, precedent, these theories, some of which were basically invented for political expedience a couple decades ago. But nonetheless, they see themselves and they've positioned themselves as the sort of arbiter of tradition and the keepers of tradition. And here, the minute tradition is inconvenient for them, a case that is the same case that's a century old, they're like, yeah, fuck that. Or in the words of the great Dahlia Lithwick, the emperor is butt naked. The emperor being the court.
The emperor is butt naked. They've had Humphrey's executor in their crosshairs for some time now. Back in 2020, they had another case called Selah Law versus CFPB. This was a challenge to the structure of the Consumer Protection Bureau. And they essentially said that that particular structure was impermissible and it could be struck down. And they left open this broader question of whether Humphrey's executor would continue to stand and that Congress could structure these other multi-member agencies. The CFPB was different because it was a single person headed agency, but that made it different.
What?
Again, the logic isn't logicking, but whatever. Brett Kavanaugh's on this court. So it's fine. And they've already begun chipping away at it. So, everyone knows that Humphrey's executor is in the crosshairs, and it's in the crosshairs for a number of reasons. So one, Humphrey's executor completely goes against this made-up fan fiction theory called the unitary executive theory that has been cooked up in a meth lab of conservative grievance, where they essentially say that all of the executive power that's available in the Constitution. So everything in the administrative state, everything in administrative agencies, all of that is vested in the president. And so the president gets to make all of those decisions, including deciding who gets to stay and who gets to leave. So it's a very sweeping theory, not really supported by constitutional text. It's not explicit.
Sounds like monarchy a little bit. I mean,
it does sound a lot
like
a
speaks like l'état c'est moi or like King Trump. I mean, I'm just spitballing
you'll
here,
be back like before, and we'll fight the fights we had before, I guess.
Totally.
I mean, it's very Hamiltonian in its way. Yes, we had a whole revolution about this, but this idea of a unitary executive very much smacks of monarchy, but that hasn't made the conservative legal movement get off of it. It's very much on this theory because so much of its authority then gets vested in a president. And usually when the court is interested in really prosecuting the unitary executive theory to its utmost, it's when a Republican president.
I was just going to say, it's like in their fan fiction, there's never, ever again a Democratic president, which, they could make real, I suppose, and they're probably doing everything in their power to make real, but there will be a Democrat in the White House. God damn it, there will be a Democrat in the White House again one day.
Maybe.
But does that ever, do you get a sense that possibility ever strikes, the frontal lobe for these conservative justices? The amount of power they are giving the president could one day be the amount of power they're giving a Democrat?
Well, that came up repeatedly in oral arguments, like, just hold the phone a minute, like, this is for forever, right? But I think they sort of understand in their own ways that they can sort of craft these little exceptions, make little distinctions, and essentially make this only for certain kinds of presidents, the presidents that they like, the presidents whose priorities align with theirs. So again, this unitary executive theory is one of the reasons why Humphrey's executor is in the crosshairs. The other reason is that the 6 Republican justices on this court have, I think, a quite deep-seated antipathy to the whole prospect of administrative agencies. And this is, I think, perhaps most pronounced in Neil Gorsuch, who has made very clear in his time on the court that he's really skeptical of the whole idea that the Constitution would even allow an administrative agency. This idea that Congress, through a statute, could create an agency and delegate some of its authority to do lawmaking to an agency that is operated by someone who is then appointed by the president and confirmed with the advice and consent of the Senate.
Can I just interrupt for a minute? Just backstory context. Neil Gorsuch's mother.
Anne Burford Gorsuch? Or Anne Gorsuch Burford? I always forget.
I think it's Anne Gorsuch Burford, was the head of the EPA in the 1980s and got a rough ride from Congress.
She sure did.
Her stewardship of the EPA.
Sure did.
Which was forever imprinted on young Neil's mind as he went to
Everyone has an
Georgetown.
origin story. And
They
I
do.
think
That's just context here as they launch an attack on the deep state.
Yeah, we all have mommy issues, daddy issues, and everyone has to pay for them. So here we are.
Here we are.
in any event. So again, I think one of the theories that Neil Gorsuch and others have promoted about administrative agencies is that they are somehow not democratically accountable because the people are so far removed from these faceless bureaucrats. But that's not quite true either, because Congress creates the agency, like they created the FTC, to protect the consumer,
the American people,
the little guy. And Congress sets up the terms by which the agency is insulated, and the president, who is democratically accountable, gets to nominate someone, and the Senate gets to consent to that appointment, and they're democratically accountable. So the math isn't mathing on this whole democratic theory with regard to administrative agencies, but they keep talking about it. Like, there's no way that these people are accountable to the people themselves. But, I think that's a harder argument to make.
It's so crazy to say something. I mean, this is not the case that we're talking, but just in general, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not accountable to the American public.
Nothing to do with the
Say
people.
fucking what? Like, what are you talking about? So instead, you unwind the power of these effectively independent agencies that are playing a very important role in oversight. They become populated with stooges of the administration.
Yeah.
This particular administration has proven itself open for business as far as billionaires, cryptocurrency, and Saudi oil money. They'll take whatever.
Let's talk about that for a minute. So, I mean, I think the stakes of Trump versus Slaughter are enormous for the administrative state in general. There's also a case regarding Lisa Cook. She's the governor of the Federal Reserve that the president has tried to remove as well. The court thus far has prevented her removal. That wasn't the case with Rebecca Slaughter. The court allowed President Trump to remove her in an interim emergency order while her lawsuit was pending. So she's been out for a while.
Yeah.
But Lisa Cook, because the Fed is different, and apparently all of the justices have investment accounts.
Money. They have money.
Funny how that is. Funny money. She's still in her position, but there is a case that is percolating and will be making its way up to the court about whether or not the Fed is also an entity
agency
that could be subject to these broad removal powers that the administration is asserting. So I just want to make clear what the stakes are. This has real implications for every administrative agency that has someone who is appointed and could be removed by the president, or multiple people who could be removed by the president. But it also, I think, at a more granular level, has real implications for this particular agency, right? So as I said, the Federal Trade Commission was set up as a kind of trust-busting effort to protect consumers from consolidations of wealth in various industries. And that's what the FTC does. In the Biden administration, the FTC brought a lawsuit against Amazon because Amazon was basically pitching consumers on this Amazon Prime and making it really hard for them to unsubscribe from Amazon Prime. There was like an 11-step process to unsubscribe from
Why would you
Amazon
ever
Prime.
want to do that, Melissa? Why would you
I don't know
ever?
why. I mean, like,
they were making
again,
the decision for us. We all need to be Prime members. We need expedited delivery, and the machines or the underpaid workers will get us our goods yesterday.
And you can never get out of it. Like it's literally a relationship that will last forever, like a marriage. you
Hotel
and Amazon
California.
Prime.
It's Hotel California.
So the Biden administration's FTC sued Amazon, and that litigation was expected to result in a serious penalty for Amazon.com. The Trump administration's FTC comes in January 2025. All of a sudden, there is a huge settlement that's brokered. The settlement is for $2 billion. So it's not chump change, but it's also not what you might have gotten had the litigation actually played out. So
January of 2025, what was happening then?
Well, in January, I just want to pause for a minute. Like, this is a very advantageous development for Amazon.com because, they get out of this major lawsuit. They do pay a pretty hefty penalty, $2 billion, but not what they likely would have been liable for if the litigation had gone, had played itself out. But it's worth noting that on January 20th, 2025, as the president was being sworn in, behind him was Jeff Bezos.
No!
The CEO of Amazon, the founder of
You're
Amazon.
connecting
And
dots.
indeed, many of the oligarchs who were flanking the president at the inauguration, Rebecca Slaughter, in remarks she made at the University of Pennsylvania, noted that the FTC was in litigation with almost all of those companies. So, I mean, those are the kind of granular stakes. Like, those are all people sitting on that dais who would clearly benefit from an FTC that was more corporate friendly, was more aligned with a particular ethos about consumer protection. And that's essentially what Rebecca Slaughter's removal is engendering.
More of my conversation with Melissa Murray in just a second. But first, if you enjoyed our conversation, check out Melissa's podcast, Strict Scrutiny. Each week, Melissa and her co-hosts break down the court decisions and legal fights that actually shape how this country is run. This week, they are digging into the Slaughter case at the Supreme Court, which you heard about earlier in our episode. They're also getting into other legal battles tied to power, accountability, and just who gets to make the rules. Listen to Strict Scrutiny wherever you get your podcasts or watch on YouTube. This podcast is supported by the Defending Our Neighbors Fund. Across the country, immigrants are facing family separation, wrongful detention, and deportation without due process or access to legal support. In 2024 alone, there were more than 2.5 million immigration court cases without legal representation. That means millions of people were denied the most basic protection we expect from our justice system, the right to a fair process. Powered by people like you, the Defending Our Neighbors Fund is providing access to life-saving legal aid to families in crisis. But they urgently need your help to meet unprecedented demand. The government is pouring billions of taxpayer dollars into enforcement while slashing funding for legal aid. And that makes your support more urgent than ever. Help defend your neighbors and keep families together. Donate now at defendingourneighbors.org/fund. This episode is sponsored by Cards Against Humanity, the company that bought land on the U.S.-Mexico border to stop Trump's wall and sued Elon Musk for $15 million for trespassing on that land, used profits from red states to fund abortion access, and paid people to give a shit about the 2024 election. Cards Against Humanity is one of the only companies stupid enough to stand up to Donald Trump. They don't profit from their political stunts, so if you want them to be able to afford a good lawyer, and oh we do, consider buying one of their new games, like Cards Against Humanity Tales, a book of fill-in-the-blank stories for horrible people. Or Shit List, a new way to play the game where you write the answers. Or Party Mouth, a new party game about shouting obscenities as a coping mechanism for the hellscape we all live in. You listen to Crooked Media, so you're probably smart enough to figure out how to buy their stuff. Anyway, Cards Against Humanity apologizes for interrupting your podcast with their bullshit. We also talked to Rick Woldenberg, who's the plaintiff in the case Learning Resources, Inc. v. Trump. That's one of two cases the court's hearing on tariffs. A tariff case is a landmark case, potentially, for this administration. And the scuttlebutt, which I'm not really privy to, but the scuttlebutt that I have heard through the grapevine, which is to say the internet, is that they stand a chance of winning this one. That it could be a real fuck you to Trump and his attempt to, I don't know, spin the American economy into a vortex of hell. And I wonder if you agree with that assessment and why the judges might like the plaintiffs in this case better than in, let's say, Slaughter. I mean, we don't have to unpack Slaughter because I think we know what their motivations are, but and Rick was very explicit about this in our conversation. He doesn't think of this as a political case. He thinks of this as a legal case, which I think is probably what every plaintiff says. But talk to me about whether you think this could be an L for Trump.
I do think it's going to be an L for Trump, but not for the reasons that Rick is suggesting. I think Rick is an utterly sympathetic plaintiff. I mean, if you campaign on the economy and making things better for small businesses like the American Dream, Learning Resources, Inc. is an ideal plaintiff, and you're clearly on the wrong side of history. These reciprocal or trafficking tariffs that the president has lofted have really decimated small businesses, made it much harder for them to operate. It's completely inconsistent with the whole messaging behind MAGA. It might be consistent with the America First messaging in that the president is arguing that these trade deficits have really stuck it to American workers and these other countries have to pay. The problem, of course, is that there's no statutory authority for the president to do this. So he claims that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, gives him the authority to issue these tariffs. But the problem is, IEPA is about emergencies. There has to actually be an emergency before the president is authorized to do something like level these tariffs.
And one of those.
It's an open question, and I think one that's very easily answered is the ordinary cyclical trade deficit issue. Is that an emergency? It happens all the time. Like, these are cyclical. Like, they're not emergencies. It's just kind of what happens year over year. Like, they ebb, they flow, they come back, whatever. That's how trade deficits typically have worked. Not everything is an emergency, but the president is treating a lot of things as an emergency in order to act. So, one, this case is about tariffs, but it's also broadly about how the president uses emergency authority to take power and to prosecute his interests in a lot of different places, not just in the economy, but we've seen this with the National Guard and elsewhere. So that's important to note. But I think the real winner here, and it seemed obvious from the oral arguments in November that the administration is likely to lose on this because this, these justices can read, and the statute makes it very hard to make the case that this is an emergency for which the president is authorized to act. But I think the real winner here is not necessarily Rick, although Rick will certainly benefit from this. The real winner here is the Supreme Court. And the reason the court is the winner is that it's been putting up a lot of numbers for this administration, and it's been catching a lot of flack for it because people get it. Like, when you are letting the administration dismantle the Department of Education while the litigation progresses, that's not how the court typically operates. Usually when the court issues an administrative stay, it's to maintain the status quo. But here, the status quo was we had a Department of Education. The court just allowed him to get rid of it.
Chill. We're gonna destroy this thing, and then when we figure it out,
and then we come back and we're really gonna destroy it.
Yeah,
exactly. So I mean, they've been catching a lot of heat, and rightfully so. This case gives them an opportunity to, one, save this president from himself. Like, these tariffs are enormously unpopular. They're also a major hit to the economy. So if you get rid of them right before the midterms, you can juke the economy a little. I think there'll be a little uptick after the tariffs fall. And, I don't know if these are the world's greatest micro or macro economists, but I think they get how this works. There will be an uptick, and that will, I think, benefit the president, the party in power. And more importantly, it makes this court look like there are circumstances where they are not necessarily capitulating to this president, that they are standing up to him, they're being independent. So it solves a lot of problem. It saves this president from his worst impulses, saves the country and their pocketbooks from his worst impulses, and it saves this court from looking like the lapdog of this administration.
God, I do have to ask on that note, because we know they're taking up the issue of birthright citizenship, which we thought was pretty explicitly outlined in the constitutional amendments.
This is another one where I think, I think this is another one where I think it's pretty straightforward.
Just to be clear, there are two that are going to be on the docket in the new year. They haven't been argued yet. That's Barbara v. Trump and Trump v. Washington.
Yeah, these
if
are
you were born on U.S. soil after the year 1848, you are a U.S. citizen. So is the court just taking this up so that they can give Trump an L and sort of help him save face / create an absolute fucking citizenship crisis here in the United States?
So I don't know if it's entirely that craven. So we know that on his first day of office, the president issued an executive order rescinding birthright citizenship. And to be clear about what that means, he issued an executive order effectively overruling the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. So Section 1 of the 14th Amendment reads, quote, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside." And it's pretty straightforward. If you can read, you know what this means. And for the longest time, certainly since 1868 when the 14th Amendment was ratified, people have taken this to mean if you are born here in the United States, regardless of your parents' status, you're a citizen. There are a couple of exceptions. If you're born to a diplomat who's actually here under the auspices of another country, then you're not a citizen because your parents are literally under the color of another foreign power. But in this particular circumstance, if you're here, whether your parents are undocumented, whether they're here on temporary student visas, you are a citizen because you were born on U.S. soil. According to the administration, that's not what the drafters of the 14th Amendment were doing. They were only trying to make the children of formerly enslaved persons citizens. So they're basically only focused on the formerly enslaved, and therefore the children of undocumented persons, the children of those who are on temporary statuses. These are not individuals who are eligible for birthright citizenship under Section 1. The court had to take up this case because there have been so many challenges to this executive order. We already saw one challenge make its way through the lower courts and get up to the Supreme Court. The court didn't actually take up the substantive question of whether the president's interpretation of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment was a valid one. Instead, they decided this procedural question about whether federal district courts could issue nationwide injunctions that stop the administration across the country from doing something. They narrowed the scope of nationwide injunctions, but they left open the substantive question, what does Section 1 of the 14th Amendment mean? So they had to come back to it at some point because this executive order is still out there and there's still a lot of questions about whether babies born to undocumented persons or people getting, degrees here in the United States and studying are actually citizens. So that's why this case is being heard. But I think you're exactly right, and your instincts are exactly right. If this court can read, they will make clear that the 14th Amendment means what it says, and they will invalidate this EO, and they will look like heroes. Everyone, all the major news networks will say, the Supreme Court saves birthright citizenship. I think that goes too far. I think all of the headlines should be the Supreme Court can read, because that's all this is, because it's so straightforward. And making these 6 people look like heroes for voting the way
Don't do it, people.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I do think it's apropos to talk about Reconstruction because this court is trying to do. First of all, just to be clear, the conservative project for decades has been unwinding civil rights progress, and what from the 1960s and 70s. I do have a forthcoming book about the Reagan years and how it was the period of shadow retrenchment to figure out how to radicalize the courts and make them partisan vehicles. And man, was it a successful project or what? Anyway, I digress. Unwinding the civil and social progress of the 60s and 70s has been the sort of the organizing principle for several of the justices who are on the Supreme Court who came of age in the 80s, and John Roberts was one of them, right? The Voting Rights
Sam
Act
Alito was one of them.
Exactly. Clarence Thomas over at the EEOC. Yeah. The dismantling of the Voting Rights Act has been, the what do we call it? The golden chalice for conservatives. And the court is now taking up a case that is likely to dismantle Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and sort of render it moot, effectively. And I'm using legal terms, but I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. And what it represents, I will just quote The Guardian. This case is part of a broad effort to not only reinterpret Reconstruction era amendments, the constitutional amendments passed after the Civil War to ensure equal rights and due process, but also to weaponize them against democracy and civil rights. Its roots go back more than a century to the aftermath of the Civil War. Let us be clear about the project at hand when we talk about Louisiana versus Calais, which is the VRA case that the Supreme Court has taken up, which has a sort of tortured history even in the recent past with this particular Supreme Court. Can you talk about that a little bit, Melissa, and how this is a really big fucking deal?
I want to co-sign exactly what you said. This court has really been on one about the Reconstruction amendments, which is to say that they've taken a very dim view about what the Reconstruction amendments were meant to do and how they were supposed to work. And instead, we actually see the Reconstruction amendments being weaponized against the actual goals of Reconstruction. We saw this in Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard. That was the affirmative action case from a couple of years ago where the court said, hey, guess what? That whole equal protection clause, it means you can never, ever, 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 ever think of race in any context. You cannot do that. That is the actual definition of race discrimination. When these affirmative action programs were literally meant to remedy years in which people could not be admitted to institutions of higher education because they were either enslaved or Jim Crow prevented them from doing so, or just generally they were kept out because of quotas, whatnot. So that is a weaponization of that language against the very people who were intended to benefit from that. And you're seeing the same kind of impulse in Louisiana versus Calais. Louisiana versus Calais concerns Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act was enacted in 1965. It is landmark legislation meant to make good on the promises of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, and the 15th Amendment, which provided the franchise to African American men. Also, in the 19th Amendment from 1920s, women got to vote too. Black women really didn't get to vote until the 1960s with the advent of the Voting Rights Act. This court has already hobbled the Voting Rights Act to a nub. So in 2013 in Shelby County versus Holder, the Chief Justice wrote a 5-4 opinion in which they invalidated the preclearance coverage formula of the Voting Rights Act. That was a regime that required states with a history of voter suppression laws to first pre-clear any changes that they made to their voting procedures or electoral procedures with the Department of Justice or 3-judge court. The court invalidated that. So basically now...
Well, because there was no racism back then.
Well, they were saying like everything had changed. There was a racial progress narrative. Hey,
Obama
did you
was
notice
president.
There was a black president.
Eric Holder was the attorney general. No more racism.
And so, I mean, they tell this sort of story of rosy progress. And, you know, Justice Ginsburg, I think one of the most epic lines ever is like, yes, there's been racial progress. Why? Because the preclearance formula exists. And throwing it out now is like throwing out your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. Like morons.
I don't need my antidepressants. I'm fine now.
Like, I feel great. Exactly. So that was the first thing. And when John Roberts was dismantling the preclearance formula, he kept saying, oh, there are lots of ways to challenge unlawful voter suppressant laws, like Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. You still have that. Yeah, it took them like 5 minutes before they got on how to start chipping away at the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And they started in a case called Brnovich versus DNC, where they made it a lot harder to bring Section 2 challenges. Louisiana versus Kelly is yet another attempt to chip away at Section 2. So Section 2 allows you to sue in circumstances where a state has violated or done something to dilute the power of the vote for certain groups or to limit the access to the ballot for certain groups. In Louisiana, and as in other places, they've allowed for what are known as majority-minority coalition districts. So when they draw the congressional maps, the state legislature draws the maps, they can carve up the state in lots of different ways. And often, many states do things like they gerrymander. They try to consolidate partisan power in certain places. The Supreme Court has said that it's totally fine for them to do it, and federal courts have nothing to say about it. If you want to challenge it, you have to go to a state court. You have to figure that out. But you can't do it on the basis of race. You can't do racial gerrymandering. The problem, of course, is that in states in the South, the question of partisan affiliation and race often go very closely
hand in hand
together. They're hand in hand. So what looks like a racial gerrymander could also be recharacterized as a partisan gerrymander. And so when Louisiana drew up its maps, it created a single district, single majority-minority district. It was challenged by Black voters who argued that the state's Black population could actually support 2 majority-minority districts where Blacks and other minority groups could come together to elect a candidate of their choice, optimize their opportunities to elect a candidate of their choice. And 2 districts could be drawn based on the population of the state and where people were dispersed in the state. They made a new map with 2 majority-minority districts, and then that map was challenged on the ground that in drawing the new map with the 2 districts, the state had thought about race, and that was an impermissible racial gerrymander. Again, I'm going to start off with the first map that was unfair and only made 1 district. They argued that, but we were only doing that on a partisan basis.
That's not about race. That's just about Republicans.
And to be fair...
Never mind that most of the Republicans are white.
Well, and to be fair, in this new map, the second map that was drawn, it's being challenged as a racial gerrymander. The state says that when they drew it, they were just trying to, they were actually doing things that advantaged the Republican Party. They drew the map in such a way that Mike Johnson's seat in Congress was preserved. So there is, again, this effort to weaponize the Reconstruction Amendments to say, anytime you're thinking about race, you're doing it wrong.
You're being racist.
You're being racist when, in fact, these were race-conscious amendments intended to help the formerly enslaved come into the body politic. And they recognize, and the legislation that was enacted to enforce those provisions also recognized that even 100 years later, we were not making good on the promises of Reconstruction. And that's why we needed the Voting Rights Act. So, I mean, it all seems a little too cute by half. Anytime you think about race, it's, you've discriminated against white voters. And when in fact, these African-American voters, a state like Louisiana, which has an enormous African-American population, a state like Alabama with an enormous African-American population, they're just trying to optimize the opportunities to elect someone who might be able to represent their interests.
I'd like to ask you sort of a big picture question here, which is the thing I think that illustrated for a lot of Americans the corruption of this court was the flying of insurrectionist flags over people's beach homes, Sam Alito, the right-wing Rumspringas funded by conservative fat cats. I'm seeing you, Clarence Thomas, on that. And there was a moment where it was like, okay, we see in their rulings how corrupted these justices are, how absolutely partisan they are, the ideological inconsistency of their rulings, which can only be explained away by a partisan agenda and also their own personal histories. And now the public can really just see in practical terms the way in which they've been co-opted by the hard right. And then all of that went away. And then we stopped talking about all of it. There were no there were no reforms made to the court.
Yeah.
I wonder, first of all, do you think that period of scrutiny on the court actually further radicalized some of the conservative justices and confirmed that, the liberal media and the liberal firmament that has its tentacles in all kinds of, federal government aspects of the federal government, we must stop it? I mean, I wonder what you think the net effect of that was, and whether any kind of reforms are ever possible.
So let me take this in a couple of different places and in different layers. You've asked a big question. Was it worth it to really focus on the court in that moment? Yes, I think.
I think it was worth it. I just am wondering whether or not we think there is a backlash to it.
I think certainly there may well be a backlash, and I'll get to that. But I will say it obviously matters that this happened. And to be clear, I don't think it's over. On strict scrutiny, the scrutiny continues strictly every single week. So we are on this hustle. We are watching this court. We are calling out the BS whenever we see it. Justice Jackson is calling out the BS when she sees it. Justice Kagan calls out the BS. Justice Sotomayor calls out the BS. The cries are coming from inside the House. So, and it's actually accelerating. And I think it's been accelerating with this particular administration. And so I don't think it's diminishing. I actually think it's getting worse. I just think there's so much going on that it's hard to focus on the court when we're literally watching a monarch/autocrat take shape. So that might be part of the problem. It seems like the attention on the court is diminished, but that's because there's just so much other stuff. It's literally like being at a zoo where chimpanzees are flinging feces at each other. Right? I mean,
and at us.
Right.
Let me just say, and at us.
It's like where do you look first? Where do you duck first? And so I just want to say that I think people still get that there's something not right about what the court is doing. There's something deeply partisan, and that this court is captured. I think people understand that. I think the justices also recognize that they are being criticized and are a little sensitive to it. I mean, Amy Coney Barrett wrote a book this year, went out on a book tour, and was at great pains to spin completely fanciful justifications for what they were doing. And I have to say, if this is the explanation, girl, this ain't it. I mean, at one point she was saying, sometimes on the shadow docket, we just don't really know.
I gotta get up very early, do some Christmas shopping. Gotcha.
We leave things vague.
I think I got maybe
really sure. I'm
30 minutes left, and I'm probably gonna head out myself.
For when you're dismantling the Department of Education, I wasn't sure exactly what constitutional provision fit here, so I made it as vague as possible, and I'll get back to you.
Cool.
Right. So. They clearly know that they have to explain themselves. And that people are watching and that there have never been more eyes on the court than they are now. And I think the court is not immune from what happens outside of 1 First Street or what's happening in the world at large. So the tariff oral arguments took place.
You streaming tomorrow?
Right
I am gonna. I intend
the
to.
Democrats ran the table.
I intend to. I'll probably start
sort of
sometime around like
amazing
mid-afternoon.
Midterm election. And based on the tenor of that oral argument, I think it would be hard
Obviously
to say
not
that the court
100%
wasn't sort of
certain,
picking up. Like,
but
there's a
I do
lot
intend to as of
real
this moment.
Anger, antipathy around what the administration is doing, shock that this is what people are getting when all they wanted was for eggs to be less expensive. And now the nanny is in Honduras. Like, what? Like, you know, people are being sent to CCOT. Like, that's not what they signed up for. And I think the court is, you know,
I should be home by then. Cool.
to get hip to that.
Well, if you see me on, stop on by.
In the oral argument. And we focus on the Supreme Court. There are other courts here. There are the lower federal courts, and we are doing the damn thing.
They are doing the damn thing. Shout out to the rest of the federal judiciary.
Not all of them. The Fifth Circuit still continues
I'm
to
hyped for Tuesday, to be honest.
You're
What's
right.
Tuesday?
And we do shout out the lower courts when we can.
Yeah.
But the cravenness, the corruption, the collusion, only words begin with C, of the Supreme Court should not be ignored. This is why we have brilliant minds like you, Melissa Murray, to help us unpack the specifics and the ramifications. Melissa, thank you for taking time out of your, I'm sure, very busy holiday season to close out the year with us in spectacular and depressing fashion.
So we do on Strict Scrutiny podcast about the Supreme Court.
This is what I meant about like dark times.
Gotcha.
I do
I
want
remember
to
now.
hear from you, not because you make it darker, but because you give me the light of knowledge.
Well,
I thought it was
we
I thought
Runaway
Christmas was
Country
on
Strict
Thursday.
Scrutiny. We can't wait to have you on the show.
10:30
Alex.
if you're
We
awake.
can
Yeah.
interview you about your
I'll
book.
just-
We're so glad you're at Crooked.
Well, yeah, I'm so glad to be at Crooked. I'm so thrilled that I get to see you over a Zoom, a Riverside recording connection with our
Now that I don't have any
respective
studying to do, my
podcasting
brain
lives.
is in like
This is the way it was meant to be, girl.
one step at a time mode.
Obviously.
I
Let's
don't
thank
think
Brett and Clarence
more
for
than the
making this
next
possible.
task
Cheers,
ahead of me.
Helen.
Respect. Thank you
Which
for
as
your
of
time,
right now
sister.
is
I will see you in the new
scanning
year.
the solar
One
system.
last note before we go. Runaway Country is going to
Everybody's
be
Christmas for
dark
me at this
next
point, it's just a
week and
holiday.
the following for the winter holidays when we will be tucked in a little rabbit hole drinking eggnog all day. We
I
will
do
be
miss
back
snow
with more
days.
great episodes in 2026. So in the meantime, don't forget to check out the show and our amazing rapid response videos on our YouTube channel, Runaway Country with Alex Wagner. Thank you for listening, and also thank you for...
Hey, folks! The holidays are finally here. Do you still have some gifts that you need to give to your families and friends? Well, there's still a little bit of time. Skip the Amazon gift card. Give the people you love gifts of relaxation and a good night's sleep with one of Sunset
gonna
Lake's
say that we're freezing right
Sabaday
now.
tinctures.
Oh, I don't miss the
Using
freezing
one of these
stuff.
tinctures
I just
is
miss
as easy as
snow
unscrewing the cap
days.
and placing a few
Not
drops
necessarily
in
the
your
snow itself.
eggnog,
Just
or
the fact that I
directly
could call
into your
work,
mouth.
be like, "Yep,
I
can't get out of my
actually
neighborhood."
Drop it,
You know,
underneath my tongue.
that's what I miss.
It's the good night oil. I take it every night. It helps me get to sleep. But you can also get some Sabaday tinctures, and I think it's like 3 or 4 different strengths that'll help you relax. They have tinctures that will help your pets
I think you
relax.
need to get a heavier parka, like Canadian Goose.
And right now, you can save 35% site-wide when you head to sunsetlakesabadee.com and use the code winter.
I guess that is kind of
25.
positive of
That's
being
winter 25,
here
no
in Texas.
spaces.
It's never really
Is that on everything right now?
it's never really cold enough to the point to
Is that
need like a
on
thick
everything by
coat.
site-wide?
Like I can just throw on a hoodie no
In
matter.
that case, you can also get some
Like it,
gummies
I
with
don't.
a little bit attached to
I don't
that.
think I've ever seen it
Head
get below
on
like
over to Sunset
25.
Lake.
Maybe it did, but I don't remember. No, I think last week it did get down to like 17 one night.
Was this Restream?
Oh, I almost
Okay, sorry
blew
about
my
that,
ship
folks.
up. Whoops.
Should we take it again? All right, just listen.
3
Here's the point.
parkas, what
Your
can you
Sunset
use?
Lake Sabaday is having a huge site-wide sale with the code
Yeah, I hate those stupid geese.
WINTER25. That's the word winter and the numerals 2 and 5. Winter 2.
They should all be turned
Head
into
on over
jackets.
to sunsetlakesabadee.com. Again, use that code winter25. You will save 35% on their full lineup of Sabaday tinctures for people and pets. The sale ends.
They'll just walk out into the middle of the road and they'll just sit there like they own the place.
11:59 p.m. Eastern. See their full
Like, you idiots, you've been camping out here for like 3 weeks. You know there's cars. Move.
Moment to start the show.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, where every day's Casual Friday. That means Monday is Casual Monday, Tuesday, Casual Tuesday, Wednesday,
If that was a real Jack
Casual
Smith, I'd call it yesterday.
Thursday, Casual Thurs, that's what we call it, and Friday, Casual Shabbat.
Just $1,700.
Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
It is Friday, December 19, 2025.
Oh, my eyeballs are starting to burn.
I
think I might. Got like 2 missions to turn in.
We are
I think I want to call it.
Steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus.
One thing I like about winter is you can layer up, whereas summer you can't. So many clothes sit in the closet all summer. I actually like the cool temperatures. It's weird, like when I'm inside I prefer it to be cool, but when I'm outside I prefer it to be warm. I do too when they're not extreme, yeah. Like I would prefer like a 90-degree temperature over a 50-degree temperature, personally. Like outside, not inside.
Where every day's Casual Friday. That means Monday is Casual Monday, Tuesday, Casual
I'm always pacing doing stuff inside, so I like to during the day.
Casual Hump Day, Thursday, Casual Thurs, that's what we call it, and Friday, Casual Shabbat. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
Once again, it is Friday, December 19th, 2025. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live.
Outdoors I'd prefer mid-40s sunshine. Ooh, gross. That's too cold.
Now in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On the program today.
I guess if you're coming out of an Ohio winter, 40 degrees feels warm.
Hullabaloo. Of course, I'm talking about Digby. You may know her as Heather Parton, columnist at Salon.com. Well, both or one and the same will be here today. Also on the program, suspect in the Brown University and MIT killings found dead of suicide in Salem, New Hampshire.
40 degrees in Ohio is so
agrees
ideal.
to a $100 billion loan
I guess
to Ukraine.
I would prefer 40 degrees
Epstein
with
files,
low humidity than like
mandated to be released today,
80
but the DOJ
to 85 with
trying to make
humidity. I would prefer the 40 degrees in that scenario.
RFK Jr. essentially bans gender-affirming care for anyone under the age of 20 at the vast majority of American hospitals. Meanwhile, anti-trans bill passes in the House with the help of 3 Democrats, as only 4 Republicans vote against it. And congrats, USA, whooping cough cases soar.
Yay, USA #1.
With the measles, as RFK's anti-vax crusade gains
nasty humidity
ground.
every summer. I always remember it being humid.
DNC 2024
even when I was living there.
autopsy to be buried along with the body before it ever saw the light of day. Trump's Kennedy Center board votes to rename it the Trump Kennedy Center. And Trump orders federal agencies to ease weed restrictions. All this and more on today's Majority Report. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us. Apologies for the technical
past
issues
6
that
years
we
got
had
worse.
up front. It is always tricky to go live on multiple platforms every day.
Yes.
But fortunately, we're all here and we're fine.
And it's raining. Maybe we can blame the rain here in New York.
Yes, Emma Vigeland is
smothering.
Here. I will show up on screen any second now, but that's okay.
Everybody's all in a panic because
we had some tech difficulties.
Want to apologize to our Twitch people because we can't.
mean, everywhere else. We're only live on YouTube right now. I'm going to work on getting us live everywhere else in a second, but for some reason, our forwarding service doesn't work before Christmas, I think.
Yeah, if you have any other suggestions for a like a stream service that would restream, if you will, but without having problems, please let us know.
Here's worse than text.
Have been experiencing. Did we email them?
It can be, but not very often. There's.
Oh, you were on the phone with them.
The humidity. It's more often. Humid in Ohio, from what I remember, than it is in Texas.
Issues, except for
like there are more high humidity days in Ohio, right. I think.
Anyways, we don't need to harp on this. I mean, I did, but not anymore. This is the final Friday.
It is.
Of 2025 for us, because of the way that Christmas and New Year's fall this year.
Yes.
We're actually getting like an extra day of vacation.
I know.
And we can't help that. That's a calendar thing.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to tamper with that.
You're not allowed to tamper with the days of Christmas. Yes.
Nope.
As much as you might like to with your Grinch-like ways.
I've tried.
I know.
I'd like to May. We're hardwired there, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, well, so let's go to, we'll deal with this after the show, assuming that we're
able to do the show.
I am recording it locally, so...
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like, I mean, listen every show has to be live.
Suits are formal occasion because it's so nasty hot.
Today's
Suits are, it's weird. Because I think it depends on how much, like if you're out in the summer, it depends on how much sunlight you're exposed to and the color of the suit. If you're in a black suit outside in the middle of summer, it's absolutely miserable. Like you won't even want to touch the suit. But something like a light tan or gray suit can actually feel relatively comfortable.
Signed into law for the Department of Justice to release all of its files.
You'll still sweat. Don't get me wrong, but you just won't feel like you're cooking.
In the act, public
and there's
law,
like,
there's like than 30 days after the date of enactment
an insulation,
of this act, the Attorney General
the
shall,
air, but in the sleeve
to,
creates like an insulation
make
between the heat and your
format,
body.
All unclassified records, documents, etc.
Now I have to say, my prediction was the DOJ was not going to release
the only
any
color
of
suit
the
I prefer these days are black.
Today. And
I like
keep punting with legal
gray suit with a black shirt.
It appears they're going to release some of the files.
That's my go-to.
They have to hold some of the files back because there's only 3 people working at the DOJ now, apparently, and they couldn't get their copier was broken, and so they couldn't release it. But that seems to be whatever the excuse they're using. But Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who, funnily enough, and I think you're going to find this to be a very funny coincidence. Guess what Todd Blanche's job was as of January 10th of this year?
Oh, Trump's personal attorney.
Yes, isn't that? That is such a coincidence. And this is also the guy who met with Ghislaine Maxwell and questioned Ghislaine Maxwell, grilled her, and got her to reveal that Trump's name wasn't in this stuff at all. He had nothing to do with any of it. And was the one who, contrary to the Bureau of Prison rules, got her moved
white and light blue shirts, your typical BB stuffy ties.
Such a low security prison that she actually was allowed to have a puppy there.
Wow.
You know, it's like an emotional support dog for people who go to prison unjustly. And so she's there, and Todd Blanche is the guy who said that the DOJ intends to release, quote, hundreds of thousands of documents by the deadline, and it's going to release the rest of the files in the coming weeks as redactions are made, which, incidentally, is not allowed under federal law.
No, it's not allowed. And you have Ro Khanna basically saying publicly that if you're involved in concealing or these redactions that are unnecessary, that you could be prosecuted later on.
I have yet to look for a suit store here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where we're at. And I have to say, this is also, and to be
I'll
fair,
have to soon.
this is also the exact excuses that Saul gives me when I ask him to clean his room. Let me just pick up one pair of underwear and put it in the hamper, and I'll do the rest later.
Right.
And like, that's not exactly the point. But here is
It's expensive, but the products are gorgeous. Gotcha.
With what his intentions are in the event. And this was what, from like a
yeah,
week ago
I need to
or
go because I need to get new shirts. Because like most of my shirts, I can't even.
Saying,
I can't button the top button anymore. My neck is fat.
That the Trump administration wouldn't
it's like I can't even wear a tie.
On time.
It's kind of funny.
But here he is.
But not really. I should probably start exercising instead of
is the deadline for Pam
getting new
Bondi
shirts.
to release the Epstein files. That is what Thomas Massey and my bill calls for. It passed this body 427 to 1, passed the Senate 100 to 0, and the president signed it.
Yeah, I'll probably wait for my
federal
tax return on that.
Have ordered the release of all of these files in Maxwell and Epstein's grand jury. Here is the reality. Any Justice Department official who does not comply with this law will be subject to prosecution for obstruction of justice.
Maybe they have a
If
military
Pam
discount.
Bondi does not comply with the law, she will be held either in inherent contempt of Congress
typical
or
tailored shirt
subject
for
to
me is
impeachment.
186-ish.
We will not rest
Ugh,
until
I'm not
the
spending
law is
$186
complied
on a
with
shirt. Not
and
happening.
justice is served.
I'll go to
Thank you,
frickin'
Mr.
Kohl's.
Speaker.
And now I guess we will see how people,
button-downs are
how
120.
people in Congress react to this partial release. I mean, this is the way you do it, right? When you're trying to stonewall, you release just enough to let a little air out of the tires to make it seem like we have good faith. It's just that, like.
Yeah, but how can you get away with it when the statute is abundantly clear? They're going to try to use these their legal technicalities in court. And
I don't have as
try
much
to
of an
claim
issue,
certain
you know,
redactions are
spending a little bit of money
necessary
on a
when
nice
they're
suit.
not, But they're going to tie this up in court.
But the
and,
shirt is like so unimportant because if you're wearing the
eventually
suit,
there could
like
be a Democratic president
it just
again
hides the shirt
who
anyway.
Says, like, if you were improperly directed to do this kind of thing, we could prosecute you. That's what Khanna's been threatening,
good
rightly
quality
so.
cotton, though.
We should
Oh,
be
no
seeing
doubt, no
more
doubt.
of this. Like Pritzker's been doing this with ICE and Tish James
Also costs
here in
good
New
quality
York, trying to,
money
like, set up
needed
this
for good
database
quality
for
electricity.
all of these abuses so that there's some accountability in the future. But the line from the Democratic Party should be that uniformity.
Yep. All right, we'll talk more about this with Heather Parton. We got who will be joining us in just a moment. We got a couple of words from our sponsors. First is from BoxyCat.
Yes.
And you've been using this product?
I have. As people may know, listeners of this program, I have two new-ish, well, they're not that new, but there'll be one in January, cats, and I kind of grow to love them more and more every day. They're brothers. So I've got to worry about, their waste, and they don't know.
Oh, their poop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. They haven't trained them quite yet to go on the toilet. They don't have plumbing, and then they don't know how to flush. It's just very difficult for them.
You can actually do that.
I know, but
boss man, I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta get up early. Same. Catch you later, man.
the time or the patience to do something like this.
I'm
They
logging
also
off
just don't
after I
have
turn
any
this
phones,
last
so I'm
mission
not
in.
sure if you know this, but that might be difficult for them to.
Is that where they poop out of?
That's not my understanding.
But I'll change tomorrow. All right, man.
But
Sounds
we
good.
can dream about those things, and we know that probiotics are good
Have
because they
fun,
eat
man.
bad bacteria. So why hasn't
I'm glad
anyone
I
thought
caught
of
you.
putting
Yeah, same dude.
probiotics
Thanks for
near the stinky
thanks for
waste
watching,
in
man.
my cat's litter box? The Pro in BoxyPro stands for probiotics, which stops the bacteria that causes odors, so you never smell your litter box ever again. And when I have these two cats, you got to worry about it doubly. And BoxyPro continuously keeps the box odor-free. You just got to remember to scoop, and then all you do is top off the litter. You don't have to dump the whole box, and better yet, no more hoping that your guests have an awful sensitive smell. It's got that clumping power.
You probably swung by last week and saw I wasn't there and then forgot to check. Who knows?
Yeah, it's just
no, I haven't seen him.
Especially in a small apartment, you can smell some of these things. And with double the cats, you've got double the fun.
I'm sure he's got other stuff to do.
Boxy Cat, it makes it a lot easier for us to handle these two cats, and they're young too, so they like to eat and run around. Our cats, people who visit us, and you know, me and my husband, we all want to thank Boxy Cat for sponsoring the Majority Report because it's helped our apartment smell better. If you're tired of switching litters, look for this one. If you're tired of switching litters, looking for one, get Boxy at boxycat.com, BOXIECAT.com. It's the last litter you'll switch to. Enjoy 30% off with code TMR at boxycat.com/TMR. That's BOXIECAT.com/TMR, and we'll put a link down below in the video and episode descriptions and at majority.fm.
I think very highly of you have noticed.
Code TMR at boxycat.com/TMR.
I'm just a regular dude.
You know, my cat goes back and forth. So any change that I do,
I
with
am
the
nothing
cat,
special. And with that,
I have to make sure that
I bid
we
you
agree on it,
adieu,
otherwise
good
it gets
sir.
screwed up.
Our change was pretty seamless.
Till next time.
Well, yeah, because your cat's